Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are now open. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information. You can check out the GDQ 2025 Important Dates tab to learn more. Also, UBAF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Back to Black, which will be live February 7th through 9th. Run submissions are open now until November 5th. You can go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more information on all of that. With that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary here. Let everybody introduce themselves and talk a little bit about the game before we get started.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Mech Analyst Tom. I'll be your runner today. And I'm joined by Froob.
Oh, it's me again. I'm sorry.
We can't get rid of Froob. He's around.
I'm the old man that's just sat in the corner.
Mm-hmm. And also joined by TJ.
Hi there, everyone.
Yeah. For reference on the runners, or just the people here, Froob's got a run upcoming. I've done a couple runs and done a lot of routing work as well, and TJ is the current world record holder. This run is still in development, but we've put a lot of work behind it, and I'm gonna be happy to show what we've got so far.
Without somehow become sub Yakuza 5 levels, which is a testament to how much work Mechanalyst Tom, TJ, and some others in the community like TGP have put into this. So we hope you'll enjoy this so far.
Absolutely. And without further ado, I should get started because we've got a long run to do. So we start time on the autosave prompt. So begin in 3, 2, 1, go. We start off this game like a year after the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon, where Ichiban saved the day, he became the hero of Yokohama, and now he's living his best life. He's got a job, working at Hello Work, trying to help the Yakuza that have been disbanded from their group at the end of the previous main title game to get back on their feet. And it's starting positive, and that's gonna stay that way for sure for the entire duration of this game. Nothing goes wrong in a Yakuza game.
How could it go wrong? He goes to Hawaii. He's got to just have a great time the entire
Everything's
game.
going great here. He just gets a vacation.
Yeah.
But as with anything, we've got to start off learning how the game works. It works quite similarly to Yakuza Like a Dragon, where we perfectly time our hits and guards to do extra damage or to take less damage. Though in this game, perfect guarding does do a little bit of hit stop. So we're trying to only do perfect guards when we feel we need it or when it'll save a bit of time, just because 0.1 seconds here, 0.1 seconds there will add up over the course of the run. So a lot of these early ones I'm going to be doing perfect guarding the final hit so Ichi doesn't get knocked back so he can go right into his attack animation afterwards, as well as preventing the enemies from having to run as far to get to Ichi. So little bits of optimization here and there.
I was going to say, one minor thing that really frustrated us about running LAD is that the tutorials had this weird little thing where one enemy can survive like the first hit in these tutorials, which thankfully is not a thing in this game. But we have other things to contend with instead, as you'll see in the next tutorial.
That with an asterisk, the next tutorial does have one enemy that can't die until the 2 tutorial prompts are gone, but their health bar isn't glitched at all. And now we're introduced to personality choices, just like in the previous game, where doing certain actions and doing certain choices with people will allow us to get certain personality traits. And for my route, we are going to be getting 3 personality traits maxed out. Or not maxed out. God, that would take forever. Going to get 3 personality traits. We're going to get confidence to level 5, intellect to level 5, and style to level 4. Also, TJ, I think I cut you off. You got something?
Oh, I'll come back to that later. That's all right. But yeah, could you imagine maxing out personality traits in the run?
Boy.
Oh, boy.
That's why I'm looking forward to Tom routing all sub-stories.
I'm not going to be routing all sub-stories anytime soon. This would take so long in an all sub-stories run. That was an unfortunate happenstance there. This fight is tutorializing your weapon attacks, so all allies can now pick up weapons off the ground. Oh, okay. I forgot that you can't. Tenacious Fist. Sir, please line up so I can knock you into someone else. There's also that. We can finally move a little bit on our turn. It's very handy to be able to reposition our allies to try and get knockback chains like so. Hopefully, they have the distance. Line them up and take them down.
So one big new mechanic change from LAD they changed because of this new melee system is that you can not get hit by enemies when running towards them, even with a normal attack, which for this game and what it wants from you from the combat, I think that's really good.
I completely... My head didn't even wrap it around that actually is the case. There's no opportune attacks from the enemy, which is very handy. And
You're wondering, we're just giving you all a little bit of shogi for a little while. Don't worry about it.
a little bit of shogi. This shogi is incredibly important to the speedrun. This will get us, I think, in total, like 320 intellect points, which is insane.
Yeah, I think just from the shogi and a couple of personality choices that you can make in Chapter 1 here, we can hit Intellect 4 like right off the bat, which is humongous for the run.
It is incredibly helpful and potentially going to be used in future routes of the speedrun to get Intellect to the desired level at an earlier chapter. Because
and you'll also... Oh, go on, sorry.
Just because we want one job class and potential with future glitches that we'll talk about as we get into the run. Potentially, we can get some real fancy shenanigans happening if we get access to a class a few chapters earlier than we do currently.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'll also see when we hit Puzzle Shogi 10, which is the last one, Tom's going to do a little bit of speed tech. You wouldn't expect Shogi to have speed tech. But TGP, one of our runners and one of the people who's helped massively route this game, found a interesting little, I don't know if you could call it a glitch, but a way where we can almost double our shogi points from our rounds of shogi. It's not worth doing on the earlier rounds because we just don't get that many points, but on the last round where obviously we get a whole bunch of points, we can utilize it. And it's interesting because that actually works in other versions of shogi in the Dragon Engine, but this is the first one, obviously, we found like a giant use for. I said earlier about like all sub-stories and joking around about it. It would have a small use for LAD all sub-stories because we do shogi in that as well, but it's really useful here to save like 2-3 minutes, would you say, for the last round of shogi?
Yeah, if we tried to do what we're going to do without the glitch, yeah, it would take probably a good 2 minutes or so. But we're almost there. Just a few more puzzle shogis, and then we're gonna do our trick and repeat the final shogi a few more times.
Yeah, this upcoming trick was a really, really needed find. Before Tom had done his first run, I had routed in something absolutely atrocious into Chapter 1. It was terrible. I would go hours and hours of resets. That's how bad it was in Chapter 1.
Yeah, and before, there was a brief time where TJ did his first run. I went and started figuring out what I was going to do to implement some of TJ's strats into my run. And I was implementing the terrible resets into my run. And then all of a sudden, TGP is like, oh, I found a thing that makes shogi grinding incredibly easy. I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank you.
So what I was talking about there was there are briefcases scattered throughout the city, and you can go and pick them up, and they have random items in them, which, you know, that's great and all. Unfortunately, though, one of the random items that you can get is really useful. It's a silver plate, and it sells for, what, 10,000 yen or something? It's $100 USD. It's a nice chunk of change.
Incredibly powerful early game, too, where we do not get, like, any money.
Yeah.
But now with this, what I did at the end there, before the game fully considers that we have finished the final puzzle shogi, it already gives us the extra points. So instead of hitting the confirm, if we just back out, it gives us the points, but it doesn't think we finished it. So we get those extra points every single time, which lets us farm shogi points incredibly easily, which I will use because this will be our final shogi, because in total we do puzzle shogi 4 times with the current route. Now I can just confirm it, because we have to confirm it actually, because we need it to know that we finished. Otherwise we don't get the intellect. And then we exchange points. We get a Desperado's Revolver, 2 Iron Chunks, and 3 Professor Mutants. And now we are done with our shogi, and you're going to see instantly why we spent all that time getting the Desperado's Revolver, which is a very good weapon if we used its class in the speedrun, but we do not. Instead, we're just going to sell it immediately. That sells for 339,000 yen in chapter 1. I'm off in my notes.
For those that aren't familiar with yen, I will also be providing info in USD. So in this case, that revolver sold for almost $3,400 USD.
And for reference, like one of the big set pieces in the early game will in total get us like $800. It is incredibly high amounts of money this early in the game.
The early game economy of Infinite Wealth is really messed up. really, really messed up.
Now the game gives us a ton of personality options as Ichi's getting ready for a date with Sayako, asking for Nanba and Adachi's advice. And conveniently, their advice takes us right next to this shop, which we're going to go and buy a little bit of agility. Agility is crucial for this speedrun.
Yeah, I don't think it's an understatement to say agility is probably the most important stat in the run.
Yeah, that is just 100% correct. Turn order and being able to outspeed the enemies in certain fights allows us to do basically anything in this speedrun, given how difficult the late game becomes.
Yeah, and if you've seen LAD's run, you'll know that we have issues, especially early on in Chapter 4, where, you know, even if you have a lot of agility, or the same agility as like other runs, random turn orders can happen. This game doesn't feel as bad with that, which is nice. Like, it feels more like, hey, this agility you have is the agility you have, rather than, hey, we've got like a hidden substat tied to a job that's also influencing you and means Jungi Han will always go first, even if you never give him extra agility.
You know, I just have to be very careful with the personality options I'm choosing here, because we need the exact right personality choices so that we can get those certain levels that we want. I didn't mean to do a regular attack there, but it should be fine, because Ichi should get another turn and grab that barrel, hit them both and clear them out. little bit of extra damage should be enough so that Ichi can finish this off. Sir, please walk faster. We have a speed run to do. Actually, I didn't realize that a basic attack was fine enough there. It actually might help so I don't break that barrel every single time like I normally do.
Say, honestly, that looked really fast.
Yeah.
Finding new strats live.
It might also be nice because you can do a basic attack input a lot faster than inputting for Tenacious Fist.
Mm-hmm.
So you might be able to prevent them from misaligning themselves.
Yeah, that you might be able to just mash immediately. Sir, do not run me over.
If you get run over, I will get laughed.
Yeah, getting hit by a car physics still apply in this game, and now you can get hit by a boat. But thankfully, that's not an issue for us in this run.
Well, it could be.
And we've the date with Psycho didn't go too well, and now we've jumped forward a whole year in time, and Ichi just got fired. So hey, it's a Yakuza game. The downturn happened.
Probably that's the only thing, and he's just gonna look for a new job and find a new job, and everything will be happy, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be real easy. Ichi will come out of this better than before, even. Surely there won't be any blackmailing happening at all. But now we run forward and go to our first showcase of what you're going to see a lot of. Not so much this chapter, but the next like 6 chapters, is that thrown items in this game are very powerful. They're very potent. This fight is actually a big pain in the butt until TJ had a nice strat. Ooh, nice 3-fer to start.
That was nice.
So the main enemy has a ton of HP. Regular attacks can take out these two. Wow, that's a beautiful fight. And goodbye.
Very good fight.
Baseball does about 3 Tenacious Fists worth of damage. It is incredibly powerful. And counts as gun damage for some reason. Each has got a very strong arm.
Yeah, it's something we'll talk about later, I'm sure. They changed around a lot of the battle items significantly, because if you remember in LAD's speedrun, rocket launchers are the absolute king and do like 2k damage. Rocket launchers got, quotation marks, nerfed, but now every battle item has 3 different tiers to it, and they also do different properties as well, which actually means that a lot of the previous battle items that weren't super hot, like say your baseballs you just saw, are now far better.
Absolutely. You're going to be seeing thrown items basically at all points in the speedrun. You're going to see them a ton in the early game, but they still find so many uses in the later parts of the game too. And I briefly, while we were close to a storage box, we actually put away 4 baseballs because we need them for later. And conveniently, at this point in the game, we run right past that same exact pawn shop. So let's just get 5 more baseballs.
For the record here, 5 baseballs is the maximum amount that we can hold at any given time, which is why we needed to store those 4 others from earlier.
Mm-hmm. That's the game's way of limiting how effective our thrown items can be, is limiting how many we can hold.
Yeah.
And also a thing that I didn't think to do until I saw TJ do it. You can just skip them. I didn't mean to hit that guy. That's okay. But yeah, you can just skip these intro dialogues, which was not a thing in LAD, so it's nice to see it here. And now we got the team back together. Ichi, Nanba, and Adachi back at it again, back in their old job classes. And immediately we have to upgrade their equipment because it's pretty bad. Jumbo sausage, bamboo broom, massage machine for Ichi, and also a health ring for Ichi for extra damage. It's only 5 extra attack, But at this point in the speedrun, 5 extra attack is a ton because this game works off of a modified Dragon Quest formula for damage. So it's attack minus the opponent's defense over 2. So any a +5 increase is a ton at this point in the game.
Yeah, if you thought Itchy was obsessed with Dragon Quest and LAD, he literally just stole their entire damage formula. Funny.
Our access to the Serial Clan's old HQ was cut off. So we got to get some sake to grease the wheels a little bit. And we got all that money, and we're going to put... oh, not that much away. That much away. We're going to put most of it away right now. There's a point where we get... how would you put it? Metroided, basically. Where we're going to have our stuff taken away. So we don't want to lose all that money for a few chapters, so we're going to put it away right now. And that extra health ring is actually going to make it so that Ichi can actually take out those guys before they get a chance to do anything. Without the health ring, those guys don't die in one hit. Mm-hmm. Like this guy, he will survive with 1 HP almost every single time. A lucky...
Yeah, I think...
But
I think I've seen it one time where Nanba has gotten the kill on that guy with Pyro Belch, but it's super rare.
Mm-hmm. And that extra agility helps to make it so that Ichi is far more likely to go first. At this point in the game, like early to almost the late game, 10 agility difference is going to be like a guarantee that a certain character is going to go fast. And right now, Nanba and Ichi are basically tied in agility, but the insoles make it so that Ichi will probably like 75% of the time go faster than Nanba. And then coming up soon, after this upcoming fight, we're going to be swapping those insoles onto Nanba so that Nanba will have a higher chance of going first in quite a few fights in the sewers here as we're making our way to the old Seiryu Clan HQ through the back way. Why they have an access through the sewers, I don't know, but whatever works for them. This guy will outspeed basically every time. Oh, that guy outspeeding is unfortunate.
Yep.
How was I low on MP? Actually, don't know why I was low on MP there. So I'm just going to be a little precautious. And goodbye. Baseballs are good. Oh, I didn't mean to attack. The fire would have taken down that enemy. Gear Nanba, you steal those insoles from Ichi. So that Nanba is going to go first. And then you'll see pretty much immediately why we did it. I had an Ichi strat for this one, but it wasn't 100% consistent. But with Nanba going first, it should be a guarantee that all these enemies are nice and lined up for an instant pyro kill. Nice and clean. And now every time we get a regular level up, our HP and MP will refill, but not a job level up. That is a difference for this game compared to LAD. We don't get as many and as often of very easy HP and MP refills. So we have to do a little bit more planning if we wanted to do that. Ah, this guy stepped too far. Oh, maybe? Oh, it didn't give me the knockback damage. Come on. Ah.
I guess now would be a good time to mention as well, considering you're going to see a lot of it, especially early on here. They changed up the way that some dots work. They all do, like, obviously 2 turns as per usual, but some of them have had very minor changes to them. Burn, for example, does more damage on the first turn and less damage on the second turn. Cold is your usual, it just spreads to people. Poison is your usual, it doesn't really go away. And yeah, no, they've done like small little changes to that which affect both us and the enemy. And interestingly, status effects can actually hit certain enemies as well, unlike LAD, which is really nice and actually kind of useful for some later boss fights.
It very much is. But yeah, fire is stronger up front and will have its damage reduced every single turn. I think ice and poison are kind of still the same. They still last only a little
Somewhat,
bit.
yeah. Yeah.
I don't need that 1,000 yen, but I'm going to get it anyway. And I'm not going to be grabbing the helmet. I don't need to heal again. Ichi, please take the ladder. Yeah, these fights especially, now that we're out of the sewers, we really want Namba going first. If Namba gets positioned... Sometimes Namba stays in that animation too long and it gives the enemies a chance to move out of the way. But if they didn't get a chance to move, we could line them all up so that we didn't have to do the follow-up attack with Ichi. Yeah, we actually, in this set piece, we used to grab quite a few things. I currently don't grab... I grab exactly, like, one thing from this set piece now. It does make some things a little bit hectic, or a little bit scary, but it's... I've never had it go wrong on me yet, so here's hoping.
Oh, don't say that. You'll jinx it.
The GDQ lock, oh no.
I'll make sure to do some extra saves.
Okay, good.
And like I said, with the agility, it's like a 10 agility difference will be like a guarantee that certain characters will go first. But Ichi is 5 agility below Nanba, and he went first anyway. It does a little bit of an RNG on turn calculation. So right now, that was unfortunate. Also, that enemy movement is bad. Please hit that guy. Yeah, and unfortunately, some of these fights, enemies will either be just really unfortunately, sir, could Nanba, please don't hit this guy. Let him go through. Well, you let him go through, but not into the enemy. Nanba, why do you have such low attack? Nanba's got great magic skill and almost 0 attack at this point. But that fight actually gets all of us a nice level up, so we're all refilled on HP and MP as we go into the upcoming fight. Which is split into 2 groups. Usually the back group is easier to hit with all of Namba's skills, so I'm going to hopefully aim back there and hit them all. That guy on the side is not going to get hit. Dang it. And this probably won't be a triple either. Unfortunate. This is as kind of what... Oh my!
Oh, wow. That was sick.
I've never seen them bounce back from a TV exploding.
Same.
That's fantastic. And one thing we gotta grab, incendiary grenade. Throat items are great, and we have almost no good AoE options, or nice consistent AoE options, I should say. So that grenade is going to be very, very helpful. We used to grab a safe key in this room, so we could get the safe that's in this room, which is a very useful for almost the entire run piece of armor. But just rethinking it, I didn't think I needed it, and I also don't need the toy bracelet that increases Nanba's magic. It might slow me down like a little bit, and I might lose like a turn in this fight, but that's not too much. And also, enemies can guard now. That is a new mechanic in this game, and it is both good and bad. Bad in that they guard, so they take less damage, but if we use a guard breaking move on them, it does extra damage because it broke the guard. So it can be very, very powerful in some situations where an enemy guards, and it helps us that they guarded. God, I love that dodge. As with many other Yakuza games, you got some mid-fight QTEs. Most of them we are going to purposefully succeed because it does a little bit more damage to the enemy, and we shouldn't. Ooh, that might be a good lineup.
Yeah, that looks nice.
I didn't get the guy in the back. Oh, sir, no. Unfortunately, trying to get them to cooperate to do nice lineups. Oh, that didn't even count into the game.
Game, excuse you? That said that was going to him as well.
And I guarded that so that Adachi wouldn't get knocked into the wall and do a little extra animation. Yeah, and unfortunately I didn't get a knockback onto the main boss guy, so I have to do a little bit extra, a little bit more than I would like. And I don't think Namba has enough physical damage, so this should do the trick. Luckily, the couch kept him in position. This is just like in the previous game. If you try to use certain attacks while the enemy's down, they can miss or they can have a different animation. If they're down for pyro, they get pushed back every single hit. So we potentially could have pushed him out of our range. But luckily, the couch kept him where he was. But we're out of probably one of the biggest RNG parts, time-wise for the speedrun. Those fights can just be brutal because we don't have much in the way of consistent AoE. And you saw me many times having to like really try to get them lined up so that my bat hits them and so that pyroblast lines up on them. It's a bit slow, but once we get further in, we're gonna have much more consistent use with grenades and such. Talking to vending machines, just like before, we'll despawn enemies. We don't have to do that too much in this speedrun, which is very nice, but we still use it there. And conveniently, as TJ started doing, we just buy a coffee there as well.
Yeah, we have enough money to safely buy a coffee there and not affect ourselves negatively later on, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, and coffees will increase will give us 50% more money in the fight that they're used. And some fights give us a lot of money, so having a little boost to get some extra money is helpful.
Yeah, commonly you'll go and see the Sengoku coffee getting popped on like boss fights or like occasionally a rare enemy that gives a ton of money. Mm-hmm.
Or some fights where there's just a lot of enemies. Like there's some fights where it's going to be multiple phases, so 2, sometimes 3, and all those enemies stack up into one big XP and money give at the very end. So one coffee there will give you 3 fights worth of extra money. Where am I going? Why my notes?
Arakawa's grave. Oh. You do B first?
Yes, I think I do B first. Gosh.
Okay, my bad.
That's all good. I do this first. We have the extra money now, so before we head out, we're going to be looking for Ichi's mom soon, who has been spotted in Hawaii. We thought she was gone. But before we do that, we're going to first buy some rocket launchers. We're going to use those intelligence increasing items, and we go to Arakawa's grave. Nope, I forgot to change the Ichi's gear. That's okay. We got time. But yeah, I do that before going to Arakawa's grave just because it's faster to phone fast travel. And we didn't get to see her, but we are bringing Nancy to Hawaii. Very important. Not actually that important, unfortunately. It's the one Nancy mentioned in this speedrun.
There are
it's important in my heart.
Nancy.
Yeah, there is one run. I believe it's the Sujimon Master run. Actually will get Nancy. Which is a speed run to just reach Sujimon Master Rank, and that ends in chapter 4. Barely into the run, but you do so much, and there's one fight that is very difficult in it where they get Nancy to deal with, because Nancy's a very powerful summon in the speedrun. We go back to the B one more time, but this time not for rockets because we got a specific taxi to go to that's going to take us to the airport and take us to Hawaii. And all of our money is going to be converted down to USD. They make the number nice and round for us. The 100 yen is 1 USD.
I was going to say, if only it was like that in real life.
That's how you know it's a fantasy game. It's 100 yen equals $1. But Ichi is getting a warm welcome to Hawaii. He immediately arrives in Hawaii and gets greeted by a cabbie that holds him up at gunpoint. It's going great. Nice. We got the knockback damage, which means this guy gets one turn. Guard it so that I don't have to watch the animation of Ichi getting back up, and we're done. Normally that fight would take 3 bat breakers at this point in the run, but with a baseball and the extra damage that we got, it goes by very quickly. And now we get a minute-long break. Ichi met this fine gentleman on the plane, helped him out because Ichi knows how to help people in wheelchairs because of all the time he spent with the young master in the previous game where he was bound to a wheelchair for most of his life. So Ichi, just being the gentleman that he is, helped out this guy, and then this guy's name is Eiji, and he helped Ichi get away from that crooked cabbie that was so rudely holding Ichi up at gunpoint. And so now we're just taking a trip across Hawaii. This game has some convenient stretch and bathroom breaks early on in the run for us.
Yeah, it's a shame it doesn't continue like that all the way through, though, because late game, there's a lot of just go, 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 right? You don't really have many spots where you can just get up, stretch, bathroom, whatever.
Yeah. I think we have it. Froob, you can correct me. We have it so that you can pause like in between chapters and go to the bathroom and stuff. And that's allowed because, boy, it's a lot to go for 6 hours and not use the restroom and stretch and stuff.
Yeah, when this run was first starting out, it was like runs like 7-8 hours, and it was just like my health has never been good, and I've always maintained that you should never ruin your health over a speed run. So yeah, no, I said, hey, between chapters, like, as long as it's not like in the middle of a fight where, you know, it's gonna like calm your nerves and stuff like that, it's okay to like have a break. We don't have a break rule for Yakuza 5 because Yakuza 5 has so much downtime. You have plenty of time for like 5 breaks during the run.
Got Ichi being a good Samaritan, as always. Someone lost their watch or something. I forget exactly
Scarf.
what.
I think it was a scarf.
Yeah. And now we're hopefully just going to get some good lineups in this fight. We're conserving our thrown items for this one. And I'm just guarding just to be a little bit safe. I don't really have to. Nice surf. Yeah, nice lineup. That's about as fast as the fight can go.
Yep, that was pretty nice.
And now we're feeling a little bit famished. Gonna grab a sandwich and bring it back to Eiji. And now we get another break. So yeah, just a little bit of like run history. Like this game came out this year, January this year, and I took my sweet time just playing through it casually. But members like TGP and especially Metza came in and then like in the first couple months got a good speed run going. I think it was like 6 hours 45 minutes with loads removed. by sometime in March or April, which was very impressive for how quick we were going. And then like after that, it was I'd say a dry spell, but I mean, as I found out, like I started doing routing for my route in April, and then come, I think it was like the beginning of June, like unbeknownst to me, TJ here was also working on a route for 3 months at the exact same time. And then just like 2 weeks before I was ready to do my first run, he just drops his, and it's like a 45-minute improvement over Metz's run. I was like, oh, that's amazing. And also, oh boy, I have improvements to do.
I was streaming at the time, and Tackle obviously is also mod for the boards and like has access to them. Like said, hey, there's a new Infinite Wealth run that's like 45 minutes faster. I'm like, oh, that's Tom, and he was like, no, it's not. Huh? Huh? What do you mean?
But yeah, no, TJ came in and just knocked the door down by 45 minutes at first, and then like almost another 15 minutes, not like 2 weeks later. And then
Yeah, that sounds about right.
yeah, and then I did mine like a week after that, which was just like a couple minutes faster than what TJ had done. And then I took a break because that was like 3 months of work that I was doing. And then in that little break that I did, TJ kept at it, and now it's what, like 20 minutes? It's like 5 hours, 18 minutes or something with loads removed?
Yeah, it's like 5:18 right now with no loads. But the run definitely is not where it should be yet. We can definitely push it further.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline. And we saved some good stuff. Oh, that's a bad teleport. Okay, that worked.
Oh, it worked out though.
Yeah, if you're too close to some enemies, the game is just like, to try and get the grenade to like actually hit, it'll sometimes teleport you around, and sometimes that's terrible for us. Because the grenade will blow up on the first thing it hits. And if it's an early enemy, sometimes it will do no damage at all, and just will do status effects weirdly. But luckily, it blew up and actually took them all out, so we have nothing to worry about. But by the way, Ichi has no armor for this fight. This guy hits hard. Luckily, we have certain strats for Yamai here, such as a baseball. Yamai
If we
loves
were still
baseball.
doing old strats, I would be very worried for you here.
Yes. If I was doing old strats, I would not do this because, yeah, we hit 28 damage there. Another 31,
Yeah.
we're already less than half HP. If we were using old strats, I would be dead.
Yeah, that missed guard right there would have killed you.
Yep. But luckily, we have rockets now, and the fight is actually already over.
AG has a bunch of like buffs and stuff he can do to you. He can also heal you, but it's like a, I can't remember, was it like a set like round of like when he does his buffs and the heal, or is it like a set
Yeah,
HP
I
threshold?
think his
can't remember.
first one in the first phase of the fight is an attack buff, and then he's down for one turn at the beginning of the Yamai, and then he gives you a defense buff, which we do not need because the fight's already over. Goodbye. But yeah, without armor, that fight is deadly. But because we have the extra rockets and Yamai is not resistant to fire damage that rockets do, we can just take him out with only one attack. If that first grenade would have missed an enemy and they would have gotten an attack off on me, I would have been scared. The things I do to try and save a few seconds by not opening up a safe. But at this point, that should be the last actual time where we needed, or that extra armor would have been helpful. Like there was also a helmet in the sewers there for just a smidge of extra defense, but it would not have actually done a whole lot to reduce damage. Now there's a few chase sequences in this one. This one's on rails. Nothing we really need to do for it until we reach one QTE, which we can't fail, but it's faster to succeed at it. In the meantime, yeah, Ichi got information to where his mom was expected to be, and he went there. And as we find out in the beginning of this beginning of this chapter, he met a housemaid there. His mom was not there. The housemaid did, in fact, drug Ichi, take all of his stuff and his clothes. So Ichi woke up on the beach naked and got arrested. So now we have no money. But we do have all of our items still, conveniently.
Even more conveniently, some dude found us. I don't know who this guy is. Never seen him before in my life. I think he's a taxi driver.
Yeah. I don't know. He looks so familiar, though.
I can't quite put my finger on it. I wish the game would tell us who he is.
Yeah. If only. If only they'd tell us who he is.
In my opinion, that's one of the best party member joining sounds of any game ever, of any RPG ever. It's so good.
Yep.
And now we've got a new friend in Taichi Suzuki, or I forget, Joryu, I think his name was also.
Yep.
Joryu, yeah.
Heard that one, yeah.
But he has
really
the most complicated base. Hello, please give me a knockback chain. He has the most complicated base class. The basic attacks kind of are abilities in their own right if you are close enough. Please knock him into the wall. Please, thank you. Unfortunately, no real good lineups for that. He has regular mode, which does just good damage. He has beast mode here that will take an enemy, swing him around, and throw him at everyone else. And also break guard as well, which is very handy. And he also has rush. Oh, that is unfortunate. Guarded enemy there. Also, we can knock enemies into our allies for extra damage. I'm not going to get close enough for close attack. Unfortunate. That guy's going to get an extra attack. That's okay.
They did a phenomenal job with, obviously, all of Kiryu's basic styles, and if you didn't see it, they were all tied to the D-pad. So if you're wondering why we're not using skill shortcuts like we did in LAD, they're not in this game, highly likely because of Dragon of Dojima style. Thanks, Kiryu. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Kiryu. You made menuing in this game a pain in the butt. Because now every time we have to use an ability or use thrown items, well, thrown items would have been the same either regardless, but every time we want to use an ability in the late game, we have to manually menu to it every single time. It is a colossal pain in the butt. So your ability to menu quickly has a large impact on this speedrun. Especially in certain fights where if we let the enemy go too long or too much time, they can potentially get out of position and ruin our day. But conveniently, I have no idea why, but it gives us the beachfront taxi here for free. For free, we don't have to get it. It gives us all the Japan taxis immediately, which is very handy for the speedrun. But Hawaii, we have to collect the taxis just like we did in Like a Dragon. We don't have to talk to the taxis, we just have to get close enough.
I wonder if it counts it because you head over there with AG in the previous chapter, or the game forces you over there.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I wonder if it just thinks you're close enough.
Or because it puts you at the beach.
Yeah.
Before you go swimming, and that's close enough to where the taxi is, and it just gives it to you, which is very nice because we got a little bit of extra exciting segue action in this game. It's about 50% faster than walking, so we get it immediately because we're going to be doing a lot of running around in this.
Yeah, as you all saw, the Segway does have its own battery, and the thing that Ichi's standing next to right now is one of the rechargers. RGG actually patched the default Segway battery to give you more juice, which really helped for us so that we could just, not have to recharge our Segway as much.
Yeah, we only really have to recharge it like 3 times, I think, in total for the speedrun, which is very handy. Yeah, they give you this extra battery pack, which is very, very nice. Ugh. And just to be on the safe side, I don't think I'll need it. But just to be safe before I go into the next fight, killing Ichi. Excuse me. I disagree that you entered that fight.
I've had that happen so many times. Not on these guys specifically, but like just so many fights around the game. You are definitely outside their range, but then they're just like, nope, instant aggro.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's wild. In this game, on PC and on console this time, it's very handy. You can save load fights away. It's very convenient, but obviously it costs you a little bit of time. So if we don't have to, we don't want to. Oh my God, no guard. Let's go.
Beautiful.
That's a perfect fight.
Nice. Good fight.
We saved one rocket launcher for that fight. The main guy often guards, and which slows down the fight by like a couple attacks. But we got lucky. Didn't even guard. They didn't separate, and Ichi went first. That is very lucky.
So now our party consists of an unemployed man, a taxi driver, and the next taxi driver. It's a good party.
Solid JRPG party. And now that we're together, the game introduces us to the fortunes. Camelop from Japan is now here as well. We're going to be getting only a couple fortunes right off the bat. We are going to get enough for specifically a money-increasing charm we're going to get later. So we do need to collect a good amount of these fortunes, but that's only 2 that we need right now. And instead, we're just going to mosey on along. I've changed up the fortune routing quite a bit as we've gone on. This is what works best for me. Whether it's the fastest yet, we'll see as we go. But it feels very fast to me. I don't have to hop off the Segway there anymore. We used to get another fortune. That's each of them gives you a certain amount. There's bad, good, moderate, and best. Obviously, best gives you +4, and we in total, I think, need 50. So we grabbed a couple of extra good ones there. The game gives us a best one for free. And we'll be getting quite a few others as we go around. Not so much this chapter, but the next chapter, we're going to be getting all the rest of the fortunes that we need. One more on-rails chase sequence. The last one, there's some other chase sequences in this game, but they're all off rails. This is going to be the only one that we have to do and do all the QTE inputs for. Get him, Tommy. He almost had it. Almost had him. He gets a big boost of speed. And actually, I'll just... am I far enough left? Yeah, Ichi can hug that tree.
Yes! I'm so glad you did that.
Also, good tackle, Ichi. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Ichi can just run into that tree. This gentleman here that we were chasing down was a pickpocket, which obviously Ichi and Kiryu, they're not going to stand for. So we chased him down. But as we were told, it is not safe to be doing such things late in Hawaii. So we saw that guy run around, do some other nasty business, and unfortunately, he gets a very mean treatment in this back alley, which introduces us to the Barracudas, which are ostensibly the mafia that we're going to be dealing with in Hawaii. And an introduction to Bond Bingo here. So we are actually going to be increasing not only our personality with Ichi, we're actually going to be getting Bond conversations with party members so that we can get them to certain thresholds, which lets them to get certain jobs as well as get their special tag team ability. A combo attack with the party leader that does a lot of extra damage and also provides some good buffs. In the meantime, we're trying to track down whoever took Ichi's money and stuff. Said it was Chitose. They pointed us to a Chitose. And that Chitose happens to be Gary Buster Holmes' daughter. She comes in and hopefully one-shots these enemies. Terrible. Awful.
Aww. That's rough.
We're just gonna hope that Chitose hits the other two. Thank you. Oh, you missed the other guy. All right, hit him with a chair. Is that gonna be enough? Please? Thank you. If you're lucky, Chitose will just finish that fight instantly, but we unfortunately did not get so lucky. And after the last fight, we exhausted literally all of our thrown item inventory, and we can't go without our thrown items for long in this opening game.
Well, we could, but it sure wouldn't be fast.
It sure wouldn't be. So we're gonna grab some agility increasing shoes, withdraw all the money we put away back in chapter 1, and go buy some grenades. 15, in fact. Gear, Ichi gets those shoes, and we go to the beachfront.
It's insane to me that even though Ichiban got robbed, they somehow left him with his ATM or debit card, whatever you want to call that.
The most critical thing for stealing someone's money. And they're just like, nah, it's fine. You can keep that.
Yeah.
And just like we had to do Can Quest in the previous game, we got to do some crazy delivery. In this one, we got to do some tutorial. Got to learn how to do our cool, genius, and extreme tricks. If we were lucky, we would enter that circle before this text box takes forever, but we were not so lucky. And now we gotta actually do deliveries for real. Just kidding. We can't skip this, unfortunately. And at one point in time, I did route like the fastest way I could find to beat Crazy Delivery Fast and get some very high agility shoes. But it costs about 45 seconds because every time we complete a delivery, it stops the timer. So it actually isn't as fast as you think it is. Like I can end with 1 minute and 12 seconds left, and I've spent 30 more seconds than 3 minutes waiting. And because we got all that extra money, we just buy better shoes next chapter. So it's just kind of can just do whatever you want. I can just wheelie everywhere. I think TJ, what you just basically collect everything.
It kind of depends. Most of the time, I'll probably just go and collect everything. Sometimes I decide to jam Ichi in a corner and I just constantly make him face plants. It really depends. Lately, though, I've been on this kick about just standing in spot where you spawn in and just doing tricks. I found some tech recently with that. It's not really like game breaking or anything, but if you swap between doing side trick and back trick and you hold down on the control stick whenever you are in the middle of a trick, you can actually get $10 extra per back trick that you do because it for some reason gives you a wheelie bonus. I don't know why, but it does.
Fancy trick tech. If only it were helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely not helpful, but potentially route in 100 tricks at some point in the future if we decide to use charisma. Maybe. Yeah,
if we decide to maybe use the action hero class, which we need charisma to unlock. Which was something I was considering in my routing for a good while.
Yeah,
and then currently I have routed in that I'm unlocking the samurai class literally for one ability. And that's probably not a good use of my time. Getting all the confidence that I need to unlock the samurai class, and also an unskippable cutscene to unlock the samurai class. But the one ability is very good. So I didn't have quite the time to take it out of my run in time for this showcase. But you'll see exactly why I love having it. It's so good.
Yeah, in Tom's defense here, I also had it routed in for that exact same purpose before.
One ability. That's a level 1 ability for the job, and it's as powerful as its level 24 abilities. It's incredibly strong. Ah, we failed. Dang. And the game does not care that we failed. He still gives us the $30. He's just like, you gave it your best effort, buddy. Unlock that taxi there while we're right next to it. Head on back to the story. The guy gave us the wrong information, and in order to give us the right information, he needs us to pay him $30. Very rude. But now is where it's really going to come in handy why we have the Street Surfer so early. The game is just telling us to go halfway across the map with no taxis available. So yeah, this saves probably like 30 seconds to just be on the Street Surfer versus on foot. But we used to...
Oh.
Hello?
Excuse me?
There've been some wild enemies today already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they stop that. Luckily, at this point in this area, we're at like the same level as them. So we can just, they don't get turns ahead of us and we can just escape pretty easily. That is not the case in other areas we're going to be running around. There's going to be some areas we go to, they're like 7+ levels above us, and they will probably destroy us if we accidentally get into a fight. Usually it's like not a problem, but I guess I've had bad luck today.
All these enemies with that pink indicator over their heads instead of the red indicator, those are the real bad ones for us. Like, we're going to be doing a taxi unlock route later on, where if we encounter any of those mobs, it's almost instantly a death.
Absolutely. The information broker gave us information, and this bad cop... Oh, no paralysis. That is actually terrifying.
Yeah.
This is why we get all those extra grenades. This guy's weak to lightning. We have, like, no lightning damage right now, except for a weak skill from Tomy. So those flashbangs do a ton of damage and usually would paralyze. Hopefully, I won't die. I shouldn't.
No, I think you'll be okay.
I might do a safety heal on Ichi. I'm just going to play it safe. I don't want to have any accidental deaths. But yeah, that's 3 chances to do paralysis, and we failed. Which is unfortunate. Incendiary. He's not weak to incendiary, but I want to see if I can get a paralysis. There we go. Oh, he didn't attack anyway.
It did nothing.
My menuing. So menuing in your skills, you restart at the same exact starting point every time. Menuing with your items, it keeps the cursor at your last one. So I have to remember what last item I used on that character when I go to use my next item. And I failed miserably that time. That's going to be extra important that I remember and do those menus faster in the upcoming chapter. And before we get to that upcoming chapter, we're closing out on this one, and I think that's probably a good time to take our first break. Because we're probably an hour-ish.
Yeah, just a little over.
Nice. So yeah, we can probably, once we get the chapter end, save. So we can end in 3, 2, 1, pause.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Before we go to that break, just a quick reminder, Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for an event programming lead that will be responsible for the 10,000-foot view of our mainline event schedules. If you are interested or know somebody that is, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more info. Be sure to apply before November 2nd. With all of that said, we'll take our break. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We are in the middle of a run. We just finished Chapter 3. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever you're ready. If you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1.
Yep. I'll get right back into it once Egg gives me... Egg, you got to let me do a speedrun, cat. I appreciate you. You're great. But also, you're a terrible speedrun assistant. All right, let's get back into it. In 3, 2, 1, go.
That is a good cat.
She's a very good cat. She's a very needy cat and will scream at me to get back onto my lap at pretty much any time. So probably won't be the last time you'll see her during this run. We are out of Chapter 3 into Chapter 4. And this chapter has our first, big set piece. But before we do that, we have these Swolympiads that we need to take care of. These enemies are keeper enemies. They're strewn about Hawaii and Japan. Serve as kind of a mini bosses that you can fight, and they hold specific gear and such. These guys are weak to weak to fire damage, so you can just finish them off with 3 grenades. And they give us an XP increasing item that is going to be very, very useful. Not all that useful. Where am I in my notes? Not all that useful for the early game, but the late game, it's 100% critical that we have all this XP gear. And the game puts us right there, and it goes down in 3 grenades. So we take the opportunity while we have it to just get to get that done with. Now the game is going to introduce us to crafting, where the game allows us to upgrade our weapons and transform them into other weapons. And it's like, oh, hey, here's a fight that you can test it out on. Yeah, we're not going to do that. It's so much stronger to just use grenades.
Yeah, the grenades are so strong.
They're so strong. Even now that Ichi has the electric element that guy is weak to, it probably would have done 100 damage if I did a bat breaker. Grenade did 225.
Yeah, it does do right around 100 because I do bat breaker that guy.
And also something that I saw TJ do that's very smart is we're going to run over here really quick, and I'm going to buy just 1 intoxication bomb. You get more, but there's also, conveniently, a fortune here. That is a best fortune right next to that.
That would help me out a lot, because that's the right amount of points I need that I keep somehow missing in my runs.
Well, there's always that one inside the shrine as a backup if you need 4 points.
Swing on by Club Guilty here quick. Get a good fortune and a best fortune right there. That's another plus 3 and plus 4.
That's the one I keep missing right there.
That's one I didn't have these in my route. I knew they were there, and they're in a nice spot, but I didn't get them for whatever reason. And now we need to make one.
That one's a pain because it's next to enemies, unfortunately.
Yeah, so...
Well, sometimes. They're not always there.
Excuse me. Just taking a segue up the escalator. And actually, before we go in and buy more stuff, there's also modest fortune there.
Yeah, that fortune was a great find by you. I like that one.
Mm-hmm. Buy rocket launchers and hallucinogenic bombs. Head on out to this shop, Fiddler brand. For wind sneakers, these have 10 agility, incredibly powerful. And also, there's another fortune right in that trash can. And we progress on.
it's also not the last one we're going to be getting in a trash can.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that the Sujimon Master has made his way over to Hawaii, taking his own vacation. Decked out in all his vacation best. And he introduces us to the Suji battles. We can collect Sujimon just like Pokemon and use them to battle each other. It's actually really fun. I actually kind of like this. But the game does force us to do exactly one battle so that we know how to do it. And it's simple. We basically just go all in with the center one. Our team is faster than them, so we even get a second attack before they do anything. I'll attack with one of the side enemies. It does a whole lot of nothing. Now it's like, oh, hey, you got special abilities. And if you just mash the special ability, you always get the best outcome. Does that work for the whole run? Or for all of the battles, I think?
Nah, just this one.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah, it's a giant shame.
If you had said yes, I was about to get real.
Right?
Because I definitely did not get best a lot of times.
And for whatever reason, this cutscene is not skippable, so we have to mash it. And trick that if you ever play a Yakuza game and want to do speedrunning, hold R1. Holding R1 completes the text boxes before you skip them, so it basically cuts down the amount of presses you have to do. Cuts it in half. I did not learn that until this year. I had been running Yakuza Like a Dragon for more than 2 years, and I would have saved a good 5 seconds if I knew that.
The only game that doesn't work with is OG1. Both PS2 and sadly PS3 and Wii U version. They could have quality of lifed it, but they didn't.
Also, we had to pick a Pokemon, and we choose the best one. We choose Squirtle.
You really don't want to pick the guy in the middle because he's a pain in the backside. I remember when we were doing early runs, we were like, hey, is the guy in the middle fast? No.
No, he's
absolutely not.
Yeah, I've
Also,
tried
this guy-
both the other guys.
This guy accepts anything we offer him, but we just toss it on the ground in front of him and take it. He's like, okay, I got it.
He's so lonely, he just wants a friend.
And now the game gives us kind of free reign to do some stuff, so we are going to do a lot. We are going to buy baseballs and volleyballs, get some more thrown items, get a Tomy Bond in this arcade while we're running around. A very long Segway drive out to unlock a bunch of taxis, get some more Bond conversations, and also get a different pawn shop with even stronger grenades.
Enjoy the enemies repeating dialogue as well when we break their line of sight constantly. It's not something like you instinctively think about until this game where all of a sudden everyone's speaking in English because Hawaii, and it's like, you really.
Yeah.
Or passing the NPCs in the mall and they repeat the same dialogue 3 times clipped on top of each other. Mm-hmm. Grab that Happy Lay, which increases our ability to unlock get items drops from enemies. We are actually going to need a lot of item drops as we get later into the game, so we pick that up. While we're making our way, we grab the orphanage taxi. That'll come up in the next chapter. Swing on a little bit further into this alley to get the Night Street taxi. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get this taxi for the next chapter as well, and a very important taxi that we're not going to... Oh, excuse me. Those enemies with the blacked out purple heads above their head, or symbols above their head, yeah, they're more than 10 levels above us. They will destroy us if we get into a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about it later, but like this game and being underleveled is so wildly different to LAD. Like in LAD, you can do the Chapter 12 boss fight about 21 levels below, like if you're going at like the bare minimum EXP value, like you can do it like 21 levels below like the boss's level. But in this game, being something like close to like 5 to 10 levels below like a boss's level, it becomes such an uphill struggle. It's so much nastier in this game for some reason.
Yeah. When we get into the split side or the split half of this game, which is like the second half where you have a party in Japan and a party in Hawaii, the Hawaii side doesn't really have to do any grinding at all. The Japan side does not get that luxury. I don't think I got all the benefits. I did not. That's fine. We get 2 orders. My notes have my my stuff wrong. It's these 5?
Yes, it is.
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a way of remembering that menu, which I can't say out loud on GDQ.
We get that for an agility buff that we're going to carry into the next set piece. Start off a sub-story here. Grab another fortune along the way. That is our second to last fortune that we need. We're going to go back to Camelot. And if we've done everything correctly, this is our final fortune that we need. It is not. I missed one. I saw that we had 37. Luckily, the backup 4 there. I must have just forgotten one. Dang it. This is...
This one's so annoying.
Yeah, because you don't want to equip any of the items that we're buying, and it's like like this. It's like a combination of like circle and X, and if you do it like slightly wrong, you're then back in the menu, and then you're back out of the menu, and then you're stuck in the menu. Like, it's one of those where it's like your muscle memory gets messed up a tiny bit, and it's just gone.
Yeah, it's... And all the fortune rewards, they unlock sequentially. You have to unlock them one at a time. So you have to go into the menu, buy it, leave, go back to the menu, buy it, leave 4 times to get the actual thing you want. Big pain in the butt. We got our lucky money charm that gets us an extra 15% money for every single fight, so long as we have it equipped, which is nice. Restock our grenades. Here, Ichi, you get the ankle weights. Kiryu, you get the health ring. Tomi, you get lucky money and the happy lay. And finally, with all of that running about done, we can go to the set piece. We get a lot of stuff set up for future chapters and everything set up for this set piece so that we can go through it quickly. And we got... a lot of stuff that we're bringing into the set piece. Just a few things. 5 baseballs, 5 volleyballs, 5 of each type of grenade, 5 of each type modified grenade, 2 rocket launchers, hallucinogenic bombs. It's just... Ichi's a walking army right now.
And when Tom was saying earlier that agility is so vitally important in this run, this is where it starts getting important. That's why the restaurant buff is so important, is because we will go after the enemy if we don't have that restaurant buff.
Yeah.
So we just need that little extra EXP for a little extra agility.
And now we get introduced to the Barracuda's theme, which is incredible.
Am I set on 2?
Yeah, you got the burn. That's good.
Yeah, that burn will take out that weak enemy. The main enemy is weak to gun damage, which we have a volleyball for. These enemies will also go down to that. That guy dies to his burn. This guy gets a turn, which is fine, because we have another baseball for him. But yeah, we are only 3 levels below the enemies. With that agility buff, we outspeed. Without it, every single one of those enemies outspeeds us. And without,
I remember going in. Oh, go ahead, you first.
Yeah, without any armor, these fights would basically destroy you.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I've gone in here without the agility buff from Oahu Burger before, and I just got absolutely destroyed by this upcoming mob. Like, it's not even fair.
Yeah, this upcoming next fight is 8 enemies. Almost all of them will outspeed you if you don't have the agility buff. It's terrible.
Yeah. This set piece without that agility buff is genuinely scary. The agility buff and the shoes that we have.
I don't think that hit them all. Okay, it did. Good.
Nice. Good. Good burn as well.
I don't think that hits all of them. That's bad. I didn't mean to hit that guy. I'm going to use a baseball on the other enemy that's high on HP. Oh, nice. The burn killed that guy.
Should be mentioned as well, especially in like big fights like this. We've complained quite a fair amount about the targeting system in LAD. It's not been made much better in this game, sadly. The movement and you being able to move around helps a tiny bit, but when you have a lot of enemies like this, trying to select a single enemy can be frustrating. And also because of the fact that you have movement now, instead of being able to select enemies via the left control stick, which for some fights in LAD actually helps out, in this game you only have the D-pad for selection, which makes things, again, a little worse.
That enemy guarded. I went to do a beast attack to break a guard. Kiryu was too close to a weapon, and he decided to attack with a weapon instead of breaking his guard.
Yeah. As much as I love this new system where you can pick up weapons with a normal attack, it'd be great if, like the older games where you hold L2 and you don't do a heat attack, it'd be great if you could just say, like, hey, I don't want to pick up a weapon.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. This fight is skippable. It is not easy to skip it, but it is skippable. I have not mastered the right line to do so. Noelani would go next, so we just take him out with a baseball before he gets a chance. Ideally, we could get a lineup. I want to conserve a baseball, so I'm just going to deal with this guy the other way.
Really expected Kiryu to counter that guy there. Huh.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure, I'm facing we probably have mentioned it. One of the nice things about the game, and it's more focused on like melee attacks, every melee attack we do restores our character's MPs, which is really nice and very, very useful for certain parts.
Yeah, it's very nice. No, the fear, you really.
Haha! Nice. So I don't know if you two have found this
nice
as well.
Teleport.
Like fear and stuff. I don't know if you all have found this, but like, have you found that you can now perfect guard in this game the status effects?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah, I swear there's like a new system in place now where you can actually perfect guard them, whereas you couldn't in LAD.
That fight would have been over in one turn if EG didn't teleport to the other side of the fight. So instead, those barrel guys have a lot of HP, so I had to deal with them manually.
The nice thing is the barrel guys are always weak to fire. There's kind of like, with a certain amount of enemies, like obviously the barrel guys, you can kind of tell from looking at them. Well, they have a barrel, they should be weak to fire, which they all are, which is great.
Luckily, Kiryu's basic attacks are also like the equivalent of a skill. So if you get a back attack with Kiryu's attacks, it's very, very powerful. That barrel was luckily not facing Kiryu, so I did like 150 damage.
I was thinking about Kiryu as well. All of his different stances are really great in like most situations. There's no one that's just like out and out, this is the bust, you'll always use it one. Like, they're just really good.
These enemies are absolutely terrifying, by the way. These enemies have shotguns, and those shotguns will do more than 150 damage if they decide to attack us.
They can hit multiple of your party members because it's a cone kind of AoE attack.
Yep. Absolutely terrifying. Luckily, one modified grenade or a rocket launcher plus a regular will dispose of them before they get a chance to do anything. And now we finally found the maid who took our stuff. This is Chitose. And she's going to help us out. Why she was just, hanging out in the enemy's base and is suspiciously leading us along from location to location, that it's fine. She's on our side.
You can actually go a bit faster here by going in first person.
Can you?
Yep, it's Dragon Engine Shenanigans. Any walking segment first person makes you go slightly faster.
Huh.
What?
Yeah.
That's
It's a Dragon
insane.
Engine thing. Yeah, we do that in, I want to say, we do it in Gaiden, we do it in, a little bit in Lost Judgment. But LAD didn't have any of those first-person segments. The only walking section was with Ongi, and obviously you have to wait on her, whereas here you're good enough to Chitose.
So, one problem with Beast Mode and with some of other Kiryu's attacks, it will grab the wrong enemy. I was targeting the person who was guarding, and Kiryu sure did target the wrong enemy, and I am not planning on using any grenades here, so unfortunately... Oh, you guarded too? Oh my god. Everything is going wrong with this chapter. None... not cooperating. Our grenade usage is pretty tightly routed throughout this entire set piece, so like if something goes wrong, we kind of lose a good chunk of time unless we got lucky and saved like a grenade or a baseball anywhere. Go down? Yay! That was okay, lasers. Also, why a Mafia has deadly lasers? Who knows? But luckily, Chitose joins the party. Or now that Chitose has joined the party, she's incredibly fast. Like, we have value pack insoles, and we have agility increasing shoes on Ichi, and Chitose will still outspeed Ichi. Easily. Also, I'm taking these lasers to the face because we have to go quick, because these guys will stop as soon as they spot us, and we can just walk by. Gotta get through a second laser hall. Ah, nice timing. Didn't even have to wait for that. Ah, bye. Nope. I knew it as soon as I was running through. I'm just like, that's not gonna work. Now, these enemies, hopefully this right group stays where they are. That should hit all of them. Good. Space All won't kill unless we get a knockback, which usually doesn't happen. And then Kiryu just... Okay, well, taking out the trash. And we don't need the heal here anymore because we just end these fights so quickly. There's no real risk of us actually getting defeated. And also, as TJ found, you can just run straight forward and trigger the cutscene. You don't have to.
Yeah, there's a couple spots where that works.
Yeah, like the hitbox for whatever takes you into the cutscene, it's massive. So, in that case, it's probably just a big box that stretches out. So instead of running towards where we would intend to go, we can just run straight. It's nice. All right, hopefully targeting system cooperates. Nope, I don't think that's the right one. Oh, good, it blew up on the front one.
Nice.
We have to hit one of the middle side targets. If we don't hit that, then it typically won't hit all the enemies. This is a 3-phase fight that we have to deal with. And now I did remember that I was already on flashbang for Chitose, so I could immediately finish it off, or immediately go in to the attack. Oh, I think the paralysis actually broke that guy's guard, so I didn't have to beast attack, but we'll do it anyway. These guys have a lot of HP. But luckily, they are weak to ice. And if we go quick, we can catch them before they move. Do that. And, oh, please don't tell me you move far enough away. Haha! Got him. Nice and easy. I used to try to rely on Ichi getting like a mega swing in there to try and finish him off, and now that we have so many extra grenades, I just use another one.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll probably start doing that too.
Yeah, menuing quickly is the name of the game in this entire set piece. Being able to throw out your grenade before they split apart and ungroup themselves is crucial. Which hopefully won't happen. The next two fights, I sometimes get enemies running around in weird locations, so hopefully we won't have that happen.
Bring it on.
Also, we would have preferred if like our party members were up by Ichi. Like that extra second of camera movement could have given them enough time to get out of the group that they're in. Please? Nice. That one always is a pain in the butt. That one, Chitose often gets thrown to the other side of the room. It's this one? Yeah, it's that one. Now if we play our cards right, hug the left side, get this Valley Pack insole, and don't have to deal with that fight. Let's see. Gear, Ichi, you get your second ankle weights. Kiryu, you get Value Pack insoles. Chitose gets an optimize and gets the help ring. Heal up. We're finally at the end of the set piece. It's a very long set piece. Very long set piece, and we've used up more than half of all the items that we brought in. Now we're introduced to the boss of the Barracudas, which is Dwight Mendez, aka why can't I remember his name?
Danny Trejo.
Yep.
Machete.
Surely they didn't give him machetes as a weapon for any reference or anything.
In the English dub, he is indeed voiced by Danny Trejo, by the way.
I didn't
We
even
think
know.
it's because of union stuff that he's not voicing himself in like the Japanese dub. For those wondering for the speedrun, unlike LAD, I don't think either of them is particularly faster this time around, question mark? We were kind of wondering whether the long walk and talk section would be faster in like a different language, but nope, it is animation based.
So you can pick whichever one you want. Which is always nice. But yeah, this fight, because he is weak to both fire and ice, and we have so many powerful grenades that we can just chunk his HP out before he even really gets a chance to do a whole lot of anything. He's gonna get 2 turns roughly. 1 turn is gonna be charging up for the next turn. This will be a charge up for his next move. Which will do a good chunk of damage, but won't be anything to be terrified about. And just in case he's guarding, we can give him a little wash. We have no armor, so that hurts, but nothing to be concerned about. And for some reason, I don't know why, but volleyballs do more damage. I truly don't know why. And because he didn't guard, we have to do 1 extra thing. Luckily, we have 1 regular liquid nitrogen left, and goodbye, Dwight. Yeah, because he only gets 2 turns and he gets 1 strong turn off, we don't have any concern of actually dying in that fight anymore, which is good because usually before we had all this extra money, it used to take like twice as long. We'd have to throw so many more grenades. But now Chitose is a part of our party for realsies. And she gives us back our money. And this chapter is mostly, it's kind of a little bit like LAD, Whereas the chapter 5 is mostly you finally get like to unlock your extra job classes and stuff like that for the future. So if we had even more money and more like access to our personality traits at this point in time, we would try to do more stuff. But for the most part, this is just an unlock chapter. We're gonna unlock a few things for the future, but we kind of just go point A to point B, because there's not too much that we can get right now. All the job classes that we really want are locked behind much higher personality traits than we have right now, as well as it costs money to unlock them, which after we bought all those dang grenades, we're actually kind of a little low on money, which we will solve. Which we will solve come chapter 6, but for right now, we are a little low. So now we're just using all those taxis that we built up over the course of the last chapter to speed through all of this. Shoot, I forgot to get a bond conversation. We can get that later. There's a bond conversation right outside Revolve Bar for Tomy. And it's conveniently, we can just do that at basically any time we go to the bar.
Yeah, you'll have another chance next chapter, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Remind me if I forget. I will probably forget.
Yeah, I will try.
And after all that running around, our street surfer is a little low on shards, so we fill that up before we continue on. Probably not supposed to walk into this guy's stall to talk to him, but it works. We have quite a few grenades and stuff still left over. One guy almost always guards. So get him, Kiryu. Yeah, unfortunately, we're in this area and we eventually want a taxi down by there at the end of that pier. But the game does not let us... it teleports us back to the orphanage, so we can't unlock that taxi at a more convenient time. Oop. And now we've got to progress the sub-story that we started in Chapter 4 to unlock Kazumi. Kazumi is going to be to call a crucial tool is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
Kazumi makes this speedrun work.
Handmaid's got a giant change in this game compared to how they work in LAD. They're now all like damage-based poundmates, but the differences between them are the elements that they use, and Kazumi just happens to be one of the best in the game by far.
Yep. In some of the late chapters, almost all the enemies are weak to ice, and that is Kazumi's element. So it works out very well. So we unlock that while we can, and actually this is like our only chance to do it. At some points, there are some sub-stories that are locked behind a time of day, and this is like our last time in Hawaii for a long time that we're going to be in the daytime, which is what's required. Now we need to do some mashing. We need to summon the winds. Ah, come on. Take them hips, Ichi. Spin! And we brought about the wings. Just that easy. And now we have Kazumi unlocked. We don't even have to do any fights. It is a very, very fast... Like, that's another thing that makes Kazumi so powerful, is there's no fights. We just have to go to 3 spots to check in on Kazumi, and he's right next to other places that we already go to in the speedrun. Like, another early option would be to unlock Nancy. Nancy is also a pound mate that does blade damage. Same amount of damage as Kazumi does. But you do have to do a lot of running around to get Nancy unlocked.
also be said that these power mates that we're unlocking, which are the silver rank, they're pretty expensive. And with the new power mate system, you can actually increase the damage they do by boosting them. Our kite's full of, million yen, dollars, $1,000. It's, you'll find out later.
Yeah.
But now we can't really afford them too many times.
Yeah. The Desperado's revolver that we sold in Chapter 1 gets us like $3.3 thousand. One usage of Kazumi is $5,000. We could not even afford a single use right now. Also, these job unlock cutscenes are not skippable, so we have to just sit and watch. Also, good little breaks as well, like a 30-second break here to unlock Aquanaut. Unfortunately, Aquanaut's not going to be seen except for maybe one ability later on. Ichi gets one job change,
which is nice.
What was that, Prue?
Saying we can also change our clothes here, which is nice. Have we talked about skill inheritance yet?
We have not. You want to do that?
Sure. So whilst we're here at I almost said Happy Jobs, that's wrong. Whilst we're at Allo Happy, in the place where we can actually change our job, you can actually, depending on your bond level, bring over skills from any other class. So there's going to be some classes that we dip into, or that we just have a skill that we want to take over from a different class that will be super beneficial. And the nice thing for like the menuing for that, your inherited skills are always at the bottom of your menu, so we can like menu wrap upwards to get to those skills really quickly.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. It makes it so that you're like not so cordoned off into one job. In this run, we can dip our toes into just a little bit into some other jobs to get just the abilities that we want, which is very, very nice. And also you saw I did a little bit of an odd route to get to the beach there. Those little sand dunes are something you can run you can run over to get little items and stuff. Sometimes they're enemies.
Yep.
Gotta give them a little bit of a wide berth.
They do not make themselves known until you're very close to them either.
Yep.
What you looking at? What are you staring at?
And now we get to be introduced to the Hawaiian Haunt. This is basically kind of like the Yokohama Underground that was in LAD. Although this time around, they're like procedurally generated dungeons. For the sake of this chapter, we do have to do the first 3 floors of this dungeon. The first one is always consistent. It always just you loop back around and you continue on. This next floor is completely random, so I just have to pay attention.
Yeah, we have to get lucky, unfortunately. There's nothing visually that shows you, hey, this way is definitely the way to go or anything like that, unfortunately.
Yeah. There's only so many layouts, so if we wanted to, we could probably put together like an appendix of like what layouts are available. Is there a door past you? No.
That enemy right there is the rare enemy. That's the squirm worm, or the metal worm here. There's 2 different variations. One gives you a lot of normal EXP, and one gives you a lot of jolly EXP. Nice find on the exit.
Yeah, very nice luck.
Also, I did realize my notes are incorrect. That I did I do 2 meals? No, I didn't do 2 meals at Oahu Burger. I used to do an extra meal there to get 1 more agility buff, but I actually don't need that with the current route. But yeah, we just have to do the first 3 floors and fight this boss up here. And hopefully they cooperate. Kinda, maybe. Nice.
Yeah, well enough.
They go down in 3 flashbangs. The smaller ones like to not group up. So we got pretty lucky there. Clean fight. We're finally running a bit low on all the grenades and explosives we got. But we have plenty for what we need to close out this chapter. That's all we have to do is like run a little bit forward. A little far away. It's just faster to taxi 100 feet than to run. And now we go to this one to go into the final set, or the final fight of this chapter. It's a lot of just, yeah, this chapter is just point A to point B and grenades and fights. Pretty simple one. We got Kazumi unlocked for the future, which is going to be crucial in not the next chapter, but in chapter 7. And with this agility buff meal, we will outspeed the first enemy. So hopefully we can hit all of those enemies in back there. They're already all gone. They are weak to ice, so we can quickly deal with that. We just have to maintain one powerful... Oh, nice. I have 2 modified flashbangs. That's what he's weak to. That's all we have to do is maintain 1 modified grenade for the beginning of next chapter, so we can use all of these volleyballs, we can use all of these flashbangs.
You might have seen a new icon above Jin's head there that wasn't in LED. That's a counter. The very nice thing about this game is when an enemy does a certain skill that does a counter, it actually gives them a little bit of an icon to let you know, hey, if you hit this guy, you're going to get hit back.
Mm-hmm. Although they won't counter volleyballs or grenades. So it's a status that does not matter to us. I don't think there's any instance in this speedrun where that actually matters to us anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it used to with one of the Yamai fights, but really not anymore.
What do you mean one of the Yamai fights? We're going to see that guy again?
Maybe. But do you know what I'd really like to see first? A nice, relaxing desert island episode.
I agree. This game, it's a little bit too much JRPG for me, honestly. I'd love to just play a different game for a little bit.
Maybe Animal Crossing or Harvest Moon.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. After we go through all these cutscenes, and after we deal with one fight, this is why we maintained 1 grenade from the previous fight. And goodbye.
That jolly friend there is Gachapin. So, Nuku and Gachapin here, they're actually mascots from Japanese TV. And also turn up in a lot of gacha games like Grand Blue Fantasy. They are the keepers of the gacha, and in this game, they're the keepers of this island.
And this island is Dondoko Island. This is our Animal Crossing break in the speedrun. And by break, I mean we have to do the first 2 days. Guaranteed for this speedrun. So we get a little bit of a different pace for the next like 15 minutes or so, because unfortunately they are... come on. They are basically just timers. Each day is a timer that needs to get run out.
You cannot skip the day at all, which even includes New Game Plus. So New Game Plus sits here for like 20 minutes.
That's funny. Oh, you scared the bug.
Oh shoot! I was wondering why I was missing that bug sometimes.
yeah, you have to like hold up right there, otherwise you scare the bug. We'll get to that later.
Yep.
It is important.
It is very important, but not like run ending, or at least it shouldn't be.
Yeah,
it should do a tiny bit extra on day 3.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, if we're unlucky. Typically, I'm pretty good on bugs and stuff. Because yes, we are going to be doing just about everything we can in Dondoko Island.
The timing is going to look a little tighter than it is because you actually get told that you can go to bed at a specific time. Day 1's going to interrupt us and just drag us back here by a fast travel, which is actually kind of nice. But Day 1 isn't typically too bad.
Yeah, day one is definitely pretty lenient because we get to harvest a couple things early on before the timer even starts, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, we are going to be doing everything we literally can because we are actually going to hit 1-star rank before we leave Dondoka Island, because hitting 1-star rank is like, it's nice, but it also gives us $10,000, which gives us the funding that we need to do chapters 6 and 7.
Getting some of the rarer silver bugs here, which is nice.
Because
So
go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with some of the bugs, they have different tiers. So some bugs have a silver and a gold, and then the more you find of one specific like bug, the bigger the rank will get, and from that rank you'll be getting like these popularity points. You see those medals at the top. Those are what are going to lead to that thumbs up icon. Is it the thumbs up or the heart icon? I can't remember.
The thumbs up.
Thumbs up, yeah. So the thumbs up icon at the top is going to increase. We need to get that to a certain level. Same with the heart, but the heart will come from the furniture we make of all the materials that we're gathering. There's like a set amount of materials that we want, and from the first 2 days we can pretty much guarantee we get the amount of materials we need. Might be ever so slightly just under, but probably not. Most of the time not.
Yeah, most of the time not, but sometimes the game will just be very rude and just not, like, all the trees and the rocks give exactly the same stuff every single time, but some of the trash bags that we're cleaning up do give us slightly different drops. So if the game is very unkind, we will not get a optimal distribution of those materials. Yeah, we are, mostly just going to be run. Nice gold.
Yeah.
I almost never
that's
see
rare.
gold starfish and stuff that you pick up from the beach.
The nice thing as well is you'll see like there was a bottle on the beach. These are like random items. They could even be a little extra Dondoko bucks. But the nice thing is you can not, we have a route that doesn't need any RNG from like any specific like furniture, because I think it is like fully RNG what you get. Some of these fish take 2 spears, and you might be wondering in chat, yes, you can swim and catch the fish that way, but we have more than enough time to just go spearfishing.
You can?
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
you could do that.
Yeah.
Does it work for these ones?
Yeah.
It works for all of them.
It's a little harder to get them because obviously they're swimming by, but they always go on like set paths. Like this guy's just going in a straight line.
That's crazy. I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah.
It will save you time like when you get used to it.
I didn't even think you could swim here at all.
Yeah. I don't think you can go to like the other areas. Like I don't think you can go to any of the other places that have like the bigger fish available to us at the minute. But yeah, these ones you can just get in the water and just like catch them.
I think you can go there, but the fish aren't spawned.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But you can definitely get the ones on the beach on the right-hand side when that obviously opens up. But we're not going to go there because we're going to finish before that opens up.
I have to be careful around some bugs. I've already chased off 2 bugs.
Well, that one on the beach that you scared here, it'll just be further up the way when you go back towards the plaza.
Ah. Yeah. For like a little bit of like bat tech, I try to like only do charge attacks when it's like 2 or more things that are gonna break, like 2 trees or anything. Otherwise, I tend to do these kind of delayed single strikes. I think they're faster than doing full combo, but it's just based on feel. I haven't measured it yet.
I think they are, and you're also doing the thing where you like reset your like movement stick's position and then push it again just to get a quicker like hit out. Which is
Actually, I'm just
obviously, like, a lot
holding
faster than
forward.
Oh. That's gold spider.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of gold. I'm probably going
You
to
see on the
be...
right-hand side the suggestion box completed there, as well as like a list of like missions down in the bottom right. Each of these are going to get Dondoko bucks. The Dondoko bucks are going to be useful because we need a certain amount to clear 2 of the areas that we need to clear out for the objectives. But generally, the Dondoko bucks aren't that much of a problem, which is nice.
Yeah, I did measure it. It's 74,000 Dondoko bucks is what you need to do everything we need to do.
Yep.
Which is
obviously sell everything that we're grabbing right now.
Yeah, pretty much after your first sell, you will have enough Dondoko bucks. It's a very slow, patient fish. And luckily, it's not too hard to like do any of this harpoon fishing or anything. Like it has a, so long as you release while you're over the target, that harpoon will home in on them.
Yeah, there's some funky physics with it too. I had one of the super fast fish in that area that Tom was just fishing in go all the way out to the extreme. I had thrown a harpoon at it, and because the fish was too far out, the harpoon just levitated midair.
Sitting at 520 is actually pretty solid for day one.
Yeah, that's
in terms
good.
of likes. Because like even if we're getting the exact same thing over and over again, even if it's not giving us the plus 20 or whatever every single time, like if we get enough of the same one, we will get a reward for like getting 10 of them, and that reward is plus 100. So even if we don't get the variety we need, getting the same a bunch of times is still perfectly fine. So we just gotta clear out all these. Clearing out all this trash makes it cheaper for us to clean out this area, which takes Dondoko bucks. So makes it so that we need even less Dondoko bucks. And just because we can, nice charge attack gets that tree over the wall as well. Small little optimizations that aren't honestly necessary because we are on a timer, but it's nice. And actually, I did add something to Dondoko recently, which is we're gonna take 9 selfies.
Oh, no way!
Yeah,
That's such a good idea!
We have free downtime, so taking extra pictures gets us style. So might as well. We got lots of downtime in Dondoko, so.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Nice addition.
I don't know why I never thought of it before. Like, I always take selfies anyway at the end of Dondoko just because I'm waiting around. So I'm like, oh yeah, you can just take more.
Yeah, I had no idea that would count here, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, I believe it does.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. If not, I already have the stuff that I used to do. Ooh, nice rainbow. Yeah, once we clear out this last area, we have done literally everything you can. And Dondoko. Oh my god, the targeting.
Yeah,
the targeting is so finicky here.
You can tell what time you're left in the day via the minimap on the bottom left, that little like sun icon with the circle around it. And you'll see again with day 1, we're going to get taken back as soon as we hit the yellow portion.
Looking good. Yep. And the end of the first day just auto ends.
And just gives us a house. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Lovely cabin. And this is our only way to progress to the next day. Just speaking to the calendar. And on to day 2, where we're basically gonna do the exact same thing. We're probably gonna hit some of the criteria that we need, and we'll stop doing those things. Like if we get enough likes, we're gonna be able to stop getting bugs and stuff. But while we are right here next to the shop, we're just gonna sell everything. Nope, we could turn on Koi no Disco Queen.
Always lose time in my run every time to making a playlist for the grind later.
And with that, we have 80,000 Dondoku bucks, so we don't have to sell anything anymore. We are already done. You can also like do those criteria in the bottom right to get extra money, but I've never bothered getting the extra money. Like that. There's an extra 5,000 just for catching a bunch of bugs. Did I scare this one away? I did. Oops. Another silver. Doing pretty well. Yeah, we're especially like once we reach all the likes, we're not going to get bugs and stuff like that, but we still need to collect every single tree and trash we can get our hands on. Because in order to purchase all the properties, we need to reach building talent 10, which is what we need to craft a bunch of stuff in order to increase our building talent. So that stuff takes materials, so we need all of it as much as possible.
I have to ask, are you going to make the safety Majima construction helmet?
If I have the materials.
Okay. Once upon a time, I actually had that routed in because I didn't realize there were bugs on Dondoko. So I was using those to get enough likes. I would craft like 20 of them.
Yeah, because putting those down does get you likes. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Plus, you can also just make one, and if you have a ton of Dokobucks, or whatever they're called, you can sell it to Marayoshi, and then just go and purchase them back from him.
Oh.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so that's like a safety strat if you ever need likes for some reason. You shouldn't, but it's there.
It's that whole theory of just there is a chance you will somehow not get enough bugs, like different bugs, to be able to like satisfy the like criteria.
Yeah, exactly. Or like everything could be Dondoko scuttlers in the water. That would be horrible.
Should never happen, but mathematically, it's possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I didn't even get the rock in the tree. Come on. Oh, come on. Lining up the charge attacks is such a pain in the butt. Ichi, you don't have to do the fancy twirl and spin. I'm actually not getting that many more likes, which is concerning.
Yeah. He's dried up.
Oh, here's another 20. There's another 20. Never mind. We should be fine. I'm getting too many silvers now. I'm not getting the base ones.
See, the nice thing about getting the base ones is it's a lot easier to level those up because you get so many of them. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, no. Too good, RNG.
Nice, golden butter. This is the bug I scared away last time. Yeah, this is a nice little like break-in activity where you're not constantly having to menu all the time. Timing is pretty lenient. You don't have to be in too much of a rush. I think technically, like time-wise, it's almost equivalent to just grinding shogi for more Desperado revolvers.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that actually. You had something in your notes saying that they're pretty close in time, right? Like 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's like
each.
3.5 minutes that we add by doing Star 1 on Dondolko, and it would be about 3.5 minutes to grind 3 more Desperado revolvers. So
Right.
there potentially is a future where we don't do anything in Dondolko and we get like only 2 revolvers and try and make a little bit less money work. Maybe.
Yeah, that's true. That's possible.
Might save a minute. It would cause like 1 fight to probably lose about 20 seconds, but overall it'll probably be faster. It would also make it a heck of a lot easier to do, like, if we wanted to really farm style. Nope, we got enough of those small fish, so we got a boost of 100. So we are done getting everything besides trash. But yeah, so there's a potential where we end up not doing a whole lot of anything in Dondoko. So now our last thing we got to do is just get as much materials as possible, and then get to crafting, and then get to selfies. But yeah, I think if we don't do anything in Dondoko, it'd be easy to get like 50 selfies or 50 pictures for an extra, what, it's 25 plus 30, an extra 55 style.
Yeah, that would not be bad at all.
I think that's all the trees and everything. I think that's everything. So I should have all the materials I need to do all the crafting. So Jinai bus stop is the guaranteed first thing we want. And then a wooden table gets us to rank 4. And hopefully we have everything for the market stall, which we do. So we should be good on everything. This gets us all the way to 7. And now we build a cow. And we don't have enough for the green shack, unfortunately. So we'll just make do with everything else. But it's these. We build maximum of these. We can build a vending machine. And some cushions. Make it more comfy. And we're good. So now we go and place them. The stall, or the station, the stall, and the cow is enough. And we have all of our criteria. So now we can just take some lovely pictures with Ichi while we got the time. We can end Dondoko Island once it gives us the text box saying that it's getting late. Oh, where's the fisheye? There we go.
So good. Yeah.
That's the good stuff. I don't think it pops that we got the pictures here, but it should once we return. Oh, we got plenty of time. We can take more selfies. Looking good, Ichi. See my town, my thriving town on Dondoko Island. It has a bus stop.
You can bus there with all the bus service there is.
Yep. I definitely did more than 10 pictures.
Well, that'll be good. We'll see now. For sure.
We'll see. If not, I know exactly where I got my old style points that I would have gotten otherwise. So no big deal.
Yeah.
Getting late. Time to hit the sack. Day 3, ahoy! And now we could technically immediately leave. We're not going to do that just yet. We're going to instead come back to the plaza. Oh, wrong one. Gotta
Yeah,
clear
gotta
out these
clear out
lands first. And it's technically, I guess, a little bit faster to dive at them because you can activate them while you're rolling.
Do you think that's faster than just pulling out the bat?
I don't know. Maybe. It looks nicer.
It does look pretty cool. Gotta give you that.
We've done it. We're a certified 1-star resort with our 1 bus station and a cow sign. I need to... Reading my notes quickly is difficult. There's a lot of these text boxes where it's faster to mash versus to cutscene skip. And I do not have them down fully yet. Oh, targeting system, please. Oh, okay, okay. Ichi, please. It's probably faster to just do combos on these guys just because I can have that shenanigan happen.
Mm-hmm.
And back to the beach. Go say hi to Dolphine the dolphin. We also get an extra 1,100 money there. Just from exchanging our Dondoko bucks. Now we should see the style points pop up in the top right. Or not.
Well, it was a great idea.
Don't forget, you need Tomizawa's bond conversation here at some point.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Which is right over here. It's technically, I think, a little bit faster to drive to it.
Probably, but I don't think it's a big deal.
And we got all that extra money, so you know what we have to go buy. More grenades.
Aloha.
We can't go anywhere without our grenades.
Thank you for.
And now we make one small detour. We have one more keeper that we want to fight in Hawaii quickly, and that is the I don't know how to pronounce it, Nouveau Crown Keeper.
Nouveau, yeah.
Which is another money increasing piece of gear. Very, very handy. It always summons ads right away. Which we want to hit with a liquid nitrogen because that's what they're weak to. Modify incendiary on the group. Take care of those two, and then we can just... I have extra volleyballs. I can just clear these out of my inventory. Okay,
I hope he doesn't double summon.
Please don't. Luckily, I have the extra stuff. Ah, you punk.
Oh!
That's fine. I can manage. It's unfortunate that sometimes he just doesn't... He doesn't stay close enough to like the ads he summons. And we're unfortunately like just under speed. It might be worthwhile to have Ichi or Chitose get a little speed to try and outspeed. Maybe in the future. Chitose, you get the lucky money. And you also get the happy lay. Tomi, you steal. You use stuff.
You're wondering why we're taking that off Tomizawa. Tomizawa's going to disappear for a fight in the next chapter that gives us a lot of money and good items. So,
yeah.
Now, before we get too much further, you said you wanted to take a break after.
You are correct. You are absolutely correct. I completely forgot that we were going to take a break after Dondoko, so we can do that.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't get into like a long sequence or anything.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
about fair. Thank you for reminding me.
I saw it coming. All right. So yeah, during these longer sections, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the hotfix role to you, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. With all that said, we'll take our break and then we'll be back with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We are in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick countdown.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. We're off. After our Animal Crossing adventure, we're back in Hawaii with an extra $11,000 in tow. And we gotta face some foes. Also, there's a Chinese mafia in this game as well. This game has like 5 different mafias that we're working with. Mafias and or something other than a mafia that will come up in a couple chapters. Oh, that guy died in a burn. That was awfully convenient of him.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
We got all of our grenades back so we can just work through this well. And luckily, these guys are conveniently right next to each other. And goodbye. Oh, of course you guarded. Why with the chair? That's fine.
Yeah, it worked out. That's good. That happens to me all the time.
Want to take a break?
I'm trying to go fast. I can't keep an eye on if there's a chair by Kiryu.
Just checking, you didn't need the wrench for crafting? Like,
No,
you're good on
I do
Intel?
not need that in my strat. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for the heads up, though. Yeah, TJ and I have some different strats on how we go about getting all the personality traits we need. TJ has the benefit of not needing all the confidence that I get, so can do things quite a bit differently.
Though I do end up getting most of it anyway.
Well, that was not an amazing grenade. I'm probably going to end up having to use Kiryu's tag team. Yamai is weak. Oh, yeah. Also, Yamai's back again. We'll never see him again after this time, though. Please go through the wall. Nice.
Clever repositioning by the game there. I wasn't sure I was going to do that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I had to move Tomy a little bit to the side there, otherwise that enemy would have eaten my grenade. I think that hits that other enemy too. Nice.
Very nice.
Also,
You took...
Oh yeah, I took
the
the.
gimmick about this fight.
Yeah, wait. Why is he aiming at Cheetos?
What? Huh?
That's bizarre.
He thinks he's dead.
Just for that, I'm just gonna do this.
We don't have a use for this tag team like early on, and we can build it very, very much back up. Actually, we don't even need it with Kiryu.
We don't need it.
Kiryu disappears.
We don't need it. It's like a little bit of like a backup option if I did end up using like an extra grenade like I did on the crown fight. I didn't have to use it there. I just did it for fun.
Yeah, the reason why we're so all perplexed at what just happened, because it looked like a normal fight. Yamai is... That fight is set that Yamai is only supposed to attack Kiryu. And he hit Chitse.
Sure did. Very strange.
Like, he'll change to them once Kiryu's dead. Kiryu wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting. We got some more EMI goons to deal with, and we have plenty of grenades for them. We only need 2. And goodbye. And agility is crucial. So we go back and grab some more agility meals. It allows us to do some very fast strats for the upcoming boss. Some very fast strats. This enemy's always spawning. Excuse you, I'm just gonna do the smackdown. It's an auto win. if you're 10 levels above an enemy, you can just auto-win the fight for slightly less XP. We don't need that at all. But I was so far behind those enemies, there is no reason I should have gotten into that fight.
Yeah, the next upcoming boss fight, it's a little bit of a shame because I can't remember who found it originally, but someone found... Oh no, it was a mod of one of our runners for the other games, Panda, who found that despite the fact that we're not supposed to have a certain technique at this point of the game, if you have the unlock requirements, you have it. The game just disables the button, which is the ultimate tag team, where you use all your tag teams with your team members' actions. We unfortunately don't use it in the route anymore, but it was so cool.
I never ended up playing around with it. It always felt a little.
Same.
It was a little. I think if I remember correctly, it was a little finicky. Like it wouldn't.
Yes.
It wouldn't do it 100% of the time.
I think it was due to the amount of enemies in the fight, which is weird. So you'd have to take care of like some of the ads first, and then it would like guarantee work. If I remember how I played around with it.
Huh, okay.
But essentially, yeah, it was like at the time our one usage of the auto battle. If you put yourself specifically onto the tactic of be aggressive and then put on the auto battle, if there's just like one enemy or just like a boss, you'll just use the ultimate tag action, provided you have at least 2 team members with obviously their bond stuff, which as you can see at the minute, Tomizawa obviously does and Kiryu would, but we just don't have a use of Kiryu, so we just use Kiryu's.
Aloha. Thank you for...
Quick little refresh, as well as we went and purchased something that we set up all the way back in chapter 4. We went and purchased some modified rocket launchers. Not only do we have modified grenades, we have modified rocket launchers. And they do double what regular rocket launchers do, which is they do 600 damage. Incredibly, incredibly strong at this point in the game. But they do cost 1,000 apiece, so do have to be a little bit sparing about when and where we use them.
Yeah, they're really expensive, but they speed up so many fights. They're very worth getting.
You'll see how good they are in this fight.
I hope you get the fast strat.
Also, I love this opening cinematic.
One of the best boss musics in the game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, that is not an approved writing utensil. Give him a little bit of an intoxication. He's close enough to one ad. If he's close to an ad, we can hit him with a rocket launcher, and the rocket launcher will take care of the ad. And this
You got a high roll, so I think you're okay.
nice. This we don't. It's kind of nice to get the damage here, but it is actively slower to lose this cutscene. Like the animation afterwards of Ichi getting up and stuff like that is so long.
Get him, Eric.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. I probably could have aimed at the ad. Fine.
Nice.
Now it's just
you
one
got
ad
two good
left.
rolls there.
The ads are weak to liquid nitrogen. And Kiryu, give him a bop. Wongto does not even get a turn to charge. My old strat just took a little bit longer, but Wongto's first turn is like charging himself up. So like he still didn't even attack in my strats, but he doesn't even get to charge up with using the intoxication bomb. And I know TJ gets some mental supplements at that waitress lady to be a little bit safer in some future fights.
Well, depends. There's two spots that you can get mental supplements. There's that waitress that we just ran by. And other than that, there is a pharmacy when we go back to Japan. And if you don't go to the pharmacy, you have to buy them from her.
I changed mine up that in chapter 9 now, I just purchase I do my Staminan and other healing item purchase in chapter 9 instead of chapter 11. So I get it in time for any of the worst stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an idea.
It would have. Oh, excuse you. Oh, thank you for the backup. Haha. He is guarding, which is unfortunate. But I can take care of this guy. Ichi, you have Rock Swing? Break guard? Yeah.
I love Rock Swing.
Good move. And we're done. Yeah, as we found out, we were trying to confront Wang To because they might have had information on Akane, which is Ichi's mom. We're still trying to find her. Still haven't found her yet. Ichi's made an online video to try to bring other people around that might know where Akane is, and those people are other mafias, so Ichi just brought himself a ton of trouble. And as we found out that there is a kind of a secret cult going on in Hawaii, and they've infiltrated everything. They've infiltrated the Chinese mafia, they've infiltrated the Barracuda, so now they're kind of becoming the primary enemy. Also, hey, it's Yamai again. We bought this coffee back in chapter 2. Just getting a little bit of money. Our first summon usage. Come on out, Kazumi. And now you see how powerful he is. There's an extra 1,500 damage to Yamai and all of his ads. Because the majority of them are weak to ice. Instant kill on basically all of them.
It's such a cool fight casually because obviously with Yamai being weak to fire, like every couple of turns, like a on fire branch just falls down from the trees, so you always have access to like a normal attack item that will give you that weakness damage to Yamai. A really cool fight. I like that fight a lot. This game does actually have a good couple of like gimmick fights that you'll see later on, and the game doesn't actually like repeat those gimmicks, which is really nice.
Yeah, Kiryu got captured by Yamai. It was unfortunate. So we got to bring in the backup. And the boys are back in town. Freshly fit for the tropics. Conveniently puts us right next to a Tomy Bond. Gear. Nanba, you need some speed. And steal Kiryu's shoes because he's not in the party anymore. And also what TJ found, I'm just like, oh, I don't need to drive for this one. It's right here. Why did I get this at a different time?
You got this at such a crazy time. All I could do was just be in awe.
It never failed me getting it the way I did, but it is notably not as fast. Yeah, we have Nanba in the party, and as you can see, based on how we haven't been doing any extra levels, Tomy is level 21, Nanba joins us at 26. Just so much stronger. So much stronger, and he comes with a 4-star weapon or a 3-star weapon, which means his attacks actually do some damage, unlike ours.
Yeah, at this point, Chitose and Eric are so far behind in damage because they're still stuck with 2-star weapons. Or actually, I think your Eric is only a 1-star weapon.
Yeah, it's only 1 star.
Yeah, they're not doing any significant damage at all here.
Like, if that's one of the best changes that Infinite Wealth did over LAD, anytime you get a party member, the later in the game it gets, the stronger the weapon they have or they start with. It's such a nice change. So the reason why Zhao wasn't useful in LAD's run was because he just joins too late.
Thank you.
Which, hey, ask us about Zhao in this speedrun.
Poor Zhao.
Poor Zhao. Yeah, Kiryu's been taken by Yamai and his group. So we got to get him back. Because if he had, in chapter 6, when we fought Yamai, he had a strange obsession with Kiryu. And so obsessed that he actually took him. I tend to start with an incendiary on this one because the fast enemies often get burned, so they don't have to do this observation. But they did it anyway.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes, that one. Oh wait, no, that guy had a ton of HP left. Crap. I didn't realize that. Usually I end up hitting just like all except for 2. And actually one of the benefits of us going back to Freelancer on Ichi is that Freelancer's damage is just based on your job level, basically. So he basically has the equivalent of a 3-star, 4-star weapon, which is very, very handy. Oh, that guy might have moved too far forward. Ah, you punk. I think I'm going to use a pigeon here. And for one brief moment, Tomi's out. Adachi's in. Adachi is pretty good, but his first job class that he comes with is the slowest in the game. And Adachi is also the slowest in general on base stats. So Adachi is so slow. Takes so long for him to get to any of his turns, but in some cases he's very useful. Such as in this spot. After we use a rocket launcher to take care of so much of this riffraff. I won't even have to really use Adachi's special technique. Oh, sir, get over your cold. Probably should have taken care of one of these guys instead. Be a little bit faster. But yeah, Adachi does come up with a 3-star weapon, so he actually does a decent amount. So we can just take him out here. But you'll see also another reason why we have Adachi in with these fights. Hopefully in either the next fight or one upcoming. Because Adachi has an incredible ability that is slightly busted. Ever so slightly busted.
Yeah, just a bit.
Pick up some gear item. Refill Namba. Gear. It starts with Chitose optimize, and put on Adachi's chest. And
So you keep him into this fight. Interesting.
yeah. I just don't save the few seconds of menuing
it's a good
him out.
idea. It's a good idea.
No,
I like that.
Please blow up early. Actually, that's perfect.
Yeah, that
This
works
guy has
out.
a lot of has a decent amount of HP, so you're gonna get to you punk. Oh, now I have to do it the hard way. Do I have another volleyball? This guy's weak to ice. It's very unfortunate that he taunted the one person that I wanted to do a skill with. Oh, wait, no, I don't have a volleyball. No, he gets a tenacious fist. We probably won't even get to see Adachi's special move.
I don't
Maybe,
know.
depending on how the second to last fight goes. Oh, well,
Yeah,
we'll see it
there's
at the end of the
a
chapter.
Pelicana Zealots.
Yeah. End of the chapter, we'll see.
Oh, yeah, that's
Just not in this set piece, unfortunately. That was so rude. It raged the instant I wanted to do a move.
Oh, you just keep Adachi the whole time, huh?
Yeah,
Eric still gets enough Jobby XP for later?
yeah, he still reaches 18 easily.
Oh, that's sick. I'm gonna start doing that then.
Yeah, it's basically without any assistance, all the party members will reach job level 18 by the time we typically change their jobs. And job level 18 gets Tomi a very, very good move. So we want to make sure we get that before Tomi gets swapped onto a different job class.
Yeah.
Those two in the back right are often still together. It's rare for these two to get anywhere near each other. Just take them out as is. Give this guy the chair. A chair or tenacious fist, it wouldn't really matter. Excuse you, that is a bad word, mister.
Yeah, if you're lucky and he stays in his original spawn position, you can just T-fist him into the wall there, and that'll KO him.
Actually, I think I need a little more MP on Nanda. This fight is can actually be kind of terrifying if it goes wrong, but it shouldn't go wrong. This rocket should hit all of them. And Nanba gives the pigeon to take down the majority of their remaining HP.
We gotta.
And we got a garter, which means we get to see Adachi's ability finally.
Unless
Unless he gets taunted again. Nope.
yeah, because this guy likes to taunt.
Yeah. Now you get to see Arrest. Arrest is an insta-kill with basically 100% accuracy. It is absurd.
Yeah, if an enemy can get hit by it, it's 100% gonna hit.
Yep.
The weird thing is, Arrest also has guard break on it. Don't know why.
Yeah, it is.
Insta-kill. Yeah.
What it honestly probably does is just makes the unorthodox enemies, we'll call them, for the finale. It makes them impossible to grapple. So, but also they have to be able to be hit by insta-kill, which many bosses are not. Adachi out for Tomi. Quick menu heal before we get on into the final fight. I'm gonna save just in case. It very rarely goes wrong for me, but I'm just gonna be a little bit cautious.
Yeah, it's a good idea to save here because he didn't pick up the down jacket, and this is the thing I would have been freaking out about.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Yamai's back again for the fourth boss fight of him. This is the first one that's actually very terrifying. Like the intro one, we could make not terrifying by getting armor. This is terrifying kind of no matter what armor you get. We are quite under leveled at this point, and he has like 6,000 HP that we have to work through. Also, I love Yamai's theme. The shamisen goes so hard.
Yes. I think every boss theme in this game is fantastic.
But Yamai is weak to ice, so we're gonna make him weak to ice. We're gonna make him weak to ice some more. Hopefully that fears all the ads so that they don't get a turn. Yamai gets a weak attack, which is actually very nice. Tomi outsped Ichi. This is an odd happenstance.
No kidding.
Max out the elemental weakness on Yamai. It does not actually increase the damage from summons. Oddly enough, that still does the same amount of damage. But what it does do is enemy weakness kind of works like Pokemon in this game, where it's like flat 50%, where there's an asterisk in there for physical attacks. But it's a flat 50%, And the elemental debuff that we're applying is stacking extra damage. That stacks with the weakness. At full, it's I think a 60% increase. I have to make sure my perfect guards are here because he actually hurts a lot. That should be his last attack, actually.
Yeah, like in LAD, we're pretty confident the arrows count for like 15%, but this time we think they count for 20.
Yeah, it's with elemental, I think we actually found some files in the data kind of describing it. I believe it's 30% at 1, 45% at 2, and 60 at 3. So even just applying one elemental debuff is a massive damage increase, which is so helpful.
Thank you for not healing your mind. Appreciate you.
Yeah, that's sick.
Just to make sure I do enough damage and have enough in case he does get healed, but he shouldn't at this point. We should be done with the fight. Yep, we are done with the fight.
Yep,
all that elemental debuff stacking and doing a little bit of damage from pigeons. Makes that nice and clean. Actually, we had a lot of extra grenades, so I should be completely safe to do what I was planning to do. I changed over the past couple of weeks. I rerouted my chapter 8 through 10 a decent amount to try and speed things up a bit, and one was to get a couple extra grenades now that I'm done with this set piece. And I should have plenty of extra money now that I conserved so many grenades in this set piece. I know TJ doesn't even go to the next shop. There's enough grenades that you can handle to get to the next grenade shop without too much worry, but I like to be, or my current route has me being a little bit safer. And I need to figure out which fast travels are best for like these cross map ones. Because scrolling on the map can be very slow sometimes. So it's sometimes faster to go in the phone. Sometimes it's faster to manually enter in the phone versus scrolling in the phone.
Thank you for.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of money. Well, we've rescued Kiryu, and Kiryu's been having a sort of bad deal. His health's not doing so great. So he's actually gotten flown back to Japan with Nanba. So we've just got the other crew. We got Adachi, Tomi, Chitose, and Ichi taking down a cult. We have 4 grenades that we can use. That was a potentially terrible teleport. But these enemies, these Alakana zealots, have like so much HP on their own. And we don't want to deal with that HP. We have 4 grenades that we can easily use on the ads. But luckily, the zealots aren't immune to instant kill. So Cheeto or Adachi can just take them out. We don't even have to do anything else. So now we just guard until Adachi's next turn. Oh, unfortunately, Adachi is slow.
Yeah, so we will have to sit through his attack here.
Goodbye. Also, the game is very confused with health bars when it comes to instant kills. Like if we instant killed if we killed the main enemy with the big HP bar, his big HP bar would not be removed from the top of the screen. It would still just be there for the remainder of the fight. And now we're on to chapter 8. We're officially out of the early game. 2.5-ish hours in, and we're out of the early game. Because we are finally going to be having access to quite a few more options, including the fact that we're going to be having our new Japan party, and they come to us with 4-star weapons already, so they actually can do good damage. And also, Sonhee is playable now as a party member. It's great. She's fantastic. I loved her in LAD.
I was going to say, in terms of weapons as well, you might be wondering the fact that we changed Ichiback to Freelancer for stats, and obviously the fact that Dragon of Dojima doesn't have a weapon as well. They changed the way that damage scaling works for your no weapon classes. So obviously, again, Freelancer and Dragon of Dojima are in this. They're so much better in this than they are in LAD. Freelancer in like LAD drops off so hard because it just doesn't have a weapon. But in this, because of the way that obviously they had to rescale it for Dragon of Dojima, it works so much nicer.
Yeah, it's so much nicer. And also, something that I didn't mention, with switching to Freelancer is by switching to Freelancer, we get Ichi extra confidence. We get extra confidence because depending on what class Ichi is, he can get a certain stat. Oh, I need it away from me.
Oh,
Forgot about that. It's been a while since I've had that grenade miss. Also, Queen's Claw is incredible. Incredibly fast animation and a ton of damage. Queen's Claw is very crucial in our toolkit.
Yeah, Songy has an incredible kit that's like so well rounded with so many different things like lightning, blade, gun. Like Songy's great, and her damage is amazing as well. It's like we don't have Eri from LAD because she was obviously a guest character in the last game. But Songy, I would say in some situations, is actually better than Eri, despite the fact we don't have access to the dealer class in this game.
Yeah, Chapter 8's gonna look a bit different than the last time I've run it because took a few lessons from watching TJ's run and just taking. Oh, I didn't need to go this path. This is slightly slower. I'm not getting any of the bond conversations up until this corner one up here. So it's technically a little faster if I would have just gone straight down the first street I went. But muscle memory is a terrible thing sometimes.
Yeah.
Actually, I was just gonna say, I'm like, based on everything that I've done to LAD, ruining Froob's muscle memory over and over again.
This is what I was saying earlier about the whole, like, this has been, like, rerouted, like, 3 or 4 times so far, and how we have a potentially even bigger one coming up that would, I guess, only really take effect after this point, considering what we're looking into.
Yeah, for the most part.
most likely, yeah.
Yeah. But still, lots of work going into that by a lot of members of the community, which is nice. But now Tom is going to go and get something that is going to be absolutely vital for this run. A lot of things that were overpowered in LAD got either removed or nerfed in this game. One class that was extremely strong in LAD got even better in this game, and it is with this weapon here, the Prestige. It is Host.
Host makes a return, and it's good. It's fantastic. All of the returning classes actually get used in the speedrun. Yeah, while Kiryu's made it back to Japan, he's not doing so great on his health. So we're kind of spending this chapter just doing some stuff that Kiryu wants to get done. Where what in the world? I'm losing my track of where I am in my map. I've updated this chapter so much that I lose track of it in my notes off.
It's
you're telling me.
It's like the equivalent of chapters 4 and 5 again, where it's like, now that we're back in Japan, despite having like access to every taxi, there is so much to do. There is a ridiculous amount to do in terms of getting items, weapons, party members, as you're about to see. Like, there's just so much to remember.
Got Sayako returning.
Yeah.
He's going to be crucial for the speedrun. Mostly as a support character, but extremely good support character. Run down here quick for a non-bond before we progress on.
Once again,
And actually,
you're gonna get your tease of karaoke.
You'll get the slightest. You'll hear like 2 notes of a certain song. That's all you get. Oh, man, no, you got 2 more. It's a good song, great cutscene, skippable. So we skip it.
And our old friend Part-Time Hero returns. But thankfully not with as big a emphasis in this run as LED.
Nope. Actually, we don't do anything with Part-Time Hero.
Kappas.
No cats, no kappas, and any of the Part-Time Hero fights are just not worth our time. The rewards are mostly in Kiryu's personality, which Kiryu does have his own separate personality traits that buff each of his stances in Dragon of Dojima, his Brawler, Rush, and Beast stances. But none of the upgrades that are there in those classes are really worth our time to get. So there's nothing that we need to go out of our way for. His Brawler class does get a very helpful thing in that I think by the end we will probably get it, even though we don't really plan for it. In that his Brawler class will be able to counter attacks. He can stop attack chains if you perfect guard. He will counter and hit the enemy out of their attack, which is very nice, but it's not really necessary for anything we're doing in the run. Also, hey, you might have recognized that place we just went to. I thought all the Yakuza were disbanded. It's really strange that this new up-and-coming group, that's not the right taxi, it's very strange that this new up-and-coming group taking over the have to be in Japan to do that?
Yeah, apparently.
This is news to me. I've never messed that up so bad. I'm fine on money, but
Oh, yeah.
oops. There it
Money is currently an issue, but it won't be an issue real soon. As you'll see, everything that we've been prepping for is about to start to kick off.
Yeah, and like we ended the last chapter with like 1,000 money or like 100,000 yen. We're already back to 400,000 some yen. That rate is not going to decrease. This game loves to, or absolutely starves you of money in the early game unless you're doing a bunch of side stuff. End game, this game throws money at you constantly.
It's pretty much from this chapter onwards, isn't it? Like, this is where, like, normal boss fights start giving you way more, and we're going to have a couple of optional, stronger fights that we're also going to be taking that give literal millions of yen.
Yeah.
Yep. And in line with also doing a bunch of stuff, clear him off Kiryu's bucket list. There's a lot of old friends and people that he's going to get to see again. These ones are in trouble. Oh, I was too slow. Picked the wrong one. That's on me. That's not a problem. Unless, sir, don't block my light. Don't block my grenade. That's fine. I can take him out as soon as it's Sony's turn. Just a little slow.
Nuisance indeed.
Yeah. That's a good display of why I have to be able to do my menus quick. Because enemies can get out of line. Queen's Claw is so good. But yeah, that fight alone got us 162,000 yen. Just absurd amounts of money for just a fight that we have to do along the route.
This bit's going to be very confusing for anyone who hasn't done all sub-stories in a Yakuza game before, because this is the one and only time in the mainline story where the super boss Amon turns up, and it's so cool, and he is kept completely perfectly in character for how much he just wants to fight Kiryu.
Grabbing some party chats along the way, along our forced sections, so that we can get the correct amount of bond points on certain party members so that they can get the jobs that we want them on. Also, oops, we walked into a super boss. We got
Oh
this.
no, I hope he doesn't kill
It's
us.
fine. Slow move. Yeah, we have another XP gear on that reduces our HP. We put it on purpose.
And yes, that's Shin Amon's model, even though it says it's Joe Amon. I actually messed up with the models. It is absolutely Joe Amon. It's just with Shin. Joe Amon is also in this game? His model is in this game?
But now we are introduced to Kiryu's special technique. The dragon's resurgence, which lets him just punch it out. It's a very, very useful tool that we're going to use actually quite a few times throughout the run. Mostly as just like a supplemental damage for Kiryu, because we're not going to really be relying on Kiryu to be the primary, like a good damage dealer in most fights, but Dragon's Resurgence is just powerful at pretty much all points in the run.
Yeah. The nice thing about that bit, and like most of this early bit, is that you saw we got plus 80 bond points on everybody. The game, because obviously we haven't had like control with this party for ages, is giving us a whole bunch of bond points for the entire party, which are going to come in useful for certain characters and job unlocks.
Absolutely.
The unfortunate part about it, though, is that none of these bond points will work on any characters we recruit in the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
Poor Zhao.
Couldn't join us early. That's the only thing I wanted from this game, was him to join early so we'd be forced to use him, but nope.
Yeah.
We basically can end this chapter right now if we really want to. But we have a lot of stuff that we can do that's very quick to do that will help us set us up for the future. Getting some extra safe superpower rings for more damage, military insoles for speed, tactical boots, or even more speed. Excellent pair of shoes. Also, all of these armors are like 4 and 5 star. They will be significantly better than any of our armor that we currently have. So we're actually going to be having some defense. And speed is still everything. This meal is right next to a red vending machine that gets us a bunch of coffee, quickness lemons, Poseidon powers, good buffing items that we're going to use in the future. Got another vending machine here. Oh, I do not want that bento. Thank you very much. Get some CC lemons. We're going to need some ways to cure drunk in the future. I don't need Kiwami drinks yet in my route, so I'm just going to leave them off for now so that I don't have them mucking up my menus. Because I have to scroll past them all the time.
You don't use one on Chitose anymore?
No,
in the
I've
two-wave
changed
fight?
some strats. That'll be a fun.
Really?
That'll be a fun one to show.
Yeah, I'm
Get
looking forward to
the
it.
battle boots. A very good. It gives you a superpower ring on top of a very strong. On top of a very defensively good boot. I did not need to drive that. It forces you off the street surfer while you're going inside. Making a small route to the top of the Millennium Tower. Get spatula. Because yes, also chef returns. Is one of the returning classes from Like a Dragon or LAD. And we're actually going to make use of it on one character and for like only a few fights, but it is useful for those few fights. In the meantime, you might recognize this area. That's where we used to do a little bit of pocket circuit action. And that's the sub-story that we just started by triggering that there. And make our way over to the safe quick. Gets us more military insoles, because we need speed. Agility is everything in the late game. Agility is everything. So we started the pocket circuit sub-story, and let's go and finish it. These threatening men are extorting a kid. Incredibly rude. get some extra money from this fight. These guys are weak to gun. We have gun. Use Kazumi now that we have a lot more money. Takes care of them. Oh, nice. And Clobber him, Psycho. 2.7 million yen. That sub-story fight gives us 2.7 million yen. Just absurd amounts of money, and it gives us the Transcendent Insoles, which give an accessory that's 30 agility. Just so powerful. Reflex booster on Kiryu. Here, Kiryu, you need double military insoles. Namba, you need double ankle weights. And Sonhi, you get the Transcendent Insoles. And Namba's Wind Sneakers. Psycho, you get the Lucky Money. And the opposite tree. I'll get good at these menus someday. So much time spent doing research leaves some of my just consistent like muscle memory not fully built yet for all the menus that I'm doing.
Yeah, but the best part is when you build muscle memory for menuing, and then you're just like, actually, that menu sucks, and then you have to redo everything.
Yep. Yeah. Changed quite a few things. And to this fight for 4.7 million yen, just absurd amounts of money that the game throws at us. And do not fight him.
Love you, Kamaki. The old man. One thing we haven't mentioned that's really cool, any fight in Kamurocho, that background theme you hear, that's OG ones. Like, they could have gone with, like, you know, K1, which, you know, more people have played these days, but no, they went all the way back to OG1. There's such a like, deep cut reference. It's so nice. So nice.
Now this one, I know what TJ doesn't do. It honestly is a bit scary to do even with an agility buff, but it gives so much money. And this is our only real time to do it because this is another daytime exclusive event, and we don't do a lot of daytime stuff in Japan at all.
So if you slap every bit of agility that you have access to onto Kiryu, this fight is not scary. But you didn't do that, so it could be scary.
He has 10 less agility than I intended. He often,
should be good now.
For me, he usually outspeeds. But he didn't outspeed, but we got nothing bad happened. We didn't get taunted or anything, so.
Yeah,
That's another for me. Somehow Yuji goes ahead of Songhi and then taunts her, and it's like, I can't coffee at that point.
Ah.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
It's a good chunk of change and a good amount of XP as well. So now we're gonna make our way over to use some of that. Is there an enemy? Don't run. These enemies love to just run and on a dime just change their direction. Very strange. Sometimes they're in the way and sometimes they just sprint to specifically be in your way. Oh. Didn't mean to bite
I hope
3,
that's
but
okay.
That should be fine. That should be fine. No. There's nothing in Chapter 9 that I'm that tight on money for, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, okay, that's good, because if I screw anything up, I am run over.
Yeah, because you don't get that fight that I just did, so you would have like 5 million less yen to work with, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Another party chat as we're working our way over to this pawn shop. That has a lot of stuff that we want. Intoxication, soporific, hallucinogenic, ominous, smoke bomb. Useless stuff that we need for personality traits. I don't need to do this, but it's nice to get it out of my menu. Also, I'm going to get these out of my menu. Just so that I don't have to menu over them all the time. And we're almost done with this setup chapter. Refill our street surfer because we've been using it a whole lot. We could refill on coffees there if we really wanted to. Actually, that's probably a good idea to do in the future. It's right next to Ichi's house, so it's actually a very convenient spot for coffee if we want them to farm more money. But my current strats don't really need it. It's just a nice to have. And with that, some shenanigans, some more blackmail shenanigans again happening to our crew in Japan. So we gotta deal with the Seiryu clan again. Now I only buy 2 things. This. Don't get the kitty ear headbands anymore, unfortunately. It's a sad day.
Aw.
Although, honestly, it's probably better. Like, I did them to get more confidence later on. That is not really necessary anymore. Because I can't do the pictures in Dondoko.
Yeah.
But now that we are officially up and we have the money and stuff for it, we can just start using Kazumi constantly. In this fight, they start all grouped up. That is unfortunate for them. Ah, a guard. Nice and easy. And with that, we're out of chapter 8, out of the big build-up. I'd say out of the first of the big build-up for late game chapters. Not quite. And with that, we'll take a break. 3, 2, 1, we can break.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour. So just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, if you have missed out on any of our shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Also, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch stream do help support the GDQ Hotfix. So if you like watching these shows, these weekend specials where we get some longer runs, any of our weekday shows, it really does help us put on this content. So if you can consider subscribing, that would be really great. With that said, we'll head to the break and we'll see you in just a few more minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We're in the middle of a run whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Yeah, I can do that. As soon as Ariza, you want to say hi very quick? One pup. He has to say hi quick. Yeah. So needy. Okay. Gotta get back to the run, girl. All right. And 3, 2, 1, go. On to chapter 9, which will be our big setup for the Hawaii side of things. We did chapter 8 was mostly set up for, it was also set up for both sides, but mostly also for the Japan side of things. But now we need to get the Hawaii side up and ready to go. Gotta do a menu. All the enemies are stronger now. Optimize. Crown. Ankle weights. Yakuza training gear. HE gets an optimize, gets all the speed in the world. Chitose, you get money. Happy Lay. And running shoes. Tomi gets optimized, gets the Lolita shoes, gets ankle weights, and gets one of the silver bracelets. Okay. Now we can go. We found out even more information about that strange cult going on, and yeah. They've infiltrated everything, and they mean everything. Ichi's going to get chased all around Hawaii. And actually, a fun thing, we get to say hi to Pocket Circuit. Show us your moves. Sick. No, don't follow up. Waste the time. Oh, my brain was thinking of doing another summon. It is not. We leave. We use that. We do that just to use Pocket Circuit, because if we use 3 different pound mates, we get extra confidence. It's a very convenient time to do so. Although actually, because I probably actually won't need that anymore. Now that I'm doing some different stuff. 2 shark. Shoot. 2 shark tooths, 1 hero, and we're out of here. I used to get extra katanas here and stuff to then dismantle later for extra materials, but it's not necessary. I was just being safe. Now we have to make our way all the way across Hawaii and get past all the enemies. And some of these enemies have like near infinite sightlines. Egg, I am trying to do a speedrun kitty cat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Egg. Really?
And the microphone picked up that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
This is my life. Yeah, all that money that we have built up. The enemies here in Hawaii don't give quite as much money yet. So every time we use Kazumi, we're not making up as much money as we're using. But we have so much money that we got from those few side sub-stories that we did in Japan that it's not a problem. And we're just going to break these guys' line of sight even just a little bit with these poles and trees and stuff so that they don't engage with us, hopefully. They have basically an infinite line of sight. Getting them to not fight you is a pain in the butt. And this is also why we had to refill our Street Surfer before we left Japan, because doing this all on foot would be awful. We can't taxi or anything, so we'd have to just go.
The honking sound will be from other cars that we're going by. I just caught that in chat. Like, some of the cars have enemies in them. I think it's those ones that honk at you.
I believe so. But also, there's a fight coming up right before those stairs up ahead, and I used to do a little dance to lure them out. You don't have to do a dance; they just run straight forward. And hopefully, the stairs don't eat my momentum.
Oh, nice.
The stairs just can destroy all of your momentum on the Street Surfer if they want to.
Yeah.
Just kind of have to brute force it and pray. Oh, that was foolish of me. I don't know why I didn't go further to the right. This is also why we have more smoke bombs. Okay, Egg, you got to go, kitty.
The smoke bombs are not guaranteed escapes, for the record. They're mostly guaranteed. They're like a very high chance.
Oh, LAD all over again.
It's like if you have like line of sight on the enemy, it's almost guaranteed unless you're too close to the enemy, at which point it can fail.
Yeah, it's finicky. It's doing something to calculate if it succeeds, and it's a strange calculation. We've reached the end of our chase, and the game's gonna finally teach us that Ichi can team up with all of his allies and use all of their special skills. Tomi's the only one who has it completed, so it does not great damage. But instead, we're gonna use a Fulminous. Something I learned from TJ's run. Just use a Fulminous.
I actually stopped using Fulminous here, I'm sorry.
It saves 1 turn in a fight upcoming, so I'll take it. I forgot to use Kazumi.
Yep,
I always forget to use Kazumi. I was just going to say the fight's supposed to be over when you use the second flashbang. You need to use Kazumi first. I always forget because it gives... Normally, you don't have another turn after you use Ultimate Tag Team with Ichi. So I always forget that it just gives you an extra turn because it's a tutorial.
Yeah, it gets me all the time there, too.
Now we have
the reason
to...
Go ahead.
Go for it. We can talk about
sure.
this stuff later.
Sure. The reason I stopped using Fulminous there is I started using Aquanaut Ichiban, and he deals like 100 less damage from the ultimate tag team there, which means you don't actually get the kill with Fulm plus double flashbang.
Oh, gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah.
Also, should have given a mild, it's very tame, but a mild content warning that we do have to do the cabaret. The cabaret is like the fastest way for us to get bond points with our party. So we do 2 of them. 2 should be minimum. I got 100 on Ichi and Adachi and Tomi, so that should be plenty. Okay, we're done. We don't even have to do anything extra. I have a couple things routed in as optional bond options that we can take in case we don't get the odds chance of succeeding in Cabaret. But we got a full 200 there, so we don't have to do anything else. We're already done. Yeah,
Which, as you can see, the one downside is we're all very, very drunk.
Slightly drunk. We do have to take care of that. So now we're pretty close to the majority of our personality traits being done, but not quite. So we're going to be doing trips to get as many personality traits and bond points to get all of our criteria met. This is a Hong Kong. They do something. And they do give us 30 in every single personality trait. That one does. Other Hong Kongs give us 30 of specific specific traits, but that one is specifically all, which is very, very nice. And we can't use our surfer here, so we have to walk this one out, but this has a party chat for Tomi and Adachi. Got another bond conversation here for Tomi. Another bond conversation for Tomi out here on the beach. And we're making our way over to one final keeper that we're going to do in Hawaii. I have to skirt close to the beach there, otherwise a sub-story cutscene triggers. This stress tester is unfortunately resistant to ice, so he does only take 400 or 500. So we're gonna use a flashbang, get him on his feet, which gets him on his feet for the rocket launcher. Goodbye. And that gets us the happy lay, which is an even greater chance of getting our items to drop, which is going to be coming up in chapter 10. This is the Hong Kong that I would have routed out if the pictures worked in Dondoko, but it's only like 20 seconds to do. Not the worst. And here, egg. Kitty cat. No. This would probably actually work well with your route too, TJ, because it's an extra taxi travel. Toughness, Tornar, Stamina, and First Aid and All-Purpose Remedies. Over to Kaku Avenue. We're actually purposefully, based on my current route, I am purposely spending a decent amount of money. Because if I spend enough, I get 25 more confidence. So we're going to make our way over to this shop. Ribbon straw hat onto Tomi. One unequipped summer dress onto Ichi. Looks great in that dress. And a floral tiara.
Thank you.
We buy the tiara.
Get a Tomi bond conversation that's right at this taxi. Gets us a bingo. I feel like I'm missing a Tomi bond somewhere. But I don't think it'll matter, and I have backups. I feel like I've forgotten one. But it'll be perfectly fine. Now we are going to weapon upgrade. Get the host weapon. Get it to level 1. because the blacksmith have certain ranks, and spending enough money there will increase the rank. We don't have to purposefully do anything else. Craft, we do heiress, we get the cooling choker. Detective, spicy jumbo sausage instead of getting the crowbar in chapter 7. Kunoichi uses the plasmax. This also gets us personality traits. Weapon upgrade, host. We're going to +8 specifically, because that will get us to facility rank 3, which is all we need right now. And actually, I changed this up from my previous route. I'm going to go and grab the Ahe Poke, because this also gives style if you order everything, if I select everything, and also is a tier 1 magic boost, which will be helpful for an upcoming fight. And a table talk, which gets Tomi and Nando Bomb. Yeah, I missed the... Oh, nope. I have exactly enough. Tomi just reached Bond Break 30.
Nice.
I was going to say, for some reason, the restaurant menus, I don't feel like they're as responsive as some of the others in this game.
Yeah, sometimes it'll drop an input here and there. Now we got all those bonds, so let's do some conversations to get our last personality trait requirements. First option, Adachi 1. Third option, gets him the tag team. Adachi doesn't need the tag team. Chitose, on the other hand, we do need her tag team. So this is necessary regardless of what we do. Third option. Third option. Now we are already at high enough confidence, because there's a confidence that I can cut out thanks to using all the extra money. Tomi, second option, you get Tomi's second conversation, you need 2. That's style level 4. So we're already good on style. So that's all we need is intellect, which we would get our last one right now. Tomi's bond 3. And there we go. That is all of our personality traits in the bank. Before we go on, talk to the barkeep. Get a fruit cup. That is our most powerful healing item, and we get 1.
The items, the cooking items for these, we obviously got a lot of lunchboxes in LAD's speedrun. They are so much harder to get in this game. There are shops where you can purchase ingredients in the top left. They are not set, they are randomized.
Yeah, it is a very unfortunate. Yeah, we get the fruit cup for free, which is a 400 HP heal to the whole party, and it's good. That's a good heal. Yeah, getting any others is just not tenable at all.
It absolutely feels like a massive nerf from LAD, and the fact you can't grow ingredients in this game either.
Nope.
And you can only hold 5 of each instead of 10. Makes it so that any multi-hitting AoE heal skill we can get our hands on is usually pretty good.
Yeah, I swapped a couple characters to Aquanaut specifically to get their rank 1 heal. It's not a very powerful one, but it's useful in just a few scenarios. But other than that, there's really not many other healing options that I'm going to be using. Other than Psycho. Psycho gets a great healing option. Also, yeah, we are currently in the process of unlocking the Samurai job class, which I get for literally one of its abilities, and I never actually use the class. Probably not worth it. But that's a lot of rerouting I need to do in order to cut that out. And even more importantly, this job class will never leave this speedrun. Ever. This will unlock the Kunoichi job class. And Kunoichi is busted.
It's so busted.
It's it has so much utility. It is incredible utility, great damage. Is the fastest class in the entire game as well. It has everything we need.
It's funny because when we play these casually, you get like a vibe for if something is like really strong. Like with LAD, Enforcer and Dealer were very obvious that they were going to get utilized in the run. And I think if like when any of us like use Kunoichi like casually, it was pretty obvious this was going to get used. There is one skill in particular at job level 12, I think, as well, that's just going to let us be super, super busted. It's wild.
And previously, we were definitely like the Samurai job class is incredible. It's a very incredible class casually. And that's why initially when Metza did his routing and when I was doing my routing, Samurai was kind of like a foregone conclusion because casually it's very powerful and has very good skills. But as we've gotten deeper and deeper into the routing process, we only use one skill with it, and that is probably not worth it.
Yep.
So it's likely that I'll be swapping to TJ's strategy because TJ does not use Samurai at all.
Yeah, which turns out to be Burning Arrow. There's a couple of skills in this game where their damage is set at like 1.3 times, and Burning Arrow is one of them. And it's big AoE, it's fire, and I think it's also gun. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah. And we don't have much access to a lot of good gun damage in the speedrun. So having access to a very powerful gun move is super, super good. Let's see. Ichi.
Yeah, if anyone ever wonders why certain skills feel stronger, they just are. The I forgot which class it's on. The jellyfish one, where you throw jellyfish.
That'll be Aquanaut.
Yep, it's ridiculously strong. It's like that's another like either 1.2 or 1.3 times damage skill. It's ridiculous how some skills are just, hey, we made this strong.
Yeah, and with all of that job class unlocking and stuff, we've finally got our jobs to basically what they're going to be until the end of the speedrun for Hawaii side. We got Ichi on Breaker, the returning class from LAD. We have Chitose on Kunoichi. We have Tomi on Host, returning from LAD, and we have Adachi on Chef, returning from LAD. And that we have Adachi mostly on Chef so he can have some speed. Chef is a good class casually, but but like Adachi's detective class is so slow that giving him a class with normal speed is a massive speed increase. Use a coffee here just because we have the free turn. And now Yamai's on our team. He's a good guy, actually. Clear out the riffraff of this first round. I find it a bit more consistent to use our summon on the first fight of this, but it kind of can go either way because these enemies will separate because Yamai goes first no matter what, and that gives the enemies so much time to just spread apart and not group up in any good way for us. But also, the summons are so good, why don't we just use them twice? Because summons get exponentially more expensive if you use them more than once in a fight. The first one, Cosme use, is 500,000 yen. The second use is 10 million yen. It gets so much more expensive so fast. I'm going to just take out this guy. Probably. Oh, I don't have a rest.
Yeah, you took Burning Arrow.
I was just like, my head was just like, oh, I'm in TJ's route. Yeah, I'm not.
My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, these two do have a lot of HP. A rest would come in handy. You'd just be able to wipe them out. Hopefully, Yamai will focus the one with... Actually, that's actually good. Now, just don't... Okay. Might be able to battery storm both these guys. This is actually typically when I end. Did he guard? Oh, that is unfortunate. He's going to get scrubbed down. Scrub down breaks guard, by the way.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, it is crazy that Cabby has such good skills. It makes Host that much better for Eric.
Yeah. Because we can inherit all the good skills from Cabby onto Host, and Host's a much more powerful mage class.
また強くなっちまった。俺もまだ若いね。
I thought this guy was on our team. Come on, man. So finicky, this Yamai. And also our 5th time fighting him. This time he's fully resistant to fire. That didn't really impact much for us earlier on, other than the rocket launcher didn't get reduced damage. But Tomi's a host, and Tomi's a host for very good reason. In a substitution to Ichi, substitution is one of the busted skills from Kunoichi. It basically swaps your turn with an ally's turn. And that's very good. That means we can have much more freedom in what we want our turn order to be. And we are going to be putting everything onto Tomi. Tomi's got that fancy prestige weapon, and that prestige weapon also increases in power based on how drunk Tomi is. So we give him a nice little drink, and we give him a muscle soda to boost him up even further, reduce the damage. Oh, you guarded. That's a foolish choice, Yamai. That's a foolish choice to guard. 3,200. Just a little bit.
Damage.
That isn't even the greatest heights we'll hit.
Yep. Buff stacking and everything with the prestige's drunk boost on top of it is very strong.
We don't know why they decided to take host and make it even better, but they did.
Yeah, during the final fight of the Hawaii side of things, I basically did what I do in the speedrun, and I did that casually. I just found it out basically casually. I'm just like, oh, this is absurd. That's the amount of heights you can go. This might kill. Nice. Because of the extra guard damage that kills, I have Ichi is fast enough there that I have him with a modified ice grenade ready to go at a moment's notice in case we didn't have enough damage, but nah, we were perfectly good. Yep. Not going back to the cabaret. And she wants us to get more money. Oh, hey, we have the money. Good there. Before we progress on, we used up our modified rocket launchers. These are critical for basically everything going into the end game.
Welcome.
So let's buy some more.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, like we're at the point where we're starting to get pretty good weapons and we have the proper setup we need. Like we have access to muscle soda, we have access to drunk debuffs and all that. You'd think that the launchers would fall off in usefulness. They don't.
No, they're still so very powerful. Especially on some of the classes that we're not going to get amazing weapons for every single class. We're going to get for most of them, but some of our teammates are going to end up being a little bit weaker. They're not going to have the best skills, not the best weapons. So the rocket launchers help make up for that very, very nicely.
Yeah, we follow the interesting almost rule of LAD where Ichi isn't like, you'd think your main character would be the out and out like hero class, the one doing like the most damage. He's still support. He's still like an amazing support with everything that he can do in terms of like, you know, buffs, debuffs, poundmate summons. Just he serves the same role as he did before, and it's really nice.
Swing by and grab that taxi quick. Yeah, and that's exactly why we have Ichi on Breaker. Breaker is a pretty okay class. Like it's got some good skills mostly in the later game. Has some really good skills. But mostly it's the fastest male class. So it allows us to get our summons out faster. It allows Ichi to be a much better support character because he can get more turns to get out buffs and debuffs and stuff like that. Speed is king in this speedrun. And now we finally defeated Yamai. We're actually not going to fight him any more times, and he's kind of mostly an ally from here to the end. Don't need Chitose extra Kiwami drink on this fight anymore.
Oh, I know what you're doing now instead. Yeah, that's a good change.
Well, we're done with Hawaii for a little bit. They're all basically Hawaii's set up for the end of the game, basically. There's almost nothing that we have to do to set up Hawaii anymore, but there's still a lot that we got to do to set up on the Japan side of things. And unfortunately, that does mean that we will get to a point in this chapter where we are going to grind. It is unfortunate, but it's kind of the necessity of where we are at in things where the Japan side just needs so much higher level. We will still end up at the final boss 4 or 5 levels below what we're supposed to be, but that's with a lot of grinding.
Yeah. It's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Zhao, welcome back, buddy. Do you like the sidelines?
Oh, no.
Oh, poor Zhao.
Poor Zhao. He's
But
so
man,
good
does he-
casually, but he just does not have the kit that we need for the speedrun. It is so unfortunate. And he even has he has a very good late game armor that increases his damage at full HP, and that stacks with everything, and it's so good. But he just doesn't have anything else. It's really unfortunate.
Even though this game solves the issue of LAD Zhao, of him not having a good weapon because he joins with, I think it's a 4-star, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good weapon.
He joins with an amazing weapon, but just as you've seen, like with the Hawaii side of things, our team's already pretty set, and Namba is going to be our one that's going to be cooking things up for the run. Like, he's going to be the one doing a lot of damage. So, unfortunately, Zhao just doesn't have a place. Because whilst the Hawaii team has one Kunoichi, what if we could get, say, I don't know, 2?
Yeah, that's honestly the biggest point against Zhao is that he can't be Kunoichi. Because having two female parties in Japan is so powerful.
That's a shame because Zhao's agility is just, it's good. And like, he would actually have like a good use if he could be a Kunoichi.
Does he actually have decent agility? I always thought he didn't because he starts with a class that has like 1 or 2 out of 5.
I think his stats are, he's a pretty balanced character overall. Just like not balanced defensively. Like, he's kind of like the red mage. Like kind of all overall very average stats.
I think his agility is better. Nice exit. I think his agility is better than Sayako's.
I could believe that.
Then Sayako also has her tag team, which is infinitely useful for us.
Zhao's tag team is also good, but again, just I tried so hard to get him into my initial route, and I got to the very end, and it's just like, nope, it just doesn't cut it.
Such a shame.
Yeah, we just did Yokohama Underground, which is the equivalent of Huainhant, but in Japan, we have to do the first floor, but we don't have to do the rest of the dungeon. This is the last non-bond we get because it gets us a bingo, and we're also going to be getting this meal here. Gonna order everything because this also gets us a table talk with Namba for an extra 15 as well. And we're just under what we need. We need Namba to 20. We need Namba to bond 20. And just so happens right next to where we change our jobs, there's a party chat. And now he's at what we need him to be.
So people might be thinking, do we use the haunt there to be able to do the grinding section? No, because there's actually a much better natural like segment of Kamurocho to grind up in that you will see soon.
Alright, and now I got a big menu to do. That should be fine. It's just 5 less attack on 20.
if you care
You
that
Alt
much about it, you
F4?
could, yeah, you could either Alt F4 or since you're still in the menu, just go to load. You should have an autosave from the taxi
Yes.
here.
Yeah, top one. Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You might have to do
Yeah, I
the
might
jobs
have to
again,
do the
not
jobs,
sure.
but that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
No, jobs are already set.
No, nice.
Okay, so it saved after jobs. That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
No.
it's like as long as you don't leave the menu, you're okay. Just like if you encounter an enemy and they go and kill you, if you Alt F4, you'll still have an autosave from before you encountered them, so you won't lose money.
Zhao, because you get to be the back line, you get all of our
Oh, yeah, funny enough, he does still work as long as he's not in the party.
Yeah, he does
It's-
a great job wearing the crown.
Yep.
It looks so good on him.
It's essentially like the very early LAD route from when we first did that run, where we got the Hariki's amulet, which doesn't exist in this game, sadly, that despawns all enemies.
Whoa.
It still works on a party member as long as they are with you. They don't have to be in your active party. So that's the reason why we had to unequip the money stuff, the money charm and the happy lay of Tomizawa earlier, was because Tomizawa is taken completely away, not considered part of our party whatsoever. But Zhao is considered part of our party, he's just in the back line. So it still works. And that actually like frees up armor slots for everybody else, which is honestly really nice for the end game.
Very, very helpful for the end game. Now we begin a little bit of the grinding section. We use not fulminous, intoxication on, I can't see the target, on the sternworm. Causing me to get rid of the riffraff. Unfortunately, to do the fastest fight, I can't fit in a coffee. Because with just 2 modified rocket launchers, you too can defeat this fight in record times. And now actually what I actually came to a little bit of the conclusion to before I was checking out TJ's latest run, we can do 2 more fights. We got an XP buff on, so we're getting lots of XP, and it gets basically the 3 fights that we're gonna do before we start our actual grind are equivalent to about roughly like 8-9 fights. So doing these 3 is nice and speedy. This is I have hallucinogenic on the mascot. Mod liquid nitrogen. This guy's already weak to ice, so Kazumi does even more damage. Another liquid nitrogen. And Namba is fast enough that he can give him a... Oh, come on. That's the first time Namba actually hasn't outsped for me. Doesn't matter, we can give him a drink.
Without the prestige, rip.
Oh! That equip didn't go through. That's fine. Actually, I think I have an extra liquid nitrogen that I didn't use on Yamai, so I can just use that here. Rude. Yeah, that's an error on my part. That's an
It's
error on
better
my
to
part.
catch it now.
Yeah, better to catch it now than when we actually need the weapon equipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I had the Prestige equipped with the 1 drunk boost and all the extra magic that the Prestige had, that Sparkling Splash would have finished. Nanbo, what are you doing without your good without your good gear? And 1 more Keeper fight. This one actually does come in handy as well because this Keeper has a military insole. I haven't fully figured out where I want to use that military insole yet, other than in the very end game. But it is very nice to have another piece of incredible agility gear.
There is the space opera up those stairs. I assume we don't need it for material stuff later on.
Nope, not yet. There's a small potential that the space opera might get used as a wrong equip, which we can talk about as I get into the full grind.
Yeah.
but not really necessary in the way I currently have things routed out. Give a couple Poseidon powers onto Kiryu because I'm out of muscle sodas. Or I will be out of muscle sodas later. I don't want to go and get more. Oh, you're very far away. Now we just beat this guy into a pulp. And you can run out beyond the time if you start your combo after.
Keep the Dragon's Resurgence as well. The reason why Tom is doing a little quick step is to stop a cutscene from happening that punches the enemy and knocks them to the ground, which means that you can't keep your combo up as they're getting up. I like to roll away.
Get the tactical boots, Nanba, you get the Lolita shoes, the training gear. Tonhi, you go light speed. And Cycle, you optimize. Go to leather shoes. Wait, that's Sony. Gosh dang it. I had silver, Yakuza training gear. And you have light speed. And then you get the wind sneakers. Psycho, you get optimize, you get leather shoes. And that's it? I believe so. Yes. Now we begin the full extent of our grind section, which I recently mostly got into doing what TJ does, where we're just going to take a little beating in the first few fights.
Oh, you gave up the agility food?
Yeah, I did.
Yes, thank you.
It's very nice. It makes it consistent, but you're doing like a 30-second side detour after every third fight, which is unfortunately just not as fast. And with the pre-XP, Sonhi has a chance of just outspeeding everything even without the agility bump. So I can just substitution these first one, and I'll be focusing mostly just to get Kiryu to level 36 as fast as possible, because that's when Kiryu himself will outspeed the enemy. So I got Kiryu stacking XP currently. But yeah, we're going to be doing basically this for a good while. Sonhi won't outspeed everything right away, but it'll be very quick where she will. But yeah, at most, the enemies, they will have 3 turns ahead. Which those 3 turns are not enough to kill Kiryu. And Kiryu is going to be the focus of most attacks because he's the one who engages the fight.
So there's a couple of reasons why you're going to see the line through Kamurocho we take. It's quite simply, 1, very, very good EXP. 2, good money, because you'll see in some of these fights, and there's some of the ones that you can see from the map here, you'll see some enemies like look a little gold. Those are enemies that just give you more money, which is nice. And then also the other thing is we get a lot of good materials here for weapon grinding. Well, not for weapon grinding, for weapon levels.
Yeah. The downside of us doing those 3 fights earlier than I used to only do 1 fight early before starting this style of grind, is that we do get notably less upgrade materials.
No MP on Sonhi for sub.
Thank you. This is also why I bought the extra MP heals in Kamurocho. And this is our gold one, the Plutocrat Rat. This will get us a lot of XP. Right now, I'm not focused on grinding extra XP from it. Or not XP, extra money from it. We can fit in a Sengoku coffee that will get us an extra 500,000. But right now, just while Sonhi is doing her best to outspeed the enemy, I'm just going to be taking the fight as is. And then I'll worry about my money after.
The endpoint for money we want is around 16 million, right?
Yeah. It's about 15.5 million now because I bought the healing items before now.
Yeah, that usually is something that we will get during the appropriate level grind that we need from these enemies. And again, it's like it's really, really like tough to stress that like 1 level could be the difference between like winning and failing the final boss in this run.
Yeah, the difference between my strats are level 45 and TJ's, or my strats are level 46 and TJ's strats are for level 45. The strats are drastically different.
Yeah, if I attempt to do what Tom does, I will get annihilated.
Sir, you don't have to run that far away to throw a grenade at me. Yeah, Sonhee will start outspeeding most things now that she's level 33. But level 34, it's almost a guarantee that Sonhee will be outspeeding everything, even the skater enemies, which we haven't encountered, which is unfortunate because the skater enemies are the ones that give us the most XP. Because the skater enemies typically spawn in a group of between 3 and 6, and those 6 groups are where we get our good chunks. There's some skaters. Well, these guys will probably still outspeed, so... Oh, no. Nope.
Oh, on the motorcycle?
Oh, she didn't spawn Kiryu onto the motorcycle, dang.
Darn. That was cool. Haven't seen that.
But yeah, we're going to be at this for a good while, so we can talk about whatever we want while we're doing it. And one thing I think we should probably talk about is the wrong equip. And TJ, you're kind of our expert on wrong equip.
Calling anybody an expert at this point in time on wrong equip, I think is like a humongous stretch because there's still so much we don't know about it. But I will try and give a very brief rundown. What it essentially amounts to is you put a weapon on a party member in the opposite party. So like while you're using the Kiryu party in Japan, for example, let's say you put a weapon on anybody in Ichiban's party over in Hawaii. When they have that weapon equipped, if you go to one of many Julie Gearworks locations, you can material exchange any weapons that you have in your inventory, including weapons that are already equipped to characters. And I think that that's probably the only oversight they made that allows this to happen. I've looked at it in the item box before, and there is a check there that says if it's equipped, you cannot store it. So anyways, that's a bit of an aside. When you material exchange this weapon that is equipped to a character in the other team's party, you essentially give them a null weapon slot. I'm assuming that you know what null means, and if you don't know what it means, just imagine that they have like this empty space for a weapon slot, and the game is just like, oh yeah, you're holding a weapon. I don't know what weapon, but you've got one for sure, guaranteed. The game is wrong. I mean, it's like kind of right, but it's wrong. Anyways, during this specific scenario, if you go and open a safe or a container or buy a weapon or buy armor or get an accessory, any of the above, it will go into that character's weapon slot. It does not matter what it is. Well, for the most part, I'll
asterisk.
Yeah, asterisk. But yeah, so you could just have like somebody with insoles as their weapon. Do they hold them in battle? No, they don't. If it's a non-weapon that you give them in their weapon slot, they will just hold nothing in battle. And then they'll materialize a base weapon for whatever class they are when they do an attack. The obvious benefit to this is that you can put weapons on classes that they just would never have access to. I guess one of the bigger cases here would be like classes like Kunoichi have access to all 3 weapon affinity types. There's fire, there's ice or water or cold, however you want to say that one, and then there's electric or bolt, I don't know what it's actually called. But anyways, there's those 3, right? Of those 3, there is a 4-star ice knife. That one's really good, so you don't need to put ice on a Kunoichi because you already have access there. There's a fire weapon they get, and I think that's a 6-star, the Karasuma's Secret,
yeah,
something like
so.
that. Yeah. So that one's also good, though not as good as a 4-star, and I'll get into that later too. And their last option is the Plasmax knife, which is their only electric weapon. The problem there, though, is that that's a 2-star weapon. And yes, you can dump a lot of material into it, but that also means unless you dump a lot of material into it, it's not going to do any real damage. So, what if you were to circumvent that? What if you used wrong equip to get a good star rating weapon with electric affinity on a Kunoichi? Well, it's going to be a lot better than the Plasmax knife immediately, right? And that's currently something that we're looking into. It was mentioned earlier that over by the Bond Scientist, one of the crowns that Tom fought, the one that dropped the military insoles there is a gold safe with the Space Opera inside of it. The Space Opera is a Desperado weapon. It's a 5-star gun with electric affinity and a bonus chance to get +1 agility with every skill or attack that you use with whoever's holding that weapon. That skill also carries over onto whoever wrong equips it, even though they, well, shouldn't be able to have it. That's obviously not the only weapon that we're looking at right now, but it's definitely one of the front runners. Another option is we were considering opening up the Chao Kalong sub-story, doing that fight, and then going to the armory afterwards that Chao Kalong lets you access. He goes and sells a breaker anklet weapon, the light anklet, I believe it is, which is a 6-star electric breaker anklet. I don't think it has any special effect, but being a 6-star means that it has the highest base damage possible without investing anything into it. So, that would be really cool. Plus, we do already use a breaker character in Ichiban. And normally we buy a 6-star weapon for him. So it's like, okay, well, what if we wrong equip that onto a Kunoichi, and then we give it to Ichiban when he actually needs it to do damage. And then we wrong equip it back onto the Kunoichi. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. Right? And we didn't think that would be possible at first. But due to the efforts of many different community members researching this wrong equip stuff so far, we found that, yeah, it is possible. Now, what does that mean for the Kunoichi overall? Well, we need a bunch of weapons that we can material exchange on them to get the null weapon slot, and then, okay, well, we already have the light anklet, we can't just purchase it to wrong equip it, so how do we get it on from there? That's where the item box comes in. The item box can be used as an alternative source where you go and put something in the item box. I say something, but it has to be like weapon, armor, accessory, you know the deal. And when you go and pull it back out of the item box, it counts as a weapon or armor or accessory get, as if you were buying it or as if you were getting it from a container, which means that that gives you a chance to wrong equip it again. So, you material exchange a weapon on a Kunoichi, probably just a weak weapon like the Hero's Knife, because we have the opportunity to buy those, and they're really cheap. They're $120. It's not much. And then you go and wrong equip the light anklet, because the fights that you want to use the Kunoichi for are weak to electric. And then you go into the next chapter, Ichiban just takes the weapon. You don't have to wrong equip there because Ichiban's already a breaker. Uses it for that. But you also have to set up the Kunoichi again in order to wrong equip, because once you wrong equip once, it uses up that null equip slot. So, you just kind of have to repeat.
Yeah. So we have a lot of thinking to do about how we best want to make use of this wrong equip method. It's
yeah.
This is why it's taking a while, is because there's a lot of permutations and it's complicated.
Well, yeah, exactly. There's so many things we can do, and of all the babbling I just did and filling your eardrums there, that was only talking about like 2 weapon possibilities. Do you know how many weapons there are in this game? I don't, and I don't want to find out.
It's a few hundred.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I don't want to have to go through every single one, but we also have to entertain the idea that every single weapon could be useful.
Yeah, it is. It is a wild time. We are not currently using this glitch at all in the route I'll be doing and what TJ has for their current world record. But
Yeah.
I expect that we will end up implementing it in some shape or form. 'Cause, if we upgrade one weapon and one weapon only, or for the most part of the game, like if we only upgrade the prestige from now until basically near the finale, that would be perfect. Because the big issue with kind of what I'm doing and why I'm doing, like TJ would be done with their grind already. Like their strats are different than mine. But I'm getting a lot of extra materials because I want to get extra upgrade materials so that I can kind of upgrade to
The Plasmax Knife.
Oh, don't bring out Pocket Circuit. Ah, shoot. Oh,
What?
okay, well, that's fine. Oh, didn't need that.
That might do it. Nice.
I messed up there. I have certain strats for how to fit in Sengoku coffees with Kiryu being fast so that I can get the extra money. But I messed up there. I needed to instantly do a coffee before doing the summon with Kiryu and then substitution back to Kiryu. Oh, I'm lucky that didn't kill.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah,
brain.
because it doesn't kill the plutocrat rats, that means we can easily fit in a coffee. Do these actually have coffee?
I don't know.
Dang it.
No.
How much coffee do I have?
That's one thing that I will lament about from all the Yakuza games to the newer Like a Dragons. With K2, we actually had different colored vending machines for the ones that had muscle soda in compared to the red ones that had, your coffee and stuff in it. So I kind of do miss that. I'm not quite sure why they went backwards on that.
Yeah, the blue ones are all 100% consistent. They're all very weak, mostly like the advertiser paid to be in here. The Mountain Dew, the CC Lemon, the Boss Coffee, all that stuff. But the red ones are different depending on the area and depending on which segment of the area. Some of them have muscle soda and kiwami drink. Some of them have quickness lemon and coffee. But it's like difficult to know off the top of your head exactly which one is which.
And the best part is they change it game to game as per usual.
Oh, do they? I didn't know that.
Thanks, RGG.
Ay, ay, ay.
The worst part about learning any RGG is when they change up the vending machines and when they change up the taxi list.
Yeah.
Yeah, having muscle memory with more than one Yakuza game is
The Isazaki Jincho stuff sucks. Because, with the taxi list there, in LAD, we obviously only get the taxis that we need for the run, so it keeps it quite concise. Then Lost Judgment adds in every single taxi, and they're in different places on the list, like Bar Survive is near the bottom rather than the top. And then in this game, they change up the positions a little bit more as well. And as well, it's like when you're going out of town for story stuff, sometimes depending on the game, it's the top option. Sometimes depending on the game, it's the bottom option.
To address a question in chat there, yes, if you wrong equip an armor into a weapon slot, you do keep the stats of the armor. You'll lose all of your offensive stats, of course, but you will get the bonus defense from it. Does wrong equip remain if you NG+? I don't know. I have not done NG+ stuff at all, so I can't answer that.
Yeah, New Game Plus stuff, you wouldn't need it. New Game Plus stuff, you kind of just hit the win button every fight because you have all your essences and everything.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
have world record in New Game Plus, just not uploaded to SRC. It is literally you go from point A, point B, use laser, or somehow if someone goes ahead of Itchy, which is sometimes usually Jungi Han, his multi-hitting AoE essence attack, and then just press stop. That's it. Even on Legend. Some fights need 2, some fights need 1.
Yeah. Because the downside of the way that they handled New Game Plus, or the way that we can do things for New Game Plus, is that technically speaking, we can just infinitely grind stats to max. And
Yes,
basically, you're entering into New Game Plus with everyone max level, max every single stat, doing multiple thousands of damage without any buffs whatsoever. You just hit the win button.
Yeah, we are talking you can keep going on those stats with any of the books that you can grind from the like Hawaiian Horn or like the stuff that's in Japan. Like literally, like you can just keep going. It's ridiculous. Like it was the same in LAD as well. We actually had somebody come in and accuse PC runners of cheating because they couldn't do that on console when you can. You just have to grind that out.
Yeah.
It's just not a pleasant process.
No.
To grind
Which is
for
why we have
1,000 hours.
For PC. Yeah, for the PC version, we have a mandated save in the resources page on SRC that if you want to do a New Game Plus run, use that.
Yeah. We're almost done with our grind. Probably only like a couple more fights.
Yeah, we had a discussion about the New Game Plus thing, and essentially the bottom line was it shouldn't come into how long have you decided to grind out the run for to be overpowered. It should come down to like a natural skill / menuing kind of run, where the better you are at menuing, the better you are at that, the more skill you have towards that run. So that's why we had that mandated save of just, hey, you can use this save that's like maxed out, and then everyone's on the same level, even playing field, and it comes down to skill and menuing.
I'll do one more fight just to be safe, but I think I'm about at that criteria that I usually cut off, which is like, my criteria is like Sonhee and Nanba are like 37.75 in their level. So their XP gauge will be like just under the 3, which we will see after this. I should have it.
We still do that
So, yeah,
ground
plenty.
fight you're next to later on in the run.
We do. And actually, TJ does it in chapter 12 really smartly.
Yep.
Which will give us another Transcendent Insole later on, but I have not been able to rub that in quite yet, so I am not going to do that, unfortunately. But our grind is done, so we can just use everything we got from that grind and head on out to the final bits of this chapter.
Yeah, I guess we should say as well, some of the crown fights from this point onwards, they respawn later. I can't remember if we ever figured out how that happens, but at some point they respawn.
I thought it was mostly post-game, where they can infinitely spawn.
I'm not sure about the infinite spawn, but I know they respawn at some point during the story. That's how I got to the anti-sleep headband.
I have no idea. It sounds cool though. It's worth looking into.
We got our jobs updated. We had mostly Sayako on idle just so that she didn't outspeed Ichi. We only need her to be like level 12 for what I wanted for my strats. Okay, material exchange. Everything except for the bottom 3. Let's get as much materials as we can get our hands on. Upgrade, and we're going to put that all into host to start, get it to 30. Equip the brand, the Seal of Flames. Then we're going to put the rest into Kunoichi, the Plasmax.
Oh, that's not good.
You needed to F4.
Okay,
That should be fine. I think I can get it back later, and my strat isn't dependent on it until I get back to there. Should be fine. I might just
So-
have to go like a little bit out of the way.
Yeah,
I forgot. I was
you're
in
gonna have
the wrong menu.
go buy some fragments. I think it'll have auto saved because you alt F4'd
Yes.
after you left the
Oh,
conversation there.
Yeah.
You're right.
So yeah, you're gonna have to go to East Hamakita Park, go and buy what is it, 15 fragments? That shouldn't be very much.
Yeah.
And then you'll have to buy another hero's knife in chapter 11,
Mhm.
unless you want to fight the crown in North Chinatown.
No, I don't want to fight the crown in North Chinatown. That's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Either.
Gear. Yeah, I did get rid of it. That should be fine. Yeah, I'll do with that. My strat is not dependent on damage right now for that. So yeah, I'll just have to get that later. I'll go to the park, get more upgrade materials, and grab an extra one. Oh, sorry about that. Yes. Game audio.
If you can reshare in Discord too.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
All good. It happens. I mean, you were prepared for it, so we understand.
Okay, everything should be back. Let me know if I need to fix anything else. That's the first time I've ever messed that up and accidentally dismantled the weapon I need. It's the left one. Oh, I don't need to talk to you, Date.
Here you go, live your life, dude. Come on. What you doing?
I'll just buy 30.
Yeah, that
I got
should be
plenty
good.
of money. Gear. You'll stay as Sharktooth for now. Okay. Yeah, luckily my strats are not dependent on having Plasmax damage yet, so it won't hurt us there. I just need to recreate the weapon. Didn't want another XP meal. Don't need the table talk anymore, but pops up. Yep. And now to Janai Station, and we can finally finish this chapter. On the fly routing is so fun. What was that?
You don't go and use Shadow Clone on Sawashiro, do you?
No.
Okay, then you're fine.
Yeah, because
Or
we have.
Throat Slitter, I suppose.
Yeah, I used to use Sonhi more as damage, but because I'm doing less grinding or I get less materials, it's not viable for Sonhi to be the damage dealer anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah, just making sure.
We have a little bit more grenades left, so let's get those out of our inventory. Those are the last of the regular grenades that I'm going to be getting for the run. Because I have an alternate grenade. Because I have the samurai class.
Speaking of good boss themes,
That's an amazing boss theme. If only it wasn't a boss that we just grinded out. So it's a really fun boss fight. He doesn't get to play the game.
yeah, it's actually a really good thing we did grind him out because we used to do the grind at this boss, and this boss has one move in particular that is terrifying.
Hello, Sawashiro. Say hi to Kazumi. And here's our makeshift grenade that we have easy access to. Namba is good and powerful, though, with his prestige. And we also have access to the Wonder Cocktail. It's not double damage, but it's slightly less than double damage for their next turn. So while we're waiting for his next turn, buff that Namba up.
The nice thing is you can see is it makes him slightly drunk as well, which goes towards the prestigious special thing.
Sure does. Sawashiro's not weak to fire yet, by the way. He's not weak to fire. So we did a good chunk of buffing onto Nanba there to get him to chunk him into the final phase. But now that we enter the final phase, Sawashiro is weak to all elements, and that means he's weak to fire. So we get that buff, and we're gonna buff up Nanba even more. And you can probably guess about how that's gonna go. I can probably skip this. It's a little bit faster to actually fail that. To fail this that last QTE. Buff up. Drink a little coffee. And substitution jutsu is so powerful. Sony's got a turn, but now it's Nanba's turn. Max magic buff, 2-tier drunk buff, and a buff that makes him his next attack like 1.6 times stronger. And Sawashiro is now weak to fire. Goodbye, Sawashiro. Yep.
Now you'll understand
powerful.
exactly what we've been building up for.
And if Nanba didn't even finish that off, Kiryu was fast enough that he has another turn after to do another burning arrow. Host is good.
I'm stunned they just made it better than LAD when it was already really good.
Refill the Street Surfer. I think I need to refill the coffees. And then we can close out this chapter, and I think that's just about good enough time for one more break. Because now that we're done with most of the grinding, the rest of the game is pretty much, we're going through hard stuff after hard stuff. We can pause now. So we got a heck of a next hour segment.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So during these longer segments, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. As a reminder, AGDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through 12th. Registration and hotel booking are now open. You can go to gamesdonequick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates tab to learn more. We'll be back after just this quick break, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We are in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever y'all are ready.
Let's get back to it in 3, 2, 1, go. We were done with our grind. We said goodbye to Sawashiro. Now we're back in Hawaii. Now all that grinding will come into play, and that'll give us a healthy boost for everything we need to do in this chapter in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of money now, which is what I was doing all the money grinding bits in the grind for all those extra coffees I used. Mostly just to get Ichi a very strong weapon that I'll be getting after this. Because we don't really rely on Ichi's damage much, but he does have a very powerful option in Ultimate Tag Team that is only affected by Ichi's strength and only Ichi's strength. So the times when we do want to use it, Ichi needs some good damage. Ichi. You get the tactical boots for speed. Speed XP. Tomi. Oh my gosh, I have a cat again. And Tomy can just start with that. Get the wind sneakers for speed, and now he gets the prestige. You got to remember to do that. Adachi gets the crown. He gets the battle boots. He gets lucky money. And he gets the fairy. Okay. Kitty cat. I got a run to do. Our main hideout's been ransacked. Oh no. We got to go to the second hideout, aka Kiryu's hotel room. I have a very needy pup that needs to go outside. Riza, outside. Outside. Riza, you're being called outside. Why are you going to me? Go. Go. Pup. Silly pup. And now that I did the HP and MP item shop, now that I did that in chapter 9, we can just drive straight on over to where we need to go for this chapter. No little back step necessary. And Ichi's on breaker. Ichi is heckin' fast. A lot of these enemies are weak to ice. You know what that means. It means Kazumi. It always means Kazumi.
It really does. Kazumi is just so good.
Yeah, the pound mates are a very mixed change. The weak pound mates are incredibly weak and almost useless. The middle ones are way too powerful.
I'm not a fan because they also lost their uniqueness. Like, I'm not saying we needed more men in diapers again, but they were two fantastic poundmates for LAD's run and just allowed us to survive the late game with relatively little problems in the case of Mr. Feels No Pain. So, I don't know. I kind of like the changes because some of them are good, but at the same time, Kazumi's busted.
Yeah. Kazumi's a little busted. Oh yeah, I forgot. Chitose has turned out has been the one blackmailing us the whole dang time. But she was blackmailing us because she was getting blackmailed. Oh my goodness. It's a whole chain of nonsense. But now Chitose's back. We can't go anywhere without our rocket launchers and our one use of an XP meal in Hawaii.
Aloha.
Which this only works because we can actually skip a fight in the upcoming set piece. Otherwise, this would not be worth it. Here, Adachi, you get damage. Chitose, you get optimized, you get money, and you get fairy lay. Yeah, luckily with my mishap in the previous chapter where I accidentally sold the Plasmax knife that we need, luckily with my current strats, I don't need it. Oh, actually, speaking of that, I need to go buy a thing before getting the set piece going.
I was just about to ask about that.
Yeah, there's in some of the set pieces in Hawaii, we can still run around a little bit after the set piece is over. Not this one. It ends the chapter and we are back in Japan as soon as the set piece ends. So we need to just buy one hero's knife. I can do the crafting of it next chapter. Oh, come on. Downside of the street surfers, you really want to be facing the direction you're going to go before you hop on.
Yeah, that thing's turning radius is a bit rough.
They found out that we were working with Yamai to protect Ichi's mom. So now all the cult members from within the ranks of all the other mafia members are all swarming Yamai's hideout. We gotta go get them away. Luckily, Yamai can deal with most things. He can't deal with the barrels. But they're weak to fire. And this is why I get samurai. But honestly, a modified grenade does the trick.
Yeah, but burning arrow's cooler.
It sure is. Now we get a lovely trick that we haven't used until now. We purposely put on the XP gear that decreases Tomi's armor for a bit because when we take it off, he has reduced MP, which means we can get him drunk before the battle even starts. So we can get him a magic boosting buff without even having to get a food buff for it. Which is desperately needed because we fought these guys in LAD. So nice, let's fight them twice. Again, I don't know why the cranes can scream. But they're back and we're gonna boost our Kazumi. This is the first use of a boost. It costs 5 million yen to do so, but it is very strong. 2250 because they are weak to Kazumi. Buff up Tome being quick. Tomi gets one turn, and that one turn is all we need with all the buffs. This is why we wanted level 18 on Tomi's Cavi, because it gets us the Battery Storm, and this AoE is massive and strong. And without skipping that one fight that we skipped on the way to the cranes, we would not have been able to carry the XP meal up to the crane fight. So that XP meal gets us a very healthy chunk of speed. Suppression Helm because it's great gear. Ichi. Optimize, you get the Dragon's Binding, Value Pack Insult Tomi, you get Transcendent Insoles, we need a Speedy Tomi, and Chitose, you need a little bit of speed. Okay. So want to be a little bit safe going into this upcoming fight because this large enemy that we're going to be fighting is not immune, or is immune to Adachi's arrest, which is very unfortunate. So we do have to chip away at all the damage. And he's weak to gun, which is Burning Arrow, which is great for us. So this fight is probably notably faster than TJ's route, just because we have access to a good gun move. But it is one of the few scenarios where the Burning Arrow is like substantially better than without it. Because there's not many fights that we need that extra gun damage, but it is very helpful when we do. Also, we can't skip this cutscene until now.
But it's a good cutscene.
It is a good cutscene. And the reason we put Dragon's Binding onto Ichi is because this guy loves to focus him. Intoxication. Make him weak to fire. Kazumi to get rid of all the riff-raff, as always. And we have 3 members that have access to a good fire move. Fire and gun. Speedy Tomi, so that Tomi can go right here and take out the majority of these guys. And Adachi's got good damage himself. The Chef's Cutlery Clash is incredible. So our split fight is already back to a one full team fight, 1 versus 4. And this guy has a lot of HP to work through. Oh, don't paralyze. Nice. Sapoporic, let's reduce his defense. If we were lucky, he fell asleep, but unfortunately not. That's okay. Now we just Burning Arrow Rose and Burning Arrow to success. Because Tommy's still a little bit drunk from the previous fight, so he still gets a little bit of a buff here. Could do a little bit more, but it doesn't particularly matter too much. I think I have an extra coffee. I'm just going to use it here. Just get a little bit of extra safety money. I don't think it's necessary, but it's nice to have. And burning arrow to success. The samurai story.
So, based purely on the music, I think that was roughly the same time as my fight.
Wow. Saying all my strategies are trash.
That is not what I said! You have to remember, I took a lot of my strategies from you, so...
Very fair. But yeah, that's like one of the things that's it's nice, but like, because we have so much damage on the prestige and we can stack everything with extra drunk and do wonder cocktail to increase your drunk and power up the next move. Like, focusing only on the damage on Nanba or on Tomi is fast in its own regard.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, gear, Tomi. You don't need to do things, but you do. Oh, wrong person. Dragon's Binding. Go to Superpower Ring. And Tomi, you get optimize only the armor, just in case. And Jeweled Bracelet. Should be it. I'm going to save just before this.
Good idea.
Just because this fight can be terrible if it really wants to. Mine shouldn't be terrible anymore, but I'm just going to be cautious. Just because I have not done it like as much testing as I would feel comfortable.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm also Soda on to Ichi because Ichi's finally gonna break out the ultimate tag team. And with all the damage he has and the good gear, wipes out everyone. This gentleman is weak to fire, but I want to be able to mix in a Sengoku coffee. I could probably finish him off on Adachi's turn, but I'm going to get a coffee in instead.
I was hoping that Rose Stinger was going to charm there. Would have been able to show something cool off.
I don't think I've ever had it charm before.
Okay, well, it's a super low chance. If you get the charm and this guy is the only guy alive, then you skip the video intermission from
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. Phase 1 done. Now we're to the scary phase, where the big boss of this one has a move that throws like 5 grenades out. If you're unlucky, like 4 of those grenades will hit one enemy. Ichi has a piece of armor on that's resistant to fire, so it's not too dangerous, but it's still terrifying. Boosted Kazumi will get this poison out of our system. And now, finally, Adachi gets his time to shine. Those happy spatulas are going to work. Because Cutlery Crash is good. Cool, 1800.
Out in chat.
Do a little muscle off. And it takes... The game really wants you to try hard for the mash, but because I've been mashing with almost every game I've played, the mashing requirement is like 20 seconds before. It's already done 20 seconds before it gives me a chance to. Now that we've entered here, get a little bit of extra damage in with the Rose. He does his big powerful move. Oh, wow. You didn't even do it. That's bad, though. Don't sleep. This is actually odd. I don't...
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it. He didn't do his ultimate move. Goodbye.
Nice.
Itachi's real time to shine as a chef. Oh my god, kitty cat.
Yeah, blade damage is so good in that chapter, and Chef Cutlery Crash delivers.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest blade moves in the game. And gives us more reason to get that happy spatula. But we might be able to weapon swap it so that we don't do the 30-second trip to go get it. It's a long trip to get the happy spatula.
Yeah.
As well as the fact that, like, what I was doing before relying on Adachi's damage. Sorry, actually, I need to focus on this. But before I was relying on Adachi's damage, I was using Shadow Clone Jutsu, and I was using extra Kiwami drinks to get Chitose up high enough level to be able to use it, which was a pain in the butt to do.
Yeah. I can explain if you'd like to focus on
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, for sure. So the biggest reason that Chitose was used before is that Kunoichi, on top of being an already excellent support class, it has access to one of the best blade moves in the game, bar none, in Shadow Clone Jutsu. That attack can hit up to 5 different times, each of them boosted by whatever attack buffs you have active on your Kunoichi, and it's just insane damage. On top of all that, it lowers your agility by 1 afterwards, which sounds like a problem, but, well, most of the time you're going to kill with it, number 1. And number 2, if you don't kill with it and you want to go and give another agility buff to keep your current agility buff rolling, it gives you the -1 right there, so you can reapply the buff, no problem.
Absolutely. But yeah, but because, well, if I didn't do my big mistake, I used to have, like, the Plasmax knife used to be, like, at level 24 or level 42, like a very, very high level, so Chitose had great damage, but because we're not getting nearly as much materials, that just isn't the case anymore. So it's just a lot easier where we don't even have to worry about that weapon yet. Now we need the Kiwami drinks and refill our muscle sodas now that we used all 5 of them. Oh shoot, I realized that. I didn't do the crafting yet, but that'll be fine. It'll just lead a slightly slow fight. Coming up after this one. This one's a nice easy Kazumi. But the next fight has a lot of HP that we have to turn through, and normally I would have a pretty good Plasmax on Sonhee for it, but she just has the shark tooth, so probably have to do a couple more turns. Namba will probably have to wish him happy birthday or something.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
So yeah, back in Japan, we're going to Kamurocho, where we have to do, like, honestly, so like some forced sub-stories almost, just like revisiting some old friends from previous games. The last one I think was Yakuza 6? Yeah.
Yep. And she wasn't even main story. She was the girl who introduced the whole Onamichio stuff that people love. This game has some wildly deep references in it.
Yeah. We get to do this. Wish this gentleman happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Such a good skill.
It's honestly a pretty good skill, but it's unfortunately non-elemental magic, so there's no way to increase its damage.
Yeah.
Unless if you knock an enemy into a wall, it does amazing damage, but But unfortunately, yeah, because it's not elemental, that's the best we can do. And that forced sub-story that we had to do, I can't remember her name, but she was a part of Forshine.
Koyuki?
Yes. One half of the main duo at Forshine. Now we get to go say hi to the other. And we're going to go back to Kamurocho to finish up that to get the second best and very vital other summon for this speedrun. It's not just the Kazumi party.
I love the fact that it was the girls that turned up to be the second best summon and we used them.
Buff up all the way to rank 4 here. Craft. Get that Plasmax life back. Weapons. Let's see. Hosts gets the brand, gets the Seal of Flames EX, Seal of Snow EX, more powerful extra buffs. Dump just about everything we can. Oh, not everything. Wow, I'm doing really good on materials. 40 should be enough. I want to save some for extra later. And brand it with the Seal of Bolts EX and the Seal of Severance EX. Blade and electric damage increase. I need to swap their weapons. That is. So, Sonhees, that's Psychos. Now we go back to Kamurocho. So we want to finish up Forshine. And our fastest way, because we're going to be using an agility buff later anyway for the upcoming big, hypest boss fight of the speedrun. We're going to get this agility buff here. This is also a really good reason why it's very smart when I saw TJ do the keeper fight during this sequence, because we have one fight's worth of extra agility buff that we got. And we can actually use that really well against a certain keeper that I have not routed into Chapter 12, but it most certainly will be.
Yeah, it's a good time for it as long as you have the damage. And realistically, you will, because Nanba can go and nuke him. It just is a couple extra jutsus.
Those jerks came right back. They're a little bit stronger than they were before. Not strong enough to survive that, and agility buff stacks with Shadow Clone Jutsu, one of the most powerful skills in the game.
Nice.
Easy. Shadow Clone Jutsu does significantly more damage per agility buff you have, and it stacks on top of all your other damage increasing buffs, so it's very, very powerful. Okay, menu before the big fight. Superpower ring. Nanba, you get shield bracelet and military insole. Sonhi, you get speed. And with Psycho, you get the transcendent insoles of the happy way. Need to fill up MP. Back to Ijin show, and then I'm saving before this fight. After this fight is when we're going to do our break, but this fight is a doozy, and if it goes wrong, yeah, we're going to need that backup save. My strats need an update, that's for sure. It is a pretty consistent strat, but it is not a guarantee. But this fight is probably the hypest moment in casual play, and it is a terrifying boss fight. Without the grinding that we've done, this fight is impossible.
Sometimes it even feels like even with the grinding that we've done.
Yeah, it sure does. Because not one, not two, but 3 whole Jimas. And they are all strong. We have to menu quick here. Hopefully we can catch them before they spread apart. Mostly just need to hit the Daigo and Majima. They should be lined up hopefully well enough for a follow-up attack. Because we got Essence of a Rose Typhoon. That should hit all 3. That's perfect. Perfect.
Nice. Yeah, great start.
And the reason I do all that much damage to start off is because that hits this QTE. And this QTE is what drops the damage gate. Normally you can only do like roughly 3,000 max to any of them, and then they just won't take any more damage. This cutscene is what drops that damage gate. So now we can finish them all. So activating that as soon as possible so we can then do everything else to take them down is a big, big boom. Also, its cutscene, it accounts for half the fight. A very long mid-fight cutscene.
It's cool that you have Songhee going up inside you, Malone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dang, girl. You can handle the strongest wrestler, man.
Yep.
This turns out to Majima's turn. When how he goes, he almost always goes straight into the doppelganger.
Just like LAD.
Yeah, which is perfectly fine for us because we got Force Shine Fever. Does 1,000 blunt damage to all enemies and also increases our attack. Gives us 1 stage of the attack buff. And I'm focusing Daigo specifically here. I could try and group up others, but I'm focusing on Daigo so that I can hopefully, with this extra bit of damage from Songhee, I can take Daigo out before he gets his big spirit attack, which gives a defensive buff to the entire enemy party. Which is what I succeeded. He's down to 1 HP and he enters into the Remembrance. And we have to beat him up to all the memories of him. And if we end it correctly, please be final hit. Yeah!
Nice.
And fun fact, in these memory bits, you can go down to 1 HP and not die, but you'll come out of them in 1 HP. So be aware of that. Sure do like coming out of Daigo to be face to face with Saejima at 1 HP. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's terrifying. And now that we're done with the defensive guy, Majima's gonna have 1 turn and he should do his spirit, which just gives him an evasion boost. But that does not matter because magic attacks don't care about that. We're gonna quick get Songhee set up for the future, and then Nanba. Majima's looking low enough. I should be able to just Essence of... he's not close enough. I'm just gonna be careful. It would be nice to get a little bit of extra damage onto Saejima, but that takes Majima out of the picture. Saejima should get exactly 1 attack. Oh, please don't stun.
Oh, and Psycho walked into it.
That's okay. It's pretty manageable. I got the all-purpose remedy for it. Kiryu's turn's not the most important either.
I was wondering, yeah, the OSTs are obviously from previous games. You can see all the memories of that character in the background. It's such a cool fight.
Mm-hmm. It's an amazing fight. All-purpose remedy. I'm a little low on HP, so if I can't finish off here, I'm gonna have to heal with Songhee. I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm not gonna take a risk with it.
Good idea.
Sayako's take team is incredibly good. That is a full party heal no matter where they are, and it heals any negative status effects. It is so good. And I'm gonna actually use this time to just buff up. Get a little bit of extra damage. Yeah, it was a good idea to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
This
I don't
move
think
sucks.
Psycho will die, but it hurts.
Yes, it's AoE as well.
I unfortunately didn't get a debuff or an electrical debuff onto Seijima like I normally would have wanted, but that's okay. He's weak to ice innately. And he's not quite dead. Okay, well, that was nice.
He might be now.
Now he is.
Yeah.
No, I was in rush mode. I forgot. But that actually gives me enough time to do one last Kiwami drink on Sonhee, just to be safe on XP. And this fight is over. Because we cannot, as Froob said, we cannot die in these sequences. So the fight... Okay, well, I need you to hit the target.
Where did he go?
Beautiful. Played it a little safe at the end there, but I'll take it safe over dying because like an 8-minute long fight. It's a long one.
Just before I forget here, you only got 14 mil yen from that. Normally you get 20, I thought. So
I
your
didn't get a
equips. You
coffee.
might be missing... Oh, you didn't get a coffee. Okay, my bad.
No, that's perfectly fine. And after that hypeness, actually, it's a little bit of a short segment, but it's probably the best time to take a break before what's upcoming. So we can pause here.
We'll take that final break here. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour. So just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just as a quick reminder, UBF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Back to Black, which will be live February 7th through 9th. Run submissions are open now through November 5th. You can go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more information. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Whenever y'all are ready.
Yeah, let's get back to it in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, should be clicked into the game. That would certainly help. Now we've successfully defeated the 3 Jimas in one of the most terrifying fights of the speedrun. And now we've found out that the Seiryu clan sure is acting a whole lot like a Yakuza. To no one's real surprise. Yeah. Gotta get another buff meal before we head on over. It wasn't already suspicious enough that they took over the old Dojo Clan HQ. Yeah, they're doing a whole lot of nonsense. We enter in and get some very good XP fights in the beginning of the set piece. And we're off. Don't really have to change anything up from the previous fight. We can just head on straight in. And hopefully these first couple fights cooperate. Because they've been a pain in the butt for me recently with enemies running out of the group.
Yeah, I feel that. Good catch on the fully drunk Songhee and Nanba, by the way. I lost a run to that a week ago.
Oh, gosh. Oh, that is the wrong target. Okay, well, nah, I don't have an alternative. This is just going to be a bit of a slow fight. Needed to go to Nanba, not to Kiryu, because Nanba's got a big ol' AoE.
Yeah, Nanba does such a good job in these opening mobs here.
And Queen's Call cleans up any stragglers real quick. Now let's do it right the first time. Let's swap to Nanba. No! There goes that
Where
guy.
are you going? We've got Bust to catch. He's off.
And now we're on to the big guy. This guy honestly can one-shot some of our team members.
Yeah.
It's actually incredible how much damage he outputs. But we have an answer for it. Gonna buff up a little bit beforehand. show him what a rocket launcher does.
結構調子いいかも。容赦しない。
And he is weak to fire. Namba's got a good supply of that. I used to do enough damage with Sonhee, but because she will typically have less damage than this, it's just more consistent to double up Nanba instead of double up Psycho, even if it loses a little bit of time. It's better than him one-shotting one of our party members.
Yeah, for sure. This guy is half the reason that I started buying another 3 down jackets and just throwing them on everybody.
I was wondering why you got that. Because the down jacket is a very weak piece of armor that we get early, but it has an innate resistance to blunt attacks. So it's like a 25% resistance. That's very, very useful.
Yeah, I find it to be a little bit better than the best pieces of armor that you can give to your party members at this point in the game, specifically for that guy.
So an optimize size, optimize, and it's happy lay back. Now we've entered a good phase of the game. Because not only can Kiryu be nice and fast to deal with many of these ads fights, but now Kiryu in the Dragon of Dojima has the easiest accessible all enemies attack in Essence of Dragon God, and having something that's not dependent on enemies being grouped together for us is so useful.
Seriously, yeah. Just having a screen-wide wipe, humongous. It's so good.
It's very, very strong, but we can only use it pretty sparingly because it takes 90 MP to use. It takes a whole lot. Oh, wow. Nice kick, finished it off. And this actually is one of the very notable QTEs. It is probably like 5 seconds faster to fail this QTE.
Yeah, this one's a huge difference.
Q, you got it. I know you're not doing so great health-wise, but you got it. I believe. He didn't have it. And this guy won't even attack again, so no big thing for us. Just dish out more damage. He's gonna get 1 turn, and he's gonna try and buff himself, and that is not gonna help him a whole lot. And he guarded. The fool. I'll get up. Thank you. Probably could have just done a throat slitter because that breaks guard and does extra damage when it breaks guard.
Yeah. It's fine.
Grab some ultimate armors. This is the point in the game where some of our allies will be able to get ultimate armors. And they are very, very powerful. Sonhee's, especially in combination with Kunoichi's. Sonhee's now gives her a roughly 50% chance to get a free agility buff at the beginning of every single one of her turns. And we have Shadow Clone Jutsu that gets more powerful with more agility. Sonhee as Kunoichi is very, very good. And we just have to pick which summon we're using for these fights. It's 1 less button input to do 4 Shine versus Kazumi, so it's technically 0.02 seconds faster every time to do 4 Shine over Kazumi. But these last 2 have some large HP enemies that are conveniently weak to ice, so we gotta use Kazumi. Gear, Nanba, you need to do... Why don't you have any shoes on? That's interesting.
That's just a great question in general.
And we're going to pre-drink Nanba for this upcoming fight. Yeah, Definitely a large improvement over or me being able to speed up is just be much better with these menus and try to plan some strats around a minimal menuing. Because yeah, menuing is a big time sink in these runs.
Mm-hmm.
Kiryu gets to do some clowning on some enemies in this fight. So much that he kind of just gets the taunt at the beginning of it. Kiryu doesn't really need to do anything right now other than set up rush, so he's just going to take a drink. And we want to cut immediately into the cutscene of this fight. Main guy's weak to fire. We know what to do with that. There's half of his HP. End of the cutscene. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm doing this in a very silly way.
Yeah? What do you mean?
I should. I think no. Actually, I'm relying on the little bit of extra damage from. Oh, that's right. I fail it. You gain like a second by failing this QT. It's almost nothing.
Yeah.
I'm relying on the extra Essence of Dragon God once the damage gate is down. Because just like in many other fights, it is the enemies will have a damage gate. They'll have a damage gate before the cutscene starts. So just to make sure that guy loses the damage gate. And Throat Slitter is enough to finish. Because yeah, if I did Essence of Dragon God early, I think the Rose would lose some of its damage. It'd probably hit damage gate. But I should test that instead of thinking about it.
Well, I was watching what you did there, and I think in your strats, yeah, you're probably right. You would lose some damage from the Rose Stinger there. In my strats, though, I think what you did would actually be better. So I think I may steal that.
Go for it. Also, sir, you're not Sephiroth. You don't need a blade that long. It's so impractical. Also, I'm pretty sure this vase broke in the last cutscene. Who put a new one there? Okay, maybe the big blade is good for something. And now, because we didn't use any summons, we have ample opportunity for it. Kiryu used up some MP, so he's gonna get that back. Shoot, Sony is not supposed to go first, so I'm a little confused. Oh, wait. No, that's right. Sorry. Got myself all mixed up because when the turn order is like not exactly what I remember it, it's just like, oh, where do I go? Second Four Shine. Let's get that muscle buff up to 2. All the enemies are weak. Finish them off with the Dragon God. And the idle ability that we're finally going to use. Narasaki's already weak to electric, so how about another 45% in decrease to the damage there? One Rose. He is resistant to Blade, but luckily we got Queen's Claw. Kiwami, our last one, onto Nanba. And one final Queen's Claw should do the trick. Hopefully. If not, doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot. I didn't hit the button prompt.
Aww.
Finish mine. One of the 2 times we will see Playful Splash be used. In my route, at least.
Well, I don't use it anymore, so
yeah,
you're the only
fair.
one that does.
It's honest. It's not that much better than just using a fulminous. It's 30% increase versus 45%.
Yeah.
Most cases, it's not that necessary. It's just kind of a nice to have. No, I'm not going to the raid. We're back in Hawaii. And because we're back in Hawaii, you know what that means. We got to get more rocket launchers. And also, one weapon.
Thank you very much.
And another downside of me getting Burning Arrow is that I need to change Adachi's inherited skill. Adachi doesn't have enough bond to be able to have 2. So I need to go here, change it out. So now that Adachi will have Arrest again. Yep, and gear. Now I gotta do my big menu. Military. Transcendent, Tomy gets Yakuza training and ankle weights and the prestige. Doesn't matter about his shoes. Adachi, you can optimize, you get the crown. And Adachi, unfortunately, you are not going to be doing a whole lot for the remainder of the speed run. Ankle weights.
Yeah, it's Adachi's turn to look pretty. Oh, you encountered it live! Hooray! So, what happens here is if you don't uncover enough of the area of that taxi, it will not show up in your smartphone quick travel list. However, it will in your regular, like,
on your map.
overworld map. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bizarre. So I've made sure now to go over there just a little further to unlock it.
That is fascinating. Like, I had encountered it a couple times, and I'm just like, oh, maybe I just didn't... I didn't get it. No, it's something very silly. Also, this is a citizen's arrest now. Our chef is arresting someone. That guy has way too much HP to deal with.
Yeah, he does.
And without Chitose having, like, a lot of damage like I used to have, it's just so much faster to just have Adachi arrest him.
Yeah, for sure. There was a time where it made sense to Burning Arrow plus Winged Kunai.
Yeah, that's what I was doing for a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I was doing that for a bit, but then eventually I needed Adachi to get it back onto arrest. So it's just another area where I'm just like, yeah, we can probably cut out the Burning Arrow pretty easily.
Yeah.
Now we did this in chapter 9, but let's do it in reverse. We're getting chased by the cult Alikana again, but in the opposite direction. This is our last time where we're really going to be using the Street Surfer a ton, and we have plenty enough for the remainder of the game. And now we're going to... It is a little bit faster in loads removed to just save load enemies away instead of using smoke bombs.
Yep.
It honestly might be faster even on console to just save load away, just because the PS5 and the latest Xbox are just so strong and have good load times that it's probably faster in real time too. But yeah, that fight on the stairs is unavoidable, quote unquote, but you can smoke bomb it. So we can also just save load it away. Not with this one. This one, it forces us into the fight. Okay. Back to it. These guys have a very long sight radius. Very frustrating. Please don't get me.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm fine.
Wow.
It's fine. It's fine. Planned, calculated. These guys will almost engage with us, but they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it'll flash there, but as long as you're taking a straight line, you're okay, usually.
Usually. Also, a fun TJ strat that I noticed. Get these guys' attention, give them the old ring around the rosy. And, okay, we could go past. Usually we end up having to save load up here anyway. Oh, baby, we're lucky. No extra fight spawn there? That's rare.
That's nice.
It was moving towards the beach.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Also, as I found out in testing literally today, you can actually get hit by a car on the street server.
Oh, you've never had that happen?
No, like
It's
every
so
time
funny.
they just hit the brakes. That was bad.
It's terrible for the run, but it's so funny.
It is really funny.
It's a lot easier to get hit on the street surfer than being hit by a car when running in this game.
Oh, these fight spawns are being terrible. Going to this staircase, luckily, is a lot easier to evade the fight in there. So, a little bit out of the way, but it's at least like a better guarantee that we won't get into the fight.
Yeah.
There's one other fight in our way that we have to save load away. They are two in the middle of the street for us to get by. And goodbye. And you might be wondering to yourself, wow, you've had ever since chapter 10, you've had a fifth party member in Japan, but not in Hawaii? Ooh, baby, that's about to change. Because we got ourselves... Jungi Han rejoins, and he joins 3 chapters after Zhao, and his job class is just as broken as it was in LED. His job class is incredibly powerful. And that mixed with a weapon that is potentially one of the other weapons that we're going to be playing around with the weapon swap glitch, the Inferno Knuckles. The Inferno Knuckles are they reduce your HP by 200, but they give like something like 30% or more increase to your damage. It is insane.
Yeah, to physical damage specifically.
Yeah.
So, like, we wouldn't want to put the Inferno Knuckles on a host.
Yeah.
Not that we would ever need to, because they have the Prestige, which is just the best weapon ever.
I swing out past where we need to go there to grab one party chat, because I do want Jungi Han to get to bond level 10. And from here, we go to Julie's Gear Works. We do want him to get to bond level 10, and he needs an additional plus 20 to get there. Actually, it's plus 11 to reach the bond level that we need him to be. Which is unfortunate. A very unfortunate amount. Craft, material exchange, complete knuckles, and the happy spatula. Weapon upgrade, it's gonna go all into the host.
Man.
Oh, one away.
So
Oh,
close.
come on. That's okay. This is already way more than I'm used to having, so we're actually
yeah.
gonna be great.
Yeah.
Here.
You'd be fine here even with like plus 42.
Yeah. Inferno Knuckles, Battle Boots. He gets the Champion's Ring because he does so much damage, and he's going to get 1 military in soul. Party edit. Dachi for Chitose. And we continue on with the story. The story is, we found out that, the cult has a major base on a private island that no one knows how to get to. Where am I going? I need to...
Yeah.
It's on a private island that no one knows how to get to, and it seems that no one really can, even if they try. So we found out that the Barracudas, those guys that we haven't really dealt with a whole lot since chapter 4, they are the ones who have been helping Polycana ferry people back and forth between there. So we're gonna go invade District 5 yet again. And you're gonna see instantly why Jungihan is so strong. This fight, even Kazumi can't destroy in one shot. Jungihan can.
Yeah.
Essence of
Jungi's
Trick Shot
so
is very, very strong. Jungihan in general is just so powerful. I know initially in Metz's route, because it's a lot easier, it's like Jungihan is a lot easier to get to host than Nanba is. Nanba needs bond level, or Tomi needs bond level 30 to get to host. Jungihan has access to it like right away. But Jungihan is just so much more powerful on hitban than on host.
Yeah, not to mention that Eric also gets fantastic skills that combo with the host skills really well.
But also a weird trait with Essence of Trick Shot. It's not a grapple move, but it sure does extra damage against guarding targets for some reason. I don't know why. It does completely ignore guard or even get buffed in some circumstances. It's very strange. But it's supposed, Essence of Trick Shot is supposed to be like, oh, it's a big AoE, but it does more damage if there's less targets. It is significantly better as an AoE than on a single target.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have to wait for that cutscene to go by before we can progress. Gives us a little hint to something that happens in this set piece. Boosted 4 shine to start. These barrel guys are still up. We'll see to that. And also Poison Shot got a big buff from LED. Not only does it have the chance to poison, it also is just one of the better gun moves in the game. Jungihan just gets access to so much amazing stuff.
Yeah. It's also one of the fastest animation times for any moves that we have access to.
That's one of the downside of a lot of Tomi's good animation or good attacks is that the animation is very slow. Quick run for that. Safe to get the pirate boots, a piece of armor that increases XP gain, which is very, very handy. It's only 10% increase as compared to our other accessories that do 20%, but we'll take what we can get when our XP is going to matter significantly in the coming chapters. This time the floor falls apart with a cutscene, or with a QTE that we can skip. You do get actually a hefty amount more XP and money from doing the lower fights. But you do have to sit through the animation, and they are fights that with enemies that are notably stronger. We can't just Kazumi or 4 shine them away. So unfortunately it loses like a minute, which is not worth it because the Hawaii side really just doesn't need that much extra XP. Grab that lustrous steel. I was almost about to fail that because I was going to cutscene skip instead of QTE.
Oh no.
What the hell you I'm gonna put you in your place.
Yeah. Like, when another thing of why Breaker Ichi has been so useful, just because Breaker's so fast. Like before in Metz's route, because Samurai was like kind of the expected go-to because it's just such a strong class. It's also it's a very bulky class. It's a good tank class. And because Kunoichi can just substitution jutsu every single time to our party leader. But that's like 5 seconds every single fight that we lose just because Samurai is slow.
Yeah, that's actually something that we've been looking at more and more as time goes on. We're just trying to rapidly decrease the amount of substitution jutsus that we're using. If we can manipulate speed order in different ways, or like just use some slightly different strats, we can save a free 5 to 10 seconds on a lot of fights.
Yeah.
It adds up very fast.
Like, yeah, a lot of what I did in my strats when I was working on this was basically just making like 100% consistent fights. Unfortunately, Jungi-Han outsped Ichi, so he didn't get the attack buff in time. So he gets one attack, but it's no big deal. But yeah, like when I was going through it and I was seeing how like the fights in Metza's route, some of them were very difficult, like very seat of your pants trying to survive and heal through. And I'm just like, I don't want those to be my strats. So I went with like very like consistent strats. But now we're getting into the phase where it's just like consistent is nice, but we need fast. We need to be getting through these.
Yeah, and that's not to say that we're discarding consistency entirely either. We want to go faster, and if it's at the cost of a little bit of consistency, it could be very, very worth it. Because at worst, it'll still be the same speed as it was before, right?
Yeah.
So overall, it's worth it.
Absolutely. Basically, all of the fights in the set piece are nice and easy, luckily for us. Like, almost all of them go down immediately to 1 pound mate. One Cosme or one 4-shine. But now we're at the end of the set piece, and now we got to do a little bit of prep for it. Here, Ichi. Optimize pirate boots.
While Tom does the menu here, he just went and opened up a safe that holds Eric's ultimate jacket. His ultimate jacket is insanely good. It gives a buff to all damage that hits an enemy's weakness. So, like, that's just another multiplier on top of the weakness multiplier. You love to see it.
Just absolutely incredible. And because we took the ankle weights off, we can quick get Tommy to the proper drunk level. I did not need to heal there. It's just being safe. Because Dwight's back! And we have options for Dwight now. He's weak to fire. That's what Inferno Knuckles are. So without any buff whatsoever, Jungi-Han is doing a massive chunk of damage. Boosted Kazumi because he's weak to ice, and that'll clear out a bunch of the enemies. Put us into the cutscene. Surprisingly, not a QTE cutscene.
Yeah, I always thought this one was a little strange.
Okay, looks like that could have been a QTE right there, but then what would happen if we failed? Ichi just takes that to the face.
Yeah.
I mean, could be an insta-kill. We've had insta-kill in this series before.
That'd be cool.
Well, not if you get hit by it.
Well, yeah, not if you get hit by it, but it'd be pretty cool otherwise.
Yeah, we can't quite take Dwight out in time with my current strats. There's probably a way that we can.
Oh, we can. You'll just have to watch my video.
Now all these barrel guys have way too much HP. Oh, that was the wrong target, but that should be okay. We can just Rose Typhoon.
Okay,
4 Shine should take care of most of what's left. Oh, nice barrel on the last.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And goodbye. But yeah, basically, kind of like, or as TJ was mentioning, that TJ's basically got a strat where White's not going to be summoning those extra enemies. Like, my strat is consistent, yes. It is not the fastest. We've still got a lot to develop in this speed run.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that there are many fights that I do where you can find better strats too. So it's just a matter of time and cooperation.
The benefit of Pure Taxi added. Okay. Oh, I was on top of it. Gear. Ichi, you need extra speed for the upcoming fight. Tomi, you need extra damage. And Jungi Han, the downside of your... The downside of the Inferno Knuckles is Jungi Han has 200 less HP than our other party members. Which he is already, he's basically an assassin, so he already doesn't have good HP to begin with. So he's able to, we're able to, no.
Talk to Jungi, talk to Jungi.
I did this in my very first run. I forgot to talk to Jungi Han. I get him up to Bond 10 specifically so that we can unlock his tag team, and then I forgot to do it in my PB, which makes one fight in particular very scary.
Yeah, to say the least.
Thank you for the reminder.
Oh, you're fine. You would have remembered. I saw you run back.
Gotta go back to the pier and finally figure out which boat has the route that we're looking for to get us to that Cult Island. And they are not a fan of us being here. Also, Dwight's back at like 5 levels higher than he used to be. The last fight was like a piece of cake. This time he's got a lot more HP, but we can manage. Boosted Kazumi to take out all the enemies. And I use the Burning Arrow just to get him a little bit weaker. We don't have Tomy pre-drunk, but he still has 1 drunk status from the previous fight, and now we can get that back up to 2 right away. Very convenient. Point Blank still does a ton.
So wouldn't it be close enough? Oh, well. This is such a cool gimmick fight in that, like, if you look at the back of the boat, you'll see like the yellow lines there. That's actually an indicator that if you have a character gets knocked into that, they'll get grabbed by the shark. And like, one of the things I really love about that is that, you know, it only happens in this fight. It's kind of like the split fight earlier on the stage where you have like half a party and half a party. It's like, these are cool fights, but they don't overplay the gimmick. They do it once.
Yep. It's one special fight. And it's a neat experience and would be a pain in the butt if you did it all the time.
Yeah. Please, no more sharks. I'm scared of them.
Yeah, this one's probably not a good fight if you are afraid of sharks. There might be a worse one later.
This is the only one.
This is actually this is where the game jumps the shark. It surely doesn't do it anywhere else.
Let's see that guard on Danny Trejo.
Oh, he gets time for just 1 move. Not enough to do anything to us. Oh,
Shark?
Please. Hello?
Yeah, it's the
Thank
shark.
you. Nah, the shark sometimes takes its sweet time, and oh boy. Dwight, you shouldn't have been guarding, not against Tomizawa. Scrub Down's extra damage on guard break. I think that's a gone Dwight.
Oh, yeah.
And we're done. Never guard against Tomizawa. It's one of the very few magic moves that can break guard. And oh boy, is it so good. Yeah.
I assume you replenish your drinks.
Yeah. Yeah, get our muscle sodas back.
Here last time. Yeah, and I'm sorry, that muscle soda. I was very upset.
Ooh,
I
yeah,
needed that.
Oh.
Come on, I'm not doing any damage. Oh no.
Yeah, that will make some upcoming fights terrifying if we don't have a muscle soda to increase. I always go the wrong way every time. My notes specifically say go to the front right, and then I go to the back left every time.
Here's the dumb Froob spent too much time playing these video games. Kiwami 2 has you facing the other way from that taxi. Really? Yeah. Depending on the game, you will sometimes be facing a different way.
Amazing. And actually, this is another fun one. I'm doing one slight difference here. We're gonna get before we go back to Hawaii, we can actually carry over meal buffs. So while we have the opportunity, we're gonna get a really good agility buff, and I'm gonna get one alcoholic drink as a prep, because the alcohol status will also carry all the way into the next chapter. Because I'm not relying on Chitose to basically do any damage in my current route anymore. That means we're going to need Tomizawa to deal with the fight that I had a very nice strat for Chitose to do. But making it not reliant on Chitose means I can very handily not keep swapping weapons back and forth between Chitose and Sayako. But here we are, the finale, which is going to be split up into 2 parts. We are in Japan currently, but then we're going to go back to Hawaii, and Ichi's team is going to be doing their finale first. And then after that's done, then we'll get back to Japan and finish it out.
Was there supposed to be a break before we get into finale?
I was planning on doing it after the first half.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
So we'll do the Hawaii finale, and then we will take a break for the Japan. And this is Ichi's time to recollect with everyone and on the Japan side of things. Talk to Sayako, which he has not done all game long since the first chapter. And this is so many cutscenes to go through. It's a very important, very heartfelt dialogue, and so many cutscenes. One more quick blacksmith. I normally wouldn't have this much material. But that actually is just going to make things a little bit safer for us. Here, Jungihan. Jungihan leaves and comes back with a completely different set of gear. Some very good gear. Tomi gets training gear over that, and he needs a little bit of extra speed. Already edit, and just like, why are you changing your party? Why are we changing our party and then changing it right back in a different position? That comes into play for one fight. Because there are actually 2 fights. One of them we already have an ally in the correct position for. But there's one other fight. Oh, excuse you, traffic cone. Just to be safe, I'm going to do a save here. There are 2 fights where basically the enemy will prioritize a target in a specific party slot because it resets the party to a similar position and does the enemies the same. Also, sorry about saying it jumped the shark before. It jumps a bigger shark.
I don't like the shark.
You won't have to see it for too long.
Yeah, you won't have to see it for long.
Thank goodness. The fact that you stand on the gas cap and it just explodes. Good dragon engine shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when we first were out in this and had issues against this thing, but thankfully not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. They're just gonna drop its electrical defense as much as possible, and I was safe. I don't technically need the extra magic damage on Tomi for this fight. but I'm doing it as a precaution.
Yeah, for those who don't know, if we let the shark get its next turn in, it can cast Fear.
Yeah,
That's obviously a very bad thing.
a fear for the whole party.
No, Zeng found his way into a shop.
And now Tomizawa's time to shine. He's well and good buff for this. Cool, 8,000 damage from a skill that actually is not that powerful. Is more of an AoE spell, but it's good enough for our use case. So nice, we'll use it twice. Goodbye. And that way we have a strat that is not dependent on Chitose's damage. So Chitose can just be full support. But if I had more damage on the Plasmax knife as a guarantee, this fight is actually very clean fight with a good Plasmax knife. Probably could have done it with how much extra materials I got in this run, but I can't be dependent on it because the materials are a bit random how much we're going to get from the grind. We made it to the Cult Island, and we also really needed the agility buff for these first few fights because they outspeed us so much. Here, Ichi. Tactical. Nice pirate. Meant to take Jungi Hans. That's fine. Oh, man. Battle boots. Champion ring. Superpower. You get your XP back on because I foolishly took it off. Yeah, definitely the big improvement that's going to be happening, or that needs to happen to my route, is I need to be doing less of these menus. They're very nice and they set us up for a good while, but man, if I can just get on with the equipment that I already have, I would be saving like 20 seconds plus every single time instead of menuing. Things to consider in a run that we're still actively developing because there's just so much to consider.
Yeah, trying to find the sweet spot where you have the equips necessary to deal with every single thing coming up is so tough.
The nice thing is, this game doesn't throw like you back into the other party and then have a fight immediately. So at the very least, we can just keep carting over equipment between the two parties, and we don't have to, consider 10 people to, or like 8 people to, like, equip up.
Yeah, you got it.
Nice skip.
I've never been good at that skip. You have to make it to that landmine and purposefully get hit by it to launch you down the stairs and out of the fight.
So I should ask you before you progress too much further, did you need that experience?
I shouldn't need it.
Okay.
Actually, just in case. Actually, no. Tomizawa's got plenty of XP. Adachi has one final fight to shine here. And it's this one. These gentlemen each have like 5,000 HP. Way too much HP. Which I can deal with. I did come up with a strat to not have Adachi using a rest in this fight. But it costs about, like 15 million yen to do because you need to do double summons. Double boosted summons at that. So it's just, it's nice to not have to save up an extra 15 million yen when you can just have a chef arrest some guys. And that's the last time we get to see Adachi in the run, unfortunately. He's one of the least used party members, but his skills are just perfect for a few specific fights. Luckily, this fight starts and those enemies spawn at those exact same spot on their route. And we can just kind of let them walk on by, which is good because it's an enemy that's like specifically like weak to fire and also has like 4,000 HP. It's a big pain in the butt to do that fight. But we can just walk on by with no worries. Oh, this doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, they have cows.
Yeah,
This was the conclusion we both came up with.
training gear and... Oh, I have my notes wrong there. Had to swap things around a little bit for the upcoming couple fights. Because this upcoming fight used to be terrifying. Not these guys, not the first phase, but the next phase was absolutely terrifying.
I like how you say used to be. It's still terrifying for me.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Explosion. Random explosion dealt with those enemies instead of attacking. This is why I swapped my party members. This guy has the skill that can either silence or blind a party member. And that is terrible on the target that was previously in that slot. It used to be Joongi Han's slot. Joongi Han is our damage dealer for this fight. So we cannot have him being blind or silenced. That would be a death sentence for us. And I think that explosion should hopefully keep them all nice and together. That this should hit all of them. Nice.
Yeah,
Some very lucky
was
explosions for me. That does not typically happen.
It was nice when Dragon Engine shenanigans work in our favor.
Yeah, that fight, seeing some older strats with that fight, I'm just like, oh my god, terrifying. Because that lightning strike hits everyone for like more than 300 damage. He gets 2 of those off and your party is almost wiped already.
So you can actually skip cutscene that fade out.
Ah. I think I have it. I just didn't hit it. I have it in my note to cutscenes skip twice, and I just didn't.
Nice.
Save 10 million yen if you can get the essence of trick shot to hit everyone there. It's a bit of a pain, or it's a bit of a luck. Hopefully, you just kind of have to hope no one runs behind for that. This guy always goes first. He almost always just eats a piece of meat, but sometimes he attacks and almost one-shots Joongi Han.
Yeah.
He's very much a fan of Monster Hunter with that size meat.
He cooks it all the way well done. And I don't really need to, I think, do an extra buff to Tomi. But I want the Poseidon power also out of my inventory. Those are just things. Because he's not guarding, I'm not going to be getting the free extra damage. It's like just enough damage, actually. All right. Another big menu for another big fight, because this chapter has a ton of fights that we need to do a rearranging for. Or at least I do in my strats. Just because they all call for something like completely different, which is so difficult when you're trying to be fast.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that, though. I have a lot of menus in as well currently.
Yeah, if we can find a way to to keep our current strats going into this fight. But this fight is so substantially different than anything else in the speedrun because if you thought the game was weird for bringing in a big shark, how about a giant squid as well? And we have to start this off with a pound mate. Foreshine doesn't work on this fight.
Can't take him to the club.
Yeah, can't take him anywhere. But a boosted Kazumi will take care of that before it has a chance to do anything. And we get the squid a little bit drunk. It is not actually weak to anything. It's one that's kind of more so it just has a ton of HP to deal with. So we kind of just have to pick what we want. And actually the first time we get to see this, we get to sing a tune to the squid. There's a tier 2 agility drop, so it's going to let us do a lot more setup so that we can close out the squid before it resummons those tentacles, because it will bring them back. We do not want that to happen.
Yeah, should be said, if we let this fight go on long enough, the squid will eat someone.
Yeah.
They'll still be alive, but that's a problem for us.
So we make it weak to fire because fire is our best element for our host to dish out the most damage possible. It conveniently does put a lot of explosive barrels for fire damage as well, but those roses just do too much on their own. And specifically, this squid loves to target the first attack at the party member in slot 4, which Shitose can take it, which is perfectly acceptable for us. That's why I put the extra dragon binding onto her so that she has more than enough HP to survive anything the squid's gonna do. And we're done.
Interestingly, despite turns out being blind, didn't we find out like skills can never miss even with blind?
I know magic can never miss. Magic doesn't check for evasion. I'm not sure about other skills.
Yeah, I remember trying way back when, and I had some melee skills miss. I don't know if that means all skills miss, but certainly some do.
I run and get this knight armor. It's a very, very strong piece of armor. I'm not really sure we need it based on all the strats, how the strats have all turned out, but it's kind of a little bit of a safety I've never taken out yet.
Yeah, it's definitely nice. I don't use it, but I do grab Psycho's ultimate.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's who this armor is going to end up on later anyway.
Yep, exactly.
Two-phase fight before we get to the final boss of the Hawaii set piece. Gotta take them out on the elevator. Oh, that's not gonna hit one of them. He's not weak to blade. Dang. Oh, he's probably weak to ice. That's fine. Tommy's got plenty of damage for it. All right.
Yeah, I don't remember if he's weak to ice
Yeah.
there.
Another big menu because we're about to do the terrifying fight. Military insoles. Now that we have 3 military insoles, this actually makes it quite a bit safer with my strats, at least. Wind sneakers. He steals Kiryu's military insoles. Can no longer have the Inferno Knuckles. We cannot deal with having less HP anymore. We have Transcended Insoles and Value Pack Insoles and Wind Sneakers. Heal up. Save, because this fight can be terrifying if it goes off the rails, but with how everything I planned, it should have nothing go wrong. Should. We have to take down the cult leader. Bryce. with a very fitting accompanying music. And hopefully, now that we have the extra military insult, in the second phase, I typically got hit, but because we have extra agility, that should not happen. It's very,
Oh
very
yeah,
handy.
just wait until you have the extra military and the other
And the extra transcendent. Yeah, that'll be great.
Oh yeah, it helps so much.
Because the downside of this boss fight, it is a 3-phase boss fight. It does not reset any of our summons in between. So we can only maximum use 2 summons in any fight, basically, because the third summon would cost 100 million yen. We just don't have that much money, period. So we have to be very careful with our summon usages, because we have 2 tough waves with some very high HP enemies, and then we have the boss fight itself with a ton of HP. So planning this fight out took quite a while. This is the phase where I usually get hit, but because I have extra military insoles, it should hopefully not hit me anymore. Or trying to get rid of a bunch as well as reduce some or get a increased attack. Need to refill the MP of Nanba as well as, or not, Tomi. Yeah. Essence of Mirror Image on the high HP. And because we had enough speed on gosh, I can't get my thoughts together while trying to do this fight. On Ichi, that gives enough time for us to fit in this. And hopefully, they are all lined up well enough that the battery storm will hit and finish off all 3. Beautiful.
Very nice.
So now we're entering into this final phase at full HP and only slightly less MP, which is very, very helpful. Yeah, Bryce doesn't treat his people too well. If everything goes correctly, this phase should also be basically on script. Start off with Ichiban, who finally gets to make use of the tag team again, which gives us 2 whole agility buffs for this fight, which is massive. On top of using another violin, dropping Bryce's agility makes our turns much more manageable. Tomi needs a little bit of MP, so I'm getting that onto him right away. The AoE moves are what we don't want to see. Tomi needs to start getting himself buffed up. Luckily, no one is going to be taken down in 2 hits by Bryce. It's still a bit terrifying. And now we can start getting on to...
Nice
fear. I'm going to be just a little bit safe and get a heal off on the party. Using the Aquanaut heal. $7,400 damage on Tomi's first champagne wave. Now get ready to do it again. Just the... No!
Oh!
Shouldn't matter.
You're probably fine.
But that is... Oh, it actually probably will matter. It should be fine. We have enough healing to be able to manage. And hopefully we can get a second fear off if we're lucky. We have one more chance. Come on. No one should be able to die from this.
Yeah, luckily you didn't push him to half, so he didn't do the, what is it, Reckoning Hellfire? or
Yeah, he
something?
didn't do his terrible second move.
Yeah.
Which is such a metal name for I'm an old man throwing grenades.
Yeah, really.
Ah, shoot. Okay, well, this is going to be a bit of a seat of our pants. That muscle soda was needed.
全力でいくよ
I don't have another muscle soda. I'm just going to have to sparkling splash our way to victory. Not quite enough to... Oh, this is bad. How am I going to deal with
Nice,
this?
shush. This should push him to phase 2.
Should push him to phase 2. Shoot, it didn't. Please give me a lucky heal. Oh, it didn't heal Tomi.
Oh no.
Okay. He's out of the bad phase. We can finish this off. It's just going to be slow. Oh. Yeah. Like, there's not... He doesn't really have much of a threat once he's at this point. It's just going to, be a bit slow to finish him off.
It did heal Itchy, so that's good.
Yeah, Ichi's safe.
Yeah.
Breakdance was lucky. Honestly, it's probably going to be faster to just bring Tomi back and let him champagne splash him.
Probably didn't aim it, turns out, considering he was closer.
Nice whiff.
Okay.
Just gonna keep saying staying safe.
Yeah,
This
for
is
sure.
unfortunate that the targeting system sure did not pick who I wanted.
Yeah.
There we go.
The quotation marks best, aka worst part of turn-based RPG runs. Sometimes we gotta get creative.
Yeah.
So in almost every single one of my runs, I've had something terrible happen in this fight. The wrong muscle soda, forgetting to get Jungi Han's bond level. Terrible. But also, we can take a break now.
Perfect.
Take a break before we do the Japan side of the finale.
So, we'll take our final break here. We like to take breaks during these longer games so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break, Games on Quick is hiring. We are looking for an event programming lead that will be responsible for the 10,000-foot view of our mainline event schedules. If you are interested or know somebody that is, you can go to gamesonquick.com/jobs for more info. Apply before the 2nd of November. We're going to take our last break here, and it's actually the last one this time. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we've been showcasing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We are in the finale. We're in the final part here. Whenever y'all are ready.
All right. Beat the first half of the finale. Let's get to the second half in 3, 2, 1, go. Up. Again, I keep forgetting to click into the game. Yeah, man. Beat that first finale with by the seat of our pants. Hopefully this next one will go a lot smoother. We can really hope. Material. We don't need any of Jungihan's stuff. We don't need we don't need Ichi's stuff either. We can hopefully just max it out. Nice. How do I have so much materials? Oh my god.
Yeah, this is insane.
I'd never get this many materials. I basically don't plan on getting plus 50 on either weapon. So it's very nice to see. Should make things go hopefully nice and smooth. You need the Reverie Shoes, Transcendent Insoles, and Tiger Belt. Because that Essence of Dragon God is very useful. Jewel Bracelet. Rainbow Hat. Prestige. Pirate. Optimize. Yakuza Training. And Champion. Psycho has the largest menu possible. Just so that she has good armor for the entire rest of the run. And Zhao, one last time, make us some extra money. We don't need items anymore because after we are done with this set piece, as soon as we start the set piece, we can't go back. All of our upgrades have to be locked in beforehand. So we don't need any extra items, but the extra money still comes in handy to fund all of our very reckless summon usage that we're going to be doing.
Yeah, we need a lot of them in this end game here.
A lot of them and a lot of double summon usage. So every single time we do that, that is 10 million yen that we're using.
Yeah.
And I do it now, but as we develop the run, and this fight will most likely happen in chapter 12 while we have a free agility buff. Excuse you. But this fight
I get stuck there all the time.
Yeah, this fight goes very smooth in the finale, though. This fight is over before it begins. These guys have so much HP that is so difficult to deal with regularly, but with Essence of Dragon God, it's no trouble at all. And we got the extra agility buff. Yeah, goodbye, Wheelman. Easy.
Nice.
Use a Turner. So he does not need the damage for a good while, so we're just going to have her get XP. And with that, we can actually start the finale. Say goodbye to the street server. The last time we'll see this lovely segue. We've gone at least like 5 miles on this thing.
Oh yeah, it gets a lot of use.
And who could have possibly guessed that the game is going to end at the Millennium Tower? Putting Kiryu into rush mode right away. Oh.
いい感じ。
いい男になっちゃった。
Also, this track doesn't stop the entire time when we're in this set piece, and it's an amazing track.
Yeah, it's really good.
ここは任せて。容赦しない。
Double Essence of Dragon God will take care of most of the stuff. These guys need to get up so we can take care of them. This first or the second phase can start off nasty if it wants to. That's fine. That's fine.
Nice.
These enemies are weak to ice, so we can get some good extra damage in while we're getting things set up. Gosh dang it. Gotta buff up Namba a little bit more, and hopefully we can get a good lineup. Probably won't. Maybe. Might get a good lineup.
Oh,
Beautiful. Perfect lineup.
Very nice.
Goodbye.
見とれないでよね。
Need MP. Psycho's ankle weights. And Psycho gets the speed.
ここからが本番だね。
And we climb our way up through the finale, up through the floors of the Millennium Tower. Many fights are nice and easy. Others, not so much. This one, nice and easy. This next one is basically on a timer. This game
Never had it go wrong?
I've never had it go wrong for me yet. Although I did have it in practice that he didn't use this move. It's very strange.
That is strange.
This casts Doom on our whole party, so in 3 turns they will die. And so we need to take down the enemy before that happens.
If you're wondering, yes, the substitution jutsu is speeding that up.
Yes, it is. He's not guarding, so I'm going to get him with the burning arrow. Oh, he is guarding.
Oh, he is. That's lame.
Do another 4 shine. Take out the other 2. I'm actually not going to break his guard. Or I'm not going to break his guard. So I can break it with Throat Slitter. Hopefully that's enough damage. Oh, and the crit. Crit seal coming in handy. Getting to plus 50 is very nice sometimes. Getting Nanba's ultimate armor. Very, very helpful if things go bad in the final fight, because it has a very high chance. It's like a 60-70% chance that Namba will just survive at 1 HP.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
These next 2 fights are skippable, but based on my current route, I want to reach level 46 with all of our party members by the time we reach the top. Which I need to take 3 extra fights here in order to do. They're fast fights, but technically optional. So, because TJ comes into this, or ends this set piece at level 45 versus my level 46, I'm assuming you just probably skip past these.
Nope, I do all of these fights as well. Same ones as you, I assume. I have it routed in as experience.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
The reason that I get these, though, instead of doing any other fights before this, is I have my experience set up so that Kiryu levels after fighting the first mob in this finale. So I get to Dragon God that mob. I get the MP heal from the level up, and then I Dragon God the next mob.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Got the Colossal Spender achievement. 100 million yen spent in the speedrun, and we probably still have another 50 million yen to spend. This enemy is very fast. Gonna get Kiryu back in so that he can take out all of these other enemies with another Dragon God. The downside of these phases is that nothing carries over between phases. So we can't like pre-set up any buffs or anything. We have to go into each phase fresh. Ah, manual. Why? Oh, come on, targeting system.
He was going wild there.
This guy has a lot of HP and actually can dish out quite a bit of damage. But luckily, with buffing up all of our stuff and getting a Wonder Cocktail for extra damage next turn, should be plenty enough damage. Finish him off before he gets a chance to move. Not worrying about anyone else's health coming up. We're about to enter, it's a very, what would be the right word for it? Very like,
Unique.
yeah, unique and gratifying fight.
Yes.
Because for one more time in this franchise, the whole gang gets together.
Nice and early on Kiryu as well.
And a thing that actually we haven't talked about with the stance is that your ability power or your skill power does change slightly depending on your stance. Beast is about 10% stronger than Brawler, and Rush is about 10% weaker. But obviously, that is taken into account based on how fast they are. Rush goes significantly faster, so you get a lot more turns, but they are weaker skills. Versus Brawler or Beast is very slow, but gets a lot of damage. So in this final set piece, it really actually comes into play, or it comes clutch, that we can swap Kiryu to Beast to dish out just a little bit extra damage, and that little bit extra makes the difference. Also, for the most part, everyone in this fight is just like very feasibly knocked out. It's getting punched, knocked to the ground, all the usual stuff. Not that guy. That guy's dead.
Very.
I would say, what the heck, Majima? But, I mean, it's Majima.
Sorry, he's off to be a pirate after this anyway.
Yeah. Getting Namba pre-drunk for this fight so that he can hopefully finish off this first wave instantly. We'd love to see that happen. They're usually too spread out, which gives enough time to get a coffee in if we need more. We need more money, but at this point, I think I'm pretty safe on money. That might be all of them. Beautiful.
Very nice.
Now Kiryu's turn. Back to more Beast. And we're gonna buff ourselves up with some more 4 shine usages. Queen's Claw. Matsuzaki. It's kind of unfortunate that Sonny went fast there, but that shouldn't matter. Because we got another 4 shine that we can use. And luckily, we have one way to hit his weakness. We still got Burning Arrow. There's only one more terrifying fight before... Or there's 2 more fights, but only one of them is terrifying. For what's coming before the final boss. This one's nice and easy one for just extra XP. Actually, because of the extra XP I did in grinding, I'm already level 46. I could have skipped this one. Because this upcoming fight after this is actually very, very strong and terrifying if it goes wrong. But if we get everything goes correctly, it shouldn't be a problem. And it gives us almost no XP, strangely enough. I think it's a little bit faster to not even wait and just go, but probably not so much after that first one because it takes Kiryu a good while to get back on his feet. Yeah, not this one either. It's already started firing. But the remaining 2 fights along the way, we can just skip by hugging the left side. Very easy to skip. Now, this one forces us to do zigzag. We can't do any shenanigans where we get shot into the correct spot. But it does leave us a nice premium first aid kit just in case anything goes wrong in the final fight, which hopefully it won't, but Ebina's gonna do what Ebina's gonna do. Okay. This fight, it took me a little while to figure out a consistent way to do this fight. What I've got down is pretty dang smooth. Hopefully it'll all go off without a hitch. Okay, that's perfect. Like, the only major thing that could go wrong is if Sonny gets paralyzed, and I gave her a paralyzed resistant accessory at the very beginning. Beast, boost the 4 shine. Essence of Dragon God for more damage. Kiryu. Do it again. Is everyone mostly low enough? They're not grouping up too well for me. Substitute over to Nanba for the final blow. We need to take down Tanabe no matter what. It is 100%, or at the very least leave only Tanabe left, because Tanabe will do a full heal to whoever's up, which is terrible. But if Tanabe's the only one who's left, he can't heal himself, so no worries. Here gets an optimize, and actually, I can show it off. Wrong equip.
Yeah.
Because we actually need that on Kiryu. Military armor and armor we got in Chapter 8 that is 100% crucial for this final fight. Military insoles Namba. Optimize over your silver bracelet. You get the status resist. You need extra damage. Sonhee, you get lots of damage. And the Psychos, transcendent insoles. Get the tactical boots. Get the floral tiara, just for a little bit of extra MP. Sonhee, you get wind sneakers. And military insoles. I could, it should be safe to just do 2 military insoles. And CC Lemon, get that drunk status off. We don't need it for this fight. And save, we have literally only one fight left. If it starts well, we're in the clear. If it doesn't, we'll try to make it work.
This fight can be pure evil. This boss can hit with sleep with almost every attack.
Yep. And has attack that removes all of our buffs and puts that ally into rage.
Yeah.
He can just ruin our day in the first 2 turns. And hopefully he only gets 2 turns. Oh, Ebina.
For me, this is probably RBG's most unfair boss.
For the speedrun, yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah.
Managing his stuff is just such a colossal pain in the butt. Alright, we want Sonhi or Psycho. Oh, okay, that's interesting that even with that second military insult, she was a little slow. It's okay. Playful Splash. He's already weak to Electric and Blade, and we have just the right moves for that. Boosted for Shine. And what we're really hoping for is a agility buff on Sonhi this turn. Didn't get it. It's unfortunate. Still manageable. So the 2-star weapon. Oh, that's bad.
Okay, considering.
Lucky.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna. It's a little bit out of the way, but hopefully with Namba causing Ebina to move out of the way, he should focus Namba. That's what we want. Substitute back to Kiryu one more time. Force Shine to give another attack boost for Sonhi. Get a good chunk of damage with this. And I get a good knockback. Nice. Extra 300. That's unfortunate. We got no agility buffs, so this is not going to finish. He's going to get one more turn. If nothing goes wrong, that's fine. That's the move we don't want to see.
This one.
No, why focus Sonhi?
Uh-oh. Yep. That's Ebina.
That's
This
Ebina.
fight.
That's Ebina. We're going to reload so we have all the money that we need. Every single one of Sonhi's turn, it's like a 50% chance to get an agility buff, and we did not get any. It is very unlucky, but that's what can happen with Ebina. If we got one agility buff, that first phase is basically done. But yeah. But you get to see our pain. You get to see the colossal pain in the butt that Ebina is to route around. Like, this is as best as my strats have been able to take me for this fight, where if Sonhi gets any of her agility buffs, this first phase is done and we're basically done. Or the fight's over. The second phase is so much easier to manage. But this first phase, if it goes off the rails, there's just so many times where you just can't bring it back.
Yeah.
And it was very unfortunate because I don't know what happened recently, but normally he always did like an attack move and then did Guilty Conscious for me. But lately he's not been doing that, and I have no idea why. Okay, no agility to start. Unfortunate. Let's try it again. Quickness Lemon on to Sonhi so that she can Shadow Clone Jutsu to her heart's content. Drop his electric resistance for more damage. Yes, there we go.
There you go.
Now you're gonna see the difference in damage between 2 Shadow Clone Jutsus. Also, all the crits. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Ebina, I'm gonna need you to focus on Nanba real quick here. Oh, come on! I had it set up and everything. Oh, this is bad now.
Yep, if anyone was curious about what can happen, well, this is it.
I'm just gonna set Sonhee up again and hope that Ebina's not gonna do anything nasty.
Yeah.
ここは任せて
It's gonna have to go for a heal instead. That should be fine. That's fine. Still weak to electric and he's guarding, so this should be fine. We should be able to finish out this phase with the throat slitter. We unfortunately lose a turn on Nanba because he's sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay, we're out of the first phase. But we're not in a good spot either for the second phase, unfortunately. We do have Furious Resurgence.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Ebina, we know what he's going to do for pretty much his first 2 turns, and then we know something nasty is coming.
Yep. He's going to charge up, and then he's going to do a big move. We're perfectly fine with that. Okay. Need to get the sleep off of Nanba. That should hopefully hit all of our allies. That should be enough MP to survive. Intoxication.
ここは任せて
Gonna get Nanba started on his build up because this phase change changes Ebina's weaknesses. Ebina is now weak to fire and gun. You'd think Burning Arrow would be great, but unfortunately Kiryu's damage is not amazing for this fight. It's just not easy to set him up for damage. Just enough to survive. Saiko's gonna make sure we survive. Following up with this. Get a muscle soda onto Nanba. No bleed, that's okay. This fight should hopefully be over in three more of Nanba's turns.
かますぜ見さらせ
One. Don't paralyze.
Nice.
Nanba's not bleeding, so that should be perfectly fine. Keep the magic buff going with the fiery breath. Yes, this fight is over. Second phase. Manageable.
Pretty good without Dragon's Resurgence as well.
Yeah, I didn't even have to use Dragon's Resurgence. We don't have to.
Well,
We're doing it now. We're gonna do all the special cutscenes. Ebina's gonna get the whole can of
Oh,
beans.
yeah.
he ran over as well.
Oh, it even cut early.
Nice.
Time is coming up on the final QTE. Take that, Ebina. The bane of this speedrun. So much of this speedrun is so manageable. We just have to, we do our best for Ebina, but Ebina just controls how this run ends. Time.
GG.
GG.
And one more good Ebina face screen stop as he's finally gone. And that is the speedrun of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Oh man, This run's come a long way since this game came out only 9 months ago. This game still has such a large future ahead of it. All the strats that TJ's implemented, all the strats we haven't even really put into effect, all the wrong equip stuff that we can potentially do. There's such a long future ahead for this speedrun, and I'm very excited. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging on. Thank you, Froob and TJ, for helping me commentate.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, that is it. That's it for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, we've got a lot to do for the future for this. But if we do it right, we should be able to get sub 5 hour load times removed, which is going to be so much
huge.
better than I ever thought this would get.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being on, for showcasing this game. Like I said earlier, I've been so excited for this, to have y'all showcase this on the hotfix for a while now. So I'm super happy that y'all were able to get it down to a time that we could showcase. And what a great series.
Finally reducing this time to a manageable level. Thank you so much for
once
having
again
us.
making Yakuza 5 the king of stupidly long Yakuza speedruns.
Oh, you can't take that away from Wi-Fi. This is a great series, and thank you all for the work you put into routing these games. Really great series. Everybody should go play it if you haven't. Appreciate y'all being on here and showcasing it. We've got nothing else left for you tonight. I guess, do you, either of the commentators have anything they want to say before we close out? Excellent. All right. We don't have anything more for you today, but we do have more shows coming up for you tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Thanks again, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good one.